Hey everyone. Welcome back for the third part of What If Naruto Was Raised by the Sannin? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 15. The beginning of their ninja journey. Or, what do you mean we're not real ninja yet? Everybody listened intently to the teacher as he revealed who will be their teammates for the foreseeable future. And without further ado, these are the team formations. Assault Squad, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Haku Yuki. Aw yeah, Naruto shouted as he grabbed both Hinata and Haku in a hug on each arm. Haku merely chuckled, while Hinata turned red like a tomato. I'm in the same team as Naruto-kun, I can't believe my luck. Hinata thought, unmolested by Naruto's arm wrapped around her. Naruto, enough. Iruka angrily shouted. Then he continued reading. Medical Squad, Sakura Haruno, Karen Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Yes. I'm with Sasuke-kun. Both Sakura and Karen gushed at the same time. Noticing what just happened, they glared and hissed at each other. There was a time I would have killed to be in the same team as Sasuke, now I feel lucky I'm not with him. Come on Sakura, can't you see he's dangerous, and not in a kinky way? Ino thought while she glanced at both Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, there has to be a mistake. Not only I'm not a medic, but there's no way I can be in the same team as those two. I mean, I can tolerate one, but two? I can assure you that there are no mistakes, Sasuke. If you have any question, talk it with your Jonin sensei when she arrives. Iruka then turned his eyes back to the list. Animal Squad, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Tamaki. I'm with the Fleabag? I demand another team. Tamaki asked as she looked at Kiba in disgust. You should be honored to be in the same team as me, apprentice of a crazy cat lady, Kiba spat back. Shino didn't say anything, just let out a long sigh. Iruka groaned, and pinched the bridge of his nose. On second thought, I'm glad you guys are now somebody else's problem. And lastly, Tactical Squad, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Shikamaru high-fived Choji without either of them had to turn at each other. Those are the teams. If you have a problem with them, go complain to the Hokage. Now, wait here. Your Jonin sensei had been warned, and will come to pick you up any moment, Iruka announced before leaving the classroom. 5 minutes later, just as the teacher had said, a Jonin entered the room. A black-haired woman that Naruto, and to a lesser extent Sasuke, knew very well. Hey, Shizune Nichin. Naruto enthusiastically called, waving at her. Are you a Jonin sensei? Shizune smiled at him. Yes. I thought it would be a nice experience. That's awesome. Are you my team sensei? I'm afraid not, Naruto-kun. It's forbidden for a Jonin to be the sensei of a team with a close relative on it. Noticing that Naruto's disappointment, she added, but don't worry, I know your sensei, and I'm sure you'll like her. Now, members of the medical squad, can you come with me? Sasuke, Sakura and Karen got up from their seats and followed the black-haired Kunoichi out of the class. Of course, Konoha's second best medic would be the leader of the medical squad, Sakura thought in realization. 10 minutes later, 2 Jonin arrived at the same time. One of them was a tall man with short, spiky black hair and a beard of the same color, and tan skin. He had a cigarette on his mouth. The other was a woman with long raven hair and deep crimson eyes that could be easily mistaken for a Sharingan. Tactical Squad, with me, the man said. Assault Squad, come with me, the woman added. Both teams got up from their seats and followed their senseis out of the classroom, leaving the members of the Animal Squad alone. An hour later. I believe they forgot about us, Kiba complained. Akamaru barked in agreement. Maybe our sensei is late? Tamaki said. No, late would be 15 or 20 minutes. I mean, the other senseis only took 10 minutes to arrive while we have been waiting here for almost an hour. I suggest patience, Shino spoke. This man is a Jonin, and thus somebody serious worth of his rank. I'm positive that he'll have an acceptable reason for not being on time. 2 hours later. Tamaki was asleep on her desk. Kiba was groaning in annoyance. Where the hell is this guy? Regardless of what I said before, I'm starting to believe that either our sensei forgot about us, or the Hokage forgot to tell him about us. In either case, an unacceptable behavior from either our sensei or the Hokage, Shino commented, a little irritation seeping through his usual stoic monotone tone. That moment, the door opened, revealing a tall man with silver-colored, gravity-defying hair, whose lower part of his face was covered by a mask. "Yo," the man laconically said. "You're late," Kiba yelled at the man, abruptly waking Tamaki up. "Oh, sorry about that. I kinda forgot how to arrive here. You know, it's been a while since I was an academy student," the man said, giving the three Jonin an eye smile. "I believe that you're the Animal Squad?" "By virtue of being the only remaining team present, yes, we are," Shino replied. "Alright, then come with me. And once again, sorry for being late. It will never happen again." The three Jonin had the impression that that was a huge lie. Training Ground 10. Shikamaru, Choji and Ino were sitting on the grass, looking at the tall bearded man in front of him, who had informed that this training ground would be now where they will be training from now onwards as a team. "Alright, before I explain you the role of this team as a whole, why don't you introduce ourselves to each other, you know, to be better acquitted," the man said as he gave his cigarette a puff. "I'll start. My name is Asuma Sarutobi. I like to train, hang out with my friends, and play shogi." Shikamaru perked up upon hearing this. "I dislike bullies, and those who doesn't take their roles as a ninja seriously. My dream is to make a name of myself, marry a nice woman, and start a family." It was Ino who perked up upon hearing the last bit of information. Her mouth curved into a huge smile. "Do you have somebody in mind already?" "I don't think I have to tell you that," Asuma replied. Ino's grin grew even wider. "That mean yes, then. Was that pretty woman that came with you? I noticed the look she was shooting at you. Man, if I knew that this girl was so much into gossiping I would have my trap shut," Asuma thought. "Why don't you share something about you? That way we should be even." "Why, of course," Ino chirped, before clearing her throat. "My name is Ino Yamanaka, future heir of the Yamanaka clan once I'm 18. I like shopping and gossiping," her face considerably soured before continuing. "I dislike traitors and murderers. And my dream is to become a great kunoichi so I can lead my clan properly so we can keep Konoha safer." Asuma remembered that Ino lost her dad during the Uchiha insurrection. While she didn't make any specific references, it was easy to guess who she was thinking when she talked about traitors and murderers. "If you work hard, I'm sure you'll achieve your dream," Asuma then turned to Choji, who was munching some chips, and nodded at him. The Akimichi took the hint. "My name is Choji Akimichi. Eating is what I like the most. While I have some favorite foods, I'm also open to taste new things. I dislike people who judge others based on their appearance. And my dream is to become a great ninja, just like my father." "Well, maybe you could moderate a little on the food if you want to achieve that goal," Asuma said, making Choji to frown at him, but didn't stop eating his chips. The Jonin then stared at Shikamaru, who replied with a long sigh. "My name is Shikamaru Nara. I like playing shogi and watching the clouds. I dislike, well, pretty much anything that requires some sort of physical effort on my part, if it's not a life or death situation. And my dreams for the future, guess it would be to have a quiet life devoid of complications, and maybe have a family as well." "Interesting. Maybe you and I should play shogi sometime," Asuma said, earning a shrug from Shikamaru as if saying sure, why not? "And maybe I could do something about that laziness of yours." Shikamaru gave another shrug, this one meaning you're welcome to try. "Alright, so the four of us form the tactical squad. The role of this squad will be taking care of missions other specialized teams wouldn't be qualified for, such as infiltration, reconnaissance, captures, dealing with enemies that won't go down with just brute force, and so on. It is no coincidence that you three were chosen for this squad. Members of the Nara, Akimichi and Yamanaka clans being on the same team is a tradition that goes back 15 generations, but I'm sure you're already aware about that. Now, I must tell you something. Despite what Iruka might have told you, you're not Jonin already." This earned a loud what? From Ino and Choji, and a soft A from Shikamaru. "Before you're officially Jonin, I must give you my approval. And before I can do that, I have to test you first." "What kind of test is going to be, Asuma-sensei?" Choji asked, after apparently finishing his bag of chips. "A simple spar. You three against me. The teamwork of your three clans is downright legendary, and I want to check if you're going to live up to said legend," Asuma explained before finishing his cigarette, dropping it at his feet, and stepping on it to put it out completely. The three Jonin got on their feet, and prepared for the fight. Training Ground 9. Just like Asuma's team, Shizune's team were sitting in front of their sensei, though in their case they were sitting on a makeshift bench made out of a fallen tree, Sasuke in the middle with Sakura and Karen at each side. And just like Asuma, Shizune proposed to introduce themselves to each other. My name is Shizune Kato. I like medicine, helping others, cute animals, and to visit cultural heritage sites. I dislike drunks and gamblers. My dream is to become a great kunoichi and live up to Tsunade-sama's legacy. Well, now you know a little more about me, the adult medic nin said with a warm smile. Who wants to go next? Sakura cleared her throat. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like, well, cute boys, she said, glancing at Sasuke, who didn't react. I also like medicine. I dislike people who judge others without getting to know them, and my dream is to prove that I can become a great kunoichi despite not being born into a ninja clan. Without waiting for Shizune to say anything, Karen started her introduction, slightly upset that Sakura got to introduce herself first. My name is Karen Uzumaki. I like perfumes, medicine, and having a permanent home. I dislike rude people. My dream is to restore my clan to its former glory, and be strong enough so I don't have to worry about people wanting to hurt me or my family. Shizune nodded and smiled, then looked at Sasuke, who groaned in return. Let's get over this already. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like training and getting stronger, and when I'm not doing that I like to take long walks. I dislike people who hurt those I care about. And my dream is to become the strongest ninja this village has ever seen, as well as to restore the honor of my clan. Well, now that we all know a little more about each other, how about I explain you the role of this team? Shizune asked. Sasuke raised his hand. Yes, Sasuke? This is a medical squad, and I can see that you, Sakura and Karen are medics. But I'm not a medic. Shouldn't somebody like Ino or Hinata be here instead of me? I think I belong to the assault squad or even the tactical squad. Clearly there has been a mistake when the teams were formed. Jiraiya-sama told me you'd said that. And no, there were no mistakes with the team placements. If you allow me to explain how this team will work, you'll understand why you're here instead of a more offensive-oriented team. You have my attention then. Alright. The medical squad is mostly a search and rescue team. Our duty includes searching disappeared people, healing the wounded and rescue people from dangerous areas, among many others. When working alongside other squads, our role will be to support them. Now Sasuke, as for your presence here. You see, for obvious reasons, medics tend to be the first ones being targeted by the enemy forces. Since most of the time medics will be healing and assisting others, they will be unable to defend themselves and thus vulnerable to enemy attacks. Sakura and Karen imagined a chibi version of themselves healing a random Konoha ninja, only to be ambushed by an enemy who stabs them in the back multiple times, making their spirit leave their lifeless bodies. If that happens, not only we lose a medic, but the person he or she may be healing. Your role is make sure that such thing doesn't happen. So I'm an escort? The Uchiha asked. Exactly. I'm glad you got it. Sakura and Karen replayed the same scenario as before in their minds, except this time a chibi Sasuke appeared and defeated the enemy ninja before he could harm either of them, and posed heroically. Sakura and Karen stared at Sasuke with heart in their eyes as the wounded ninja they were treating died due to the lack of medical assistance, causing his spirit to leave the body. However, there is something you should know, you're not real Jonin yet, Shizune revealed, much to her students' shock. You still need to go through one last test to determine if you're worthy of being part of this team. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy. Sasuke's initial shock was short-lived. I've taken quite a few tests already. I'm not afraid to take one more. Sasuke-kun is right, whatever you have planned, we can go through it. Sakura added. What she said, Karen said. Alright. See the small forest behind me? Shizune asked, motioning back. There's a medical training dummy hidden somewhere among the trees. Your task is finding said dummy, treat its injuries, then bring it here. I will attack you from time to time. But don't worry, I will hold back. Now go. The two girls and the one boy rushed into the forest. Training Ground 7. Just like the two teams before, Kakashi asked their genins to introduce themselves. Why don't you introduce yourself first? Tamaki suggested. Alright, I guess it would be fair, Kakashi said. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like many things. As for things I dislike, I don't feel like talking about them. And my dreams, well, I have dreams just like everybody else. There, now you go. Wow, not only he's absurdly late, but he doesn't tell anything about himself other than his name, Kiba snarled exasperatedly. Akamaru growled as well. Excuse me, Kakashi-sensei, but you can't expect us to tell you personal information about us if you're not willing to share anything about you with us in return. Why? Because while trust is important on a team, trust is also a two-way road. You can't ask for trust if you don't trust others yourself, Shino explained. Kakashi stared at him for a few seconds as he processed the bug user's elaborated rant. How old are you again? 12. But I fail to see how's that relevant to the matter at hand. Tamaki shifted in her seat, and looked at Shino. I believe Kakashi-sensei thinks you don't speak like a kid our age should. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my manner of speech. And if you think there is something wrong, then, like kids our age usually say, deal with it. Kakashi let out a sigh. Okay, let's start over again. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like books, dogs and training. This elicited a smirk from Kiba and a frown from Tamaki. I dislike people who abandon their comrades. And my dream, well, I'm not entirely sure, guess it would be to make up for all the mistakes I made in the past and all the people I failed. There, are you happy now? What mistakes? Tamaki asked, leaning forward. What people you failed? Kiba asked, interested as well. Sorry, that's all you're going to get from me right now, so don't push your luck. Well Kiba, why don't you introduce yourself? Alright. My name is Kiba Inuzuka, and this is my best friend, Akamaru. Akamaru happily barked upon being acknowledged. I like dogs, take long walks, running, and meat. I dislike cats. Kiba shot a glare at Tamaki. The girl merely stuck her tongue at him. And my dream is to reach higher than any Inuzuka ever did, like being Hokage. Interesting, was all that Kakashi said. He then motioned at the only girl in the group. Shall you introduce yourself? Sure. My name is Tamaki. I like playing with my cats, buying new clothes, and climb high places. I dislike dogs, especially those who bark constantly the moment you get near them. And my dream is for one day to start a clan on my own, and make a name for myself. Nice introduction, Kakashi said, with his trademark I smile. Now, since that's out of the way, let's. Actually, I believe I didn't introduce myself yet, Shino interceded. What? Oh my, I'm sorry. I guess I'm not feeling that hot today, Kakashi replied in an irritatingly jovial tone. You know, forgetting about one of your students is not a mark of a good sensei, Shino glared at Kakashi from behind his shades. Never mind. My name is Shino Aburame. I like entomology, medicine, and nature. I dislike people who hate or kill insects for no reason. My dream is to discover a new or very rare species of insects, as well as advancing the field of entomology. Okay, now that everybody has been introduced, let's get down to business. Given the name of the team, it should be obvious what you all have in common. Kiba has his dog, Shino his insects and Tamaki cats. Where are your cats, Tamaki? Tamaki half expected that question. I don't have them with me all the time, they're with Grandma. If I need them, I can use the summoning jutsu. Interesting. So young, and with a summoning contract? It's not that big deal, Tamaki said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Another kid of our class, Naruto, can summon toads. What about you? For being the leader of the animal squad you don't have any animal with you either. Summoning jutsu, was all what Kakashi answered, thought it was enough to satisfy his students. Anyway, we're getting off track. From time immemorial, many ninjas had used animals as companions to aid them in battle. Regardless of how powerful a ninja becomes, there are abilities that he or she will never have, but animals do have. This led many clans, such as the Inuzukas, to specialize in breeding animals and develop a fighting style involving them. And thus, the main role of the animal squad will be to take care of missions in which human ninjas would be insufficient, such as tracking, searching for hidden objects, and so on. Our secondary role will be to offer support to other teams. Do you have any questions? No? Okay. In that case, then you should know that you're not Jonin already. How can that be, if we graduated from the academy? Shino asked, as he adjusted his glasses. Because the graduating the academy is a prerequisite to take the real Jonin test. And if you fail it, you'll go back to the academy. Oh come on. You can't do that. Kiba protested, shaking his fists. Trust me, I can. Now, let's proceed with the test. Kakashi then pulled from a pocket 2 small bells. Do you know what is this? Training Ground 8. Just like the 3 other teams, Naruto, Hinata and Haku were sitting around their sensei, who was studying them intently. Well, look at that. This year we're going to have not 1 but 2 Jonin teams that are majorly female. It's good to see more women taking the path of the ninja. Kurenai then stared at Naruto, and smiled at him. Given that you were raised by the strongest kunoichi who ever lived, I'm sure you won't have any problem being the only boy in the team. However, much to her confusion, Naruto started to chortle. The red-eyed woman frowned, and placed her hands on her hips. Did I say something funny, Naruto? As a matter of fact, you did, Naruto said between giggles. Kurenai-sensei, despite my appearance you should know that I'm actually a boy, Haku interceded. Kurenai stared at the ice ninja for a few seconds, and as his words sunk in, her eyes grew while her irises shrunk. A faint blush flashed on her face. Her hands then flew to her face. Oh my. I'm so sorry. I mean, given your name and the way you look. Kurenai spluttered. Haku, however, smiled. It's okay, Kurenai-sensei. A lot of people mistake me for a girl. Guess that the way I dress doesn't help. If that happens often, then no wonder he doesn't look upset at all. Still, I can't believe I did that. The Jonin thought. Hey, it's more common than you think. When I went to Suna a few years ago I also saw a guy who looked like a woman, Naruto shared in an almost apologetic tone. Okay, let's forget about this and, how about we get to know each other better? I'll start. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. I like going out with my friends for a drink during the evenings. I don't like people who thinks that I'm weak or useless just because I'm a woman. And my dream is to become a kunoichi of renown, like Tsunade-sama. Or at least attain a level of skill close to hers. Now that you know me, who wants to go next? Oh, me. Me, Naruto said, frantically waving his hand at her. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I love ramen, learning new jutsus, gardening, my friends and my family. I dislike the 3 minutes you have to wait for the ramen to cook, as well as people who are mean to others. And my dream is to become the best Hokage who ever lived. Kurenai chuckled. Huh. And here I thought that my ambitions were grandiose. Who wants to go now? I believe I will, Haku said. My name is Haku Yuki. I like Konoha, Yugao-san, Hayate-san, Zabuza-sama, and the friends I made at the academy. I don't like people who hate others for reasons outside their control. I don't mind people mistaking me for a girl, but as of recent it's starting to become kind of annoying. My dream is to help Zabuza-sama end the current Mizukage's tyranny and restore peace to the land of water. Kurenai took note of the girl-looking boy's words. His vocal loyalty towards the rogue swordsman was worrying. But then again, he said he liked Konoha. She decided not worry about that for the time being, and looked at the only member of her team that didn't introduce herself yet. Hi, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I like. She trailed off, glancing quickly at Naruto while blushing a bit, something both Kurenai and Haku noticed, but Naruto missed. I like pressing flowers, gardening, and hanging out with my friends. I dislike rude and mean people, as well as the division of my clan. My dream is to become a great kunoichi so I can succeed my mother as a clan leader someday, and help her to undo the rift in our clan. Kurenai smiled at the little Hyuga's introduction. Okay, now that introductions are over, I'll explain you the function of this team. As the name implies, we're an offensive unit, with Haku focused on ninjutsu, Hinata on taijutsu, Naruto on a mix of both, and myself on genjutsu. Our job will be mostly focused on combat. Pretty simple as you can see. Alright. When are we going to start doing missions? Naruto asked. Oh, about that. Well, you see, you're not Jonin already. You still have to pass one more test of my choice. If you fail, you will be sent back to the academy. Kurenai answered. Naruto took a few moments to process his sensei's words, but when he did, his reaction was both instant and predictable. What? Haku's face soured. Then if I don't pass this test, Zabuza-sama will go back to jail? Hey, don't give me those looks. I saw your academy profiles. This should be piece of cake for you. So, what is going to be the T-test, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. I'm glad you asked. Kurenai then produced a storage scroll, and unsealed an old, rusty body armor. The body armor used to be blue, but the color was now almost completely faded. It had multiple dents and scratches. But what drew their attention were the two huge red and white bullseyes painted in the front and the back of the armor. Kurenai started to put the armor on. For this test, you'll need to hit either of the bullseyes with a weapon or a ninjutsu attack. You have 3 hours. To give you guys a chance, I won't use ninjutsu nor genjutsu. Any questions? Hinata raised his hand. The 3 of us have to hit you? Kurenai shook her head. No, if either of you hit the bullseyes, all 3 will pass the exam. More questions? The Jonin asked. Her Jonin remained silent. Alright, in that case, let us commence. Kurenai made a hand seal, and she suddenly vanished as if she was made of dust. The hell? A very confused Naruto asked. I believe that was a genjutsu, Hinata said, thought it was more a guess. Wait, so she wasn't even here to begin with? It seems so, Haku concluded as he got up and grabbed a handful of senbon. Come on, we need to pass this test. Yeah, but where did she go? Naruto asked. My guess would be among a group of trees. Haku then turned to Hinata. Hinata-san, we will need your Byakugan to locate her. The Hyuga nodded, made a hand seal, and activated her Dujutsu. Just like Haku had guessed, Kurenai was hiding on the canopy of a big and lush tree. She felt a bit disappointed that neither of them noticed that she had casted a genjutsu on them while they were talking, but then again the kids weren't used to deal with this kind of illusions. Unfortunately, as good as Jiraiya's academy reform was, genjutsu was once again barely covered, and the little practice was more about dispelling than casting them. Anyway, she was sure she could teach at least one of her students the art of illusions. While Naruto's chakra control still needed some polishing before he could use genjutsus, Hinata and Haku were perfect. Though she also discarded Hinata when she remembered that the Hyuga heiress was also training in elemental ninjutsu and medicine besides the gentle fist, leaving Haku, who seemed to focus mostly in ninjutsu, as the most suitable candidate. A whirring sound Kurenai identified as shuriken snapped her of her thoughts. She immediately jumped out of the branch she was resting on before the steel stars embedded themselves into the wood, and landed on a small clearing. Her 3 Jonin appeared shortly afterwards, and surrounded her. Kurenai smirked. I must admit, you found me earlier than I thought. With Hinata's Byakugan it was piece of cake, Naruto said, as he made a hand seal. And with this, passing this exam will be even easier. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 Naruto clones appeared from smoke, forming a circle around the genjutsu mistress. Get her. Kunai in hand, all Narutos charged forward. Kurenai also pulled out 2 kunai of her own, and started to slash the orange-clad clones while she dodged their almost telegraph swings. Some clones that did not charge pulled out some shurikens and threw them at her. Kurenai grabbed one of the clones and used him as a human shield while attacking the others. In a couple minutes, the clones were no more. Haku decided it was his turn to attack, and threw a trio of senbons at his sensei. Kurenai turned around and deflected all of them with a kunai. From the corner of her eye she saw Hinata ready to strike her with a palm strike. She grabbed Hinata's wrist just before she could touch the Jonin, and threw her crashing against Naruto. Haku started to make hand seals, but before he could complete the sequence, Kurenai was already in front of him. The raven-haired woman sunk her knee on the ice ninja's gut, knocking the wind out of his stomach. And just like she did with Hinata, she grabbed his wrist and tossed the kimono-wearing boy against a tree. TSK, such a disorganized attack. Kurenai shook her head in disappointment. You will need to do better than that if you don't want to return to the academy, she said before leaping away. After getting back on their feet, the 3 genins decided to regroup, and plan a better strategy, given how attacking her at random produced such a disastrous results. Alright, anybody got an idea? Haku asked. Naruto nodded. I believe that Hinata should attack her head on, while we wait for an opening and try to attack her from the distance. Hinata looked at Naruto surprised. Me, attack Kurenai-sensei? But why? Because you're the best at taijutsu here. It isn't obvious? Naruto explained. While you keep her distracted, Haku can attack her with his needles and ice jutsus while I use my clones and wind jutsus. We will provide you cover so you can get close to her, Haku added. Hinata looked at her male teammates. They both were placing their trust on her. Despite Hinata wanting to protest, a part of her told her to keep going, and that she could lead the team to success. Alright, the little Hyuga said, nodding. Scanning the area with her Byakugan, Hinata found Kurenai standing on a clearing surrounded by several trees. The perfect spot for an ambush. Almost too perfect. While it smelled like a trap, Hinata didn't see any. Or maybe she was taunting them by choosing such a disadvantageous terrain. Nevertheless, they decided to take the risk and attack. Haku was the one to initiate the attack. He took from his pouch a storage scroll with water sealed on it, and unsealed its contents. A large puddle was former at his feet. Kurenai didn't detect his presence yet. Or she did but pretended not to. Nevertheless, it was time to attack. Haku formed the required hand seals. Ice release, piercing icicle shot. Using the water of the puddle, Haku formed several ice spears that floated above him, and flew at Kurenai. The raven-haired kunoichi performed several backflips while avoiding the deathly ice attack. Naruto saw it as the perfect chance to attack. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kurenai found herself once again surrounded by orange-clad clones. All of them pulled out shurikens and tossed them at her. Kurenai rolled into the ground, expertly avoiding the ninja stars, which ended up hitting the clones instead, dispelling most of them. Such recklessness. If those were your teammates instead of mere clones. Kurenai shook her head in disappointment as she quickly destroyed the few remaining clones. Hinata, now! The last clone shouted before being dispelled. The Hyuga heiress leapt from her hiding spot at the top of a tree and landed in front of Kurenai. The two women started to trade blows. Thanks to Naruto and Haku attacking from afar, the Genjutsu mistress was forced into the defensive. Seeing an opening, Kurenai kicked Hinata in the gut, and dashed at Naruto, who was about to throw more shurikens at her. Kurenai grabbed him by his wrist, and tossed him against a tree. She was about to move towards Haku, when the corner of her eye caught Hinata doing hand seals. Suddenly, Hinata's hands were crackling with electricity. The Hyuga dashed at her as fast as she could. Lightning release, thunder palm. She combined the gentle fist with elemental manipulation? Amazing. These kids are sure something, Kurenai thought as she dodged Hinata's electricity-enhanced palm strikes. Unfortunately for her, her musings made her fail to see that Naruto was on his feet again and was making hand seals. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto thrusted both his hands forward, forming a cone-shaped gale. Despite pouring a lot of chakra into it, he didn't manage to make it as powerful as he wanted. Still, the cone of wind managed to almost push Kurenai from her spot, and distract her long enough for Hinata to hit her in the shoulder with a palm strike in the shoulder, not only closing her tenketsu, but also numbing her shoulder with electricity. Arg! Kurenai shouted as she fell on her knees and instinctively grabbed her shoulder with other hand. Now! Haku leapt from behind, and fired a barrage of senbons at the Genjutsu mistress. Kurenai tried to run as fast as she could, and while she managed to avoid most of them, a couple of soft thuds indicated that at least 2 of the needles found its mark. Ha, yes! We did it! Naruto cheered, pumping his fist in the air. Haku and Hinata walked towards him. Kurenai removed her armor, and confirmed that 2 of Haku's senbons had embedded on the bullseye on the armor's back. She sealed the armor again in the scroll, and walked towards the 3 Jonin, who were still cheering for their victory. Upon seeing her holding her shoulder, Hinata immediately started to use the mystical palm jutsu on it. Congratulations, you 3, you passed the test, Kurenai praised, smiling, now you're real ninjas. See? I told you that it wouldn't be that hard. And it was thanks to Hinata. Naruto claimed as he patted Hinata on the back. Told you you could do it. Well, it was a T-team effort, plus it was Haku-kun who dealt the killing blow, Hinata stuttered as she averted her gaze. Hinata is right. You passed the test because you worked together, as a team should, Kurenai interceded. So, that was the meaning of the test, to teach us the vault teamwork? Naruto asked. We already knew that. Yes, but that's not all. So far, you only fought in friendly, controlled spars, and tossed kunais and shurikens and immobile tree stumps. This was meant to give you a taste of what you will find out there, fast-moving enemies that will come at you with the intention to kill. So, what do we do now? Haku asked. Take the rest of the day off. Starting tomorrow, we will take missions at mornings, take a lunch break, then spend a couple hours in the afternoon training. We won't do neither missions nor training during weekends, but please keep training on your own those days as well, Kurenai explained. Meet me tomorrow at 9 in the morning in the academy for our first mission. Hokage Tower, a few hours later. Jiraiya was sitting at his desk, as usual. In front of Jiraiya were the Jonin senseis of the 4 new Jonin teams, ready to give their reports, as well as Iruka. Tactical squad has my approval. While we still have some stuff to polish, especially regarding some of their personal priorities, I have faith that they will even surpass all their predecessors, Asuma proudly informed. Shizune was the next one to talk. Medical squad also has my approval. All of them know their roles and they slipped into them perfectly. Maybe the teamwork could use some improvement, but in the future they'll be an invaluable asset. Animal squad passed the test, though barely, Kakashi mentioned. They do have a lot of potential, but they still need a lot of work. Assault squad has my approval as well. They both have talent and barely need any incentive to work as a team. I just can't wait to see them in action, Kurenai said. Jiraiya smiled, clearly pleased, and turned at Iruka. What about that? For the first time in Konoha's history, the True Jonin test has a 100% approval rate, as opposed to past 33%. The results speak for themselves. Your educational reform was truly brilliant, Hokage-sama, Iruka replied. And it's thanks to you and your fellow teachers, for the great job you did preparing those kids for the future. Oh boy, I can't wait for the Chunin exams to begin. That will be in 3 months. Do you think they will be ready by then? Iruka inquired. While their abilities are impressive, there's no way they can get enough experience in such little time. Have a little faith in them, Iruka. The results may surprise you. Now, if there's nothing left to discuss, you're dismissed. After the 4 Jonin and the single Chunin left the office, a pair of Anbu wearing masks of an owl and a tiger brought yet another Jonin, one Jiraiya last had seen 4 years ago. Well. Jiraiya was looking at a file on his hand. So, Zabuza. According to this report, except for getting a couple of fights during your fist year, your behavior has been mostly excellent. Zabuza chuckled. Glad to know that. Repressing my killing instinct wasn't an easy task, you know. Now that Haku successfully passed all the tests and became a Konoha ninja, you're to do the same if you want to start to pay your debt with Konoha. Jiraiya snapped his fingers, and one of the Anbu handed Zabuza a Konoha forehead protector and a flak jacket. While not mandatory, it will be mostly appreciated if you wore at least part of our official uniform. Reluctantly, Zabuza tied the headband around his forehead and put on the flak jacket. Oh, and I believe this is yours. Jiraiya then tossed Zabuza a sealing scroll. Unsealing the scroll, Zabuza's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his trusty executioner blade back in his hands. You kept it all these years? I thought that you would have given it to somebody else, or sell it to other villages. Konoha doesn't have much of a sword-fighting tradition. It will be better in your hands. Now, are you ready to start working your ass off for the village? Sure. But first answer me something. Jiraiya listened to Zabuza intently. Aren't you worried that once I get out of this village, I never return? Jiraiya smirked in satisfaction. He was dying for Zabuza to make that question. Ah yes. It would be extremely imprudent on my part to letting you out of the village without some kind of leash, right? That's why, before taking you out of prison, my Anbu put you to sleep, and I carved a special seal in your chest. I can activate said seal to give you a heart attack. Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow, and smirked under his mask. Right. And you expect me to believe that? If that's the case, then you won't mind if I do this. Jiraiya made a hand seal, and all of a sudden, Zabuza fell on his knees, his hand instinctively clutching his chest. He felt as if an invisible hand was crushing his heart to pulp. Even if the effect was short-lived, the consequences weren't. As you can see, I can kill you whenever I want, with a mere hand gesture, from a 15-kilometer radius. This seal is designed so it only reacts to my chakra, meaning that I'm the only one who can activate or remove it. Well, guess that you could remove it if you find a seal master of my caliber or greater, but good luck with that. The seal is also linked to a special map which pinpoints your approximate location. As you can see, you can't escape from my grasp. I will only remove that seal once you complete your probation. Now, are you ready for your first mission? Panting heavily, Zabuza slowly got back on his feet, with the help of the Anbu. I guess so. Good. Here it goes. Jiraiya tossed Zabuza another scroll. The Kiri swordsman unfurled the scroll and read it. His face morphed into a mask of incredulity. A C-rank mission? Is this some kind of joke? Jiraiya frowned at Zabuza. If it was a joke, you'll be rolling on the floor, laughing, because besides being a talented writer, magnificent charmer and a kick-ass ninja, I also happen to be gifted comedian. This is a test. You've been 4 years in prison, and I must check that your abilities didn't get dull. I was in jail because you sent me there. Details. Now, Owl, bring in the client. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu said before leaving. A minute later, he returned with the aforementioned client. A gray-haired, glasses-wearing middle-aged man. He wore a sleeveless v-neck shirt with an obi, pants and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. There was a bottle of sake on his hand. Zabuza, this is Tazuna-san, master builder of renown. Your mission will be to escort him to his homeland, the land of waves, and protect him until he finishes the construction of the bridge he and his men are working on. I doubt this guy could even build a toy bridge, Zabuza skeptically mentioned as he eyed the visibly inebriated man. Jiraiya ignored Zabuza's remark. Tazuna-san, this is Zabuza, one of our more recent recruits. You'll be safe as long as you're close to him. The drunk bridge builder scanned Zabuza with his reddened eyes, his mouth agape. He couldn't decide if he was more afraid of his alleged escort or the powerful man that was after his head. Well, guessed that the Hokage wasn't lying when he promised me some muscle. Boy, you're scary, Tazuna slurred as he eyed Zabuza, his words being coated in terror. Thanks, Zabuza replied, unaware that Tazuna's words weren't a compliment. Now, you should better get going. Good luck on your first mission, Zabuza, Jiraiya said, waving Zabuza goodbye. Zabuza snarled before leaving, and dragged a very scared Tazuna with him. Chapter 16. First C-rank mission, Part 1, Clash in the Rice Fields. Or, what could possibly go wrong? Placed on one of the shelves among a couple books, a vase, photographs and other ornaments, there were 2 pictures that decorated the living room of the Senju residence. Both of them were pictures of a group of 4 people, consisting on an adult and 3 children. The first one was a picture of Naruto, Hinata, Haku, and Kurenai. Hinata was in the middle, with Naruto at her right and Haku at her left, and Kurenai behind all of them. Everybody was smiling. Naruto had a foxy grin while he gave the camera a thumbs up. The others' smiles were more subdued, but they still radiated happiness nevertheless. The second one was a picture of Sakura, Karen, Sasuke, and Shizune. Sasuke was in the middle, with Sakura at his left and Karen at his right, both forcefully hooking their arms around his, as well as pulling the boy to their respective side. Behind them was Shizune, with either hand on both Sakura and Karen's shoulder. The 3 girls were warmly smiling at the camera, while Sasuke had a sour expression, as if saying "kill me." It was tradition for the newly formed teams to take a picture of the first day they're formed and be given as a memento for both students and sensei. Tsunade spent quite some time looking at those 2 pictures after waking up. The one with Naruto reminded her of her old picture of Team Sarutobi, which was in black and white due to the technology of the time. The one with Shizune made her regret not taking on a Jonin team. Jiraiya often mentioned that training a Jonin team was an amazing experience. Sure, she had trained Shizune, but the young woman's upbringing was everything but normal. Mom? Breakfast is ready, Kaida shouted from the kitchen. Coming. As expected, everybody except Jiraiya, who had already left about an hour ago, was sitting at the table, eagerly eating breakfast before getting ready for the day. Tsunade sat her usual seat, where a couple of slices of toast with strawberry jelly were placed on a plate, and an apple close to it. Shizune was eating a bowl brown rice, while the kids were eating cereal. So, today is your first day as a real ninja, and as a Jonin sensei, Tsunade commented after taking a bite from her toast, while looking at both Naruto and Shizune. How do you feel? I can't wait to get my first mission. Dad told me that he had something already prepared that befits my skills. Naruto cheered. Tsunade and Shizune exchanged a look. There was a glint of pity on the young medic nin's eyes, while Tsunade's gleamed with almost sadistic joy. They didn't trade words, but they understood each other perfectly. I think I should tell him. No way. Let him find it by himself, just like everybody else. Well, Naruto emptied his bowl, brought it to the sink and quickly cleaned it. I'm going to meet with my team for my first mission. Be sure to tell us how it went, Tsunade said as he waved him goodbye. Boy, this sucks. Kaida protested as she crossed her arms. Naruto Niazan goes to do missions, while we still have to go to the academy. Trust me, Kaida-chan, if I were you, I wouldn't be jealous of Naruto in the slightest, Shizune replied as she finished her meal. She also brought her bowl to the sink. I better get going too, I would hate to keep my team waiting. It's going to be bad enough when they find out what kind of missions they are going to do. After waving Shizune goodbye, Hagane looked at her mother, puzzled. Mom, what's wrong with the missions Naruto Niazan and Shizune Nichan's team are going to do? The white-haired kid asked. Tsunade almost chortled. Kid, a better question would be what's not wrong with those missions. After meeting with his team on Training Ground 8, Team Kurenai walked towards the academy, where the mission assignment desk was. The 3 Jonin were rather excited to finally start taking missions, though Naruto was the one who showed it the most and cheerfully discussed about them what their first assignment would be. Kurenai didn't say anything, but she simply looked intently at them with a small amused smile. Upon reaching their destination, they were greeted by Jiraiya, sitting on a desk flanked by the former Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and their former academy teacher, Iruka Umino. Sitting on nearby desks were people none of the Jonin were able to identify. The assault squad is here and ready to kick ass. Naruto loudly announced while he and his team entered the room. Come on Dad, give us something worth of our awesomeness. Jiraiya chuckled. You know, Naruto, the part I like the most about you is your enthusiasm. That will take you far, Jiraiya replied, smiling at him. For some reason, there was something about said smile that made the Jinchuriki feel uneasy. He then tossed a scroll at Kurenai. All the details of the mission are there. I trust you will be able to complete it within the day. Come back to collect your payment once you're done. Haku raised an eyebrow. Within the day? It must be an extremely easy and simple mission if it can be completed in such a short amount of time. Naruto's grin didn't falter. Or maybe it's that Dad knows that our team is so great that we will do much faster than other teams? So, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata chimed in. What is our mission about? An hour later. Naruto, Hinata and Haku were painting the fence of a house. Neither of them looked particularly happy. You know, I wasn't expecting that somebody would hire a whole ninja team for such menial task, Haku commented as he soaked his brush in white paint. Why yeah, me too. I wasn't expecting to do the big missions on the first day, but this is too little, Hinata agreed. Unlike her students, Kurenai wasn't painting, but merely watching them. Come on, don't complain. I had to do this kind of missions when I was a Jonin. So it's like a rite of passage? But my point still stands. Why does somebody would hire a ninja for doing this instead of a civilian worker? Haku asked. If you want to know so badly, ask the client. People hire ninja for just about any task. Said tasks are ranked based on their danger and difficulty. You're Jonin fresh out of the academy, so naturally you're going to get the easiest, most simple and least dangerous missions, at least until you become more experienced, Kurenai explained. But why does the Hokage accept these kind of missions? I believe it's a waste of our talents and our formation, Haku replied. Yes. Besides, we can't improve as ninja by doing these kind of tasks, Hinata added. These missions also have the purposes of building teamwork, building bonds with people of the village, as well as making the civilians know that we're here to serve and protect them. Kurenai then glanced at Naruto, who despite his loud protest over the nature of the mission, remained uncharacteristically silent once they got to work. Kurenai decided to push her luck. You know Naruto, I was expecting you to complain non-stop about doing this, yet you haven't opened your mouth once. While I must say that your change of attitude pleases me, the fact that it happened so sudden worries me a little. It's okay. This may be a waste of our skills, but it's so simple it actually gives me time to think, Naruto replied. Kurenai sighed in relief and smiled. That's a good thing. And what are you thinking right now, may I ask? My revenge on Dad for giving us this shitty mission. It's going to be the stuff of legends. Do you think that burning down the Hokage Tower would be too much? Everybody stopped what they were doing and stared at Naruto, eyes wide in shock and mouth agape. Okay, I get it, too much. I'll tone it down. Hokage's office, a few days later. Once again, Jiraiya and Zabuza were face to face against each other. The Hokage noticed that Zabuza was carrying a large bag that he didn't have the moment he left. Jiraiya broke the silence with a single word. Report. So far, the mission went without incident, though the information provided by the client was faulty, Zabuza stated. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, and leaned forwards. Please elaborate. You see, that Tazuna was in the sights of a very powerful man. Some shipping tycoon named Gato, or something, Zabuza began. Who wanted him dead because the bridge threatened his business in some way, and the bastard keeps sending thugs to kill us. At first I was happy that I had something to kill, but even that grew old, fast. Those guys weren't even ninja. But you say there weren't incidents. No, of course not. There was nothing I couldn't handle. In fact, when the construction of the bridge was almost done, that ugly midget shows up with an army of more thugs in a pathetic attempt to threaten me. They're now sleeping with the fishes. Good to see that you completed your first mission without any trouble, then. Of course I did. Maybe the mission would have had more excitement if Gato hired an actual ninja instead of those thugs. I mean, the guy was loaded, and could afford it. Let me tell you something, had Gato hired me, that bridge builder would have been dead before he even set a foot on his little country. I'm sure of it. By the way, what is that bag you're carrying? Jiraiya asked, since he grew tired of waiting for Zabuza to mention it himself. This? Oh, a little compensation I decided to take for the troubles. After I killed Gato, I went to his house and emptied his vault. Zabuza tossed the bag at Jiraiya, who opened it, and saw lots of rolls of money. I hope this helps to accelerate my probation. When I said that you had a debt with Konoha, I didn't mean in the monetary sense, but yeah, this will help. Jiraiya pushed the bag aside. Though I'm having a hard time believing that this is all Gato had. Because it's not. That's nothing but a fraction of all the money the short bastard had, Zabuza confirmed. Then where's the rest of the money? The Sannin asked. I lost it on my way back, Zabuza replied matter-of-factly. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You lost it, he deadpanned. Zabuza simply nodded. You certainly have some guts lying so boldly to my face. Zabuza smirked under his mask. I'm not lying. And if you think I am, then you should prove it before flinging unfounded accusations. You know Konoha has an entire clan specialized in mind-reading jutsu, right? Jiraiya asked. Though I think I will let it slide this time, since I have more pressing matters than caring for money that I never had to begin with, Jiraiya concluded. After all, Zabuza had brought some of Gato's money to the village, while he could have hogged all of it for himself and keep it under wraps. You're dismissed. I'll call you in a few days for your next assignment. I'll be looking forward my next mission, Hokage-sama, Zabuza replied, making a slight bow. Though I hope I get something more fitting of my talents rather than a mere escort mission. The next days didn't change much. The missions team Kurenai would get usually involved carrying errands for some elderly people, chase down vermin and other pests, babysit children and gardening, among many others. As expected, Naruto's team wasn't the only team to take this kind of missions, the other 3 teams had to endure them as well. It was noted that Kakashi's animal team managed to complete a mission literally a minute after they got it. The mission was to retrieve Tora, the Fire Lord's wife's cat, who would always try to escape at the first opportunity from her owner's suffocating embraces. Using the summoning jutsu, Tamaki summoned Tora in front of her. Whenever the cat escaped, Tamaki would be requested to summon her again. After finishing their daily training routine, Shizune dismissed her students and headed for her next appointment, a date with Shisui Uchiha at Yakiniku-Q. After ordering some food and drinks, Shisui felt like starting up a conversation. So, how is your team doing, Shizune-sensei? The Uchiha asked in a playfully mocking tone. As expected, when you start with the D-rank missions. They complain that this isn't what they had been training for, the medic nin answered. Shisui leaned forwards. Does Sasuke give you some trouble? He usually complains about these missions being a waste of his talents, but at least he carries them out. I was expecting that Sasuke would react that way, but it's good that he knows his place. We all had to go through that hell once, and now it's his turn to suffer, the one-eyed Uchiha said as he ate a piece of bread. The medic nin shifted uncomfortably on her seat. Actually, I never did a D-rank mission in my life. Shisui almost choked on his food. You what? How? It's because you were Tsunade's apprentice? Yeah, it has to be that. Boy, that's some big-ass favoritism right there. Hey, calm down. Shizune held her hands up in defense. The reason for that it's that I left Konoha with Tsunade-sama shortly after I graduated the academy. But trust me, I had to do stuff just as bad, sometimes even worse, than the D-rank Shinin do nowadays. I doubt they were worse than chasing the goddamn cat around. Shizune leaned forwards, and narrowed her eyes at Shisui. One day, you will go drinking with Tsunade-sama. But you won't drink, oh, no. You merely will listen her ramble for 2 hours, then try to convince her to leave when she had too much, then drag her to her room and get her in her bed. And then you will eat your words. Shisui smirked. Maybe. But for the time being, this steak is the only thing I'm going to eat, the one-eyed Uchiha said as he started to cut the steak. By the way, Sasuke met your little siblings today. He told me something about an incident. Care to elaborate? Ah, yes, our latest D-rank mission, babysitting the Hokage's kids. You see. Flashback. Shizune had decided to leave her Jonin alone on the house with Hagane and Kaida while she ran some errands of her own. When she returned home, she was greeted by Sasuke lazily sitting on the couch, while Hagane was also sitting a couch, completely immobile. Hi, I'm back. Shizune greeted upon entering the house. I trust there wasn't any incidents while I was outside? No. Everything has been fine here, the Uchiha replied. Shizune then looked at Hagane, who was extremely still. Hagane-kun? What are you doing? I'm playing a game that Sasuke taught me. The kid happily said, careful not to move. And what is that game? A challenge to see how long can I stay completely silent and immobile. I've been like this for 2 hours. Though I'm not silent anymore. But that doesn't count because you asked me something. Shizune exasperatedly stared at the Uchiha. Sasuke. What? He likes that game, Sasuke replied. By the way, where are the girls? In the backyard. Kaida wanted somebody to spar with her, and Sakura and Karen volunteered. And why didn't you spar with Kaida-chan too? I thought you liked spars. I do, but against people I can learn something from, just like you, Shusui or my brother, not against some 8-year-old girl. Shizune walked towards the backyard, and she heard the voices of Sakura, Karen, and Kaida. That was very good, Kaida-chan. A voice that sounded like Karen said. If you like that, wait till you see this. Would release, Nativity of a World of Trees. Aw, how cute, she's emulating the first Ho, what the hell. Sakura screeched as a tremor shook the house. Shizune froze for a second, and rushed to the backyard, followed by Sasuke and Hagane. When they arrived, they saw that Karen and Sakura were suspended in the air with thick wooden vines wrapped around them. The two medic nin apprentices looked between terrified and angry. Kaida smiled happily at them. Kaida-chan. What had we told you about using wood release in front of people who aren't family? Shizune sternly asked, frowning at the little girl. But I wanted to show Sakura and Karen my power. Still, you broke a rule. And you put my Jonin in danger. You know you still can't control your wood release yet. Oh come on, I did control it this time. This time? Sakura and Karen said in unison, shocked. Shizune's scowl deepened. As guilt started to creep its way through her insides, Kaida's smile disappeared, and lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, Shizune Nichan, I won't do it again. But please don't tell Mom. I demand this mission to be reclassified into an A rank. An angry Sakura shouted. Seconded. Karen added. End flashback. Now that Sasuke knows that there's a wood release user in the town, he's begging me to let him fight her, Shizune said while giggling a little. But there's no way that's going to happen. At least not until she grows up. I wouldn't be so sure. Sasuke can be pretty stubborn, Shisui commented, leaning back. Oh, and by the way, don't tell anybody about Kaida's powers, okay? If word of her abilities get out. The Hyuga affair would be a joke compared what other villages would do in order to kidnap her, Shisui finished her sentence. You don't have to worry about that, my lips are sealed. Good that I can count on you. That's a given. By the way, what about her brother, Hagane? Does he have that power too? No. But Hagane has an uncanny affinity for natural energy, and he somehow can temporarily increase the power and chakra of those close to him. Shisui let out a whistle. That may not be wood release, but it's impressive nonetheless. The genes of Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama are sure something if they can produce those little monsters. Shizune punched him in the arm. Don't call my little siblings monsters. Shisui merely laughed. Oh come on, Shizune-chan, I mean monsters in a good way. By the way, between them, and Naruto having the Kyuubi, you're the only one in that house that's actually normal. No offense. Shizune shoot him an apathetic look. Shisui, after you spend a week living in that house, you'll realize that somebody has to be normal. To celebrate the completion of their 10th D-rank mission, Kurenai decided to treat her team to dinner at Shushuya, one of her favorite restaurants. Naruto suggested going to Ikaraku's, but the red-eyed Jonin shot down the idea, since Naruto dragged them to that place quite often, and she wanted to go somewhere different. Despite her best intentions, it doesn't seem that her Jonin were much in the mood for celebrating anything. Probably because they thought that doing 10D rank missions wasn't something that deserved a celebration. So, Kurenai-sensei, how long until we get to do real missions? Naruto asked, tapping his fingers on the table. These are real missions, Naruto, Kurenai pointedly replied. All missions are important, since they generate income for the village. Don't assume that these missions are below you. But they are. Naruto protested, throwing his hands in the air. These missions could be done by my little siblings, who are freaking 8 and they still go to the academy. These missions are no different from the chores I do at home. I must agree with Naruto-kun, Kurenai-sensei, Haku interceded, showing far more restraint in his frustration than his blonde friend. Zabuza-sama said that while we're doing these menial tasks, Jonin and Kirigakure are committing assassinations. Jonin and Kirigakure are also hired to hunt down people with bloodline limits like you, Kurenai harshly replied. Haku scowled. She knew that that was a cheap shot, but she believed it was a necessary one. Yeah, why can't we assassinate somebody? Naruto pleaded. No. Come on. No. Only a little. No. How can you assassinate somebody just a little? Hinata asked to no one in particular. Come on. We're the assault squad, not the fence painter squad or the dogwalker squad. Kurenai sighed, as she massaged her temples. She had been trying her best to try to soothe the growing frustration within her team, but she knew that this could only get worse with time if she didn't do something. Okay, let's do this. For tomorrow, I will ask for a C rank mission, okay? The raven-haired Kunoichi asked. A huge smile appeared on Naruto's face. Really? Yes. At first I wasn't sure, but maybe you're ready to take a slightly more difficult missions. But this doesn't mean that you won't get to do more D rank missions once we finish this one, Kurenai sternly added. It's okay. Doing D rank missions won't be so bad with some C ranks in between, Haku mentioned. I will have to judge your performance first before I request more C ranks. But then again, I'm sure that you won't disappoint. The next morning Team Kurenai was once again at the mission assignment desk. Jiraiya had already prepared several missions for them to choose. Ah, glad to see you came here back for more, Jiraiya said with an unnerving grin. Naruto would swear he was enjoying his suffering. I have a few more D ranks with your name on it. Naruto shot his adoptive father a murderous glare, but Kurenai stepped in before the blonde could do or say something stupid. Actually, I believe my team is ready to do a C-rank mission, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You think so? It's not even been a month since they graduated. I believe their skills are enough to handle any C-rank mission, Hokage-sama. It's not their skills I'm worried about. Maybe they should polish their teamwork a bit more before venturing out of the village? Their teamwork is mostly excellent, Hokage-sama. My 3 students get along rather well, and have no trouble acting as a single unit when the situation requires it. I see. Jiraiya started to dig through a pile of scrolls. If your evaluation of their abilities is as you say, then this shouldn't be much of a problem. Jiraiya then tossed a scroll at Kurenai. While she read it, he continued talking. We've recently received a request to protect a village in the land of the rice fields that has been repeatedly attacked by bandits. Besides protecting the village, your job will also be catch those bandits and turn them into the local authorities. Alright. Finally something worth my skills. Naruto pumped a fist in the air. Now, don't get overconfident. Bandits might not be much of a threat to ninja, but they can still present some danger if we're careless, Kurenai chided Naruto. Okay, go and pack what you think will be necessary for the mission. We will meet at the village's northern gates in an hour. Yes, Kurenai-sensei. The 3 Jonin said in unison before the whole team left. Jiraiya leaned back on his chair, and let out a defeated sigh. Something that was obviously not missed by his main counselor and assistant. Something wrong, Jiraiya? Sarutobi was one of the few people who wouldn't address Jiraiya as a Hokage. Not out of lack of respect, but familiarity and the fact that he would always see the Toad Sage as a student. I knew that this day would come, but I wasn't expecting it to be so soon, the Sannin replied. Sarutobi chuckled. Ah, yes. I remembered the first time Asuma had his first mission outside the village. I know that you're worried, and it would be unnatural if you weren't. It's not just that. I wouldn't be that worried if Naruto was a normal child. But Naruto has a huge bullseye painted on his back. If Tsunade Heime's words are to be believed, somebody encouraged a clan to rebel against us just to create an opportunity to kidnap Naruto. And now, he will be outside the village's protection, with only his sensei and teammates to watch his back. You can't protect that kid forever, Jiraiya. If I remember correctly, it was you who told me that we should have faith in the next generation. Now I tell you that you should have faith in that Naruto will come back home safe and sound. I can't think in anything to refute that. And I hate it more than anything, Jiraiya said, gritting his teeth a little. Man, Tsunade Heim is going to kill me when she finds out. Don't underestimate Tsunade like that. I'm sure that she knew that this was going to happen sooner or later the moment Naruto became a ninja. Still, that woman can be quite emotional at times, Jiraiya let out another exhausted sigh. Boy, you have no idea how thankful I am for the fact that we will host the next Chunin exam. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade was in her office doing some paperwork, when somebody knocked the door. She was a bit surprised, given that she had no appointments until at least an hour. Come in. Much to her surprise, Naruto entered the office. Naruto. What are you doing here? The Slug Princess asked. Not that I don't like seeing you, but, you're not sick, aren't you? Which would have been a reason to worry more than usual, since Naruto never got sick. What? Oh no, not that. Naruto replied, chuckling. Dad finally gave my team a worthy mission. We will be going to the land of the rice fields to protect some villagers from bandits. Kurenai-sensei said that we will be around a week or so outside. So I came here to tell you goodbye. Though a see you later would fit better since I'm not going to be out for so long, hee hee. Tsunade paled upon hearing Naruto's words. How did Jiraiya give Naruto a C-rank mission so soon? She thought that he would wait at least a month before doing that. He probably gave up upon Naruto's insistence. The boy had been begging him day and night to stop giving him D-rank missions. But then again, Jiraiya wouldn't have complied if Naruto's Jonin sensei wouldn't think he was ready for the task. She had to remind herself not to be so overprotective. Really? That sounds great, Tsunade said, making an effort to smile. But be careful when you're out there, okay? Remember that there are people who are still after you. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine. Besides, I can't die yet, not before I'm the Hokage. Tsunade smiled, this time genuinely. She got up from her chair, and hugged her adoptive son. I know you will. I'm sure you'll make me and your dad proud. Breaking the hug, Naruto just smiled at her, and left. Fortunately, the land of the rice fields was close to the land of fire and Konoha, and since they didn't have to escort any civilians, they could go at a much faster pace. Kurenai had predicted that they would arrive at the town in question around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. However, shortly before they crossed the border between the land of fire and their destination, the Genjutsu mistress decided to make a stop for lunch and bring her students to visit a place of utmost historical and cultural importance. Welcome to the Valley of the End, she said, as she motioned at 2 huge statues, looking at each other while making a hand seal, separated by a waterfall. The valley was rather unremarkable by itself. If you removed the statues, there was nothing but a barren gray land crossed by a small river. Though trees and other forms of plant life could be seen on its surroundings. For some reason, there was something about the valley that made it impossible for plants to grow on it. I'm sure that you remember this place from the history lessons at the academy, but I thought it would be nice if you saw it with your own eyes, given that it's on our way to our destination. Many people referred to the valley as the place where Hashirama and Madara had their final duel, but that would be false. A more accurate description would be a byproduct of Hashirama and Madara's final duel. The fact that 2 people could shape the land in such way was a concept a lot of people, especially non-ninjas, had a hard time grasping. Weird. It's like I have already been here before, Naruto commented, as his eyes were fixed on the 2 statues. How is that, Naruto? Naruto was about to open his mouth, but something stopped him. A feeling. Coming from his gut. A mix of anger, frustration and grief. But for some reason, he felt like those feelings weren't exactly his, but somebody else's. Somebody he shared his body with. I believe it was him who was here. Kurenai opened her eyes wide in shock, knowing full well what, or whom, Naruto was talking about. The possibility of aborting the mission crossed the Jonin's mind. And how do you know that, Naruto? Does he talk to you? The Jonin asked, biting her lip, as a tinge of worry crossed her body. No. It's like I could feel how he feels. As if our feeling sick, sins. Synchronize, Hinata mentioned. Synchronize, yeah, that, thank you. Does this happen often? Kurenai asked again. Actually, no. This is the first time I feel something like this. I believe that this place causes him distress, for some reason, Naruto explained. Kurenai pondered his words. Not wanting to make any more unnecessary risks, she urged everybody to finish their meals, and continue their trip. The last thing she wanted was to make something to influence the Kyuubi. By the way, Naruto, if you feel something unusual and think it may be due to your tenant, tell me, okay? Yeah, don't worry, sensei. Not an hour after leaving the Valley of the End, Kurenai's assault team arrived at their destination, Sawa town. It was a farmer community surrounded by rice fields, just like the majority of towns of the country, hence its name. Most of the villagers wore short-sleeved linen shirts and short pants, ideal to work on rice fields, and coolie hats used as protection against the sun and rain while working. They guessed that the town probably had less than 500 inhabitants. The more they studied the villagers, the more they realized about something odd. Most of them were either children, or people older than 40. There were no teenagers or people in their 20s/30s. Naturally, the presence of ninjas didn't went unnoticed among the farmers. Some were happy to see that the ninja they had requested had finally arrived, but others murmured about the young age of 3/4 of the group, and wondered how they were going to protect them. While most villagers didn't dare to approach the foreigners, there was somebody who did, a short man in his early 30s, with short black hair and a soul patch, who wore the same clothes as the rest of his peers. Welcome to Sawa town, foreign ninjas, the man greeted as he removed his hat and made a bow. Are you the Konoha ninjas that we requested to protect our home? Indeed we are. My name is Kurenai Yuhi. These are my students, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and Haku Yuki, the Jonin motioned to her Jonin as she introduced them. Good to see that you're finally here. My name is Ryo Yuhara, mayor of Sawa town. Please come to my house, and we will discuss the matter at hand there. Kurenai and her 3 Jonin were sat around a table on the kitchen in Ryo's house. A pregnant woman they presumed was Ryo's wife, served them some tea. Thank you, Emmy, the man said to his wife, who nodded in return. I'll be in the garden if you need me, the woman replied before leaving. Ryo-san, you said that your village has been attacked multiple times, and that's the reason for us to be here. Before another attack happens, we're going to need as much information as possible, the Jonin said before taking a sip from her tea. Sure, ask what you want, and I'll try to be of as much help as possible, the mayor replied. For starters, their numbers. How many of them there are? It varies from time to time, usually between 15 and 30. All armed with all kinds of weapons, such as swords, axes, spears. Ryo decided to elaborate before Kurenai asked him again. Do any of them show aptitude for ninjutsu? Kurenai asked once again. I believe not. I mean, they don't look like ninjas. Ninja usually wear some sort of badge that identifies their village of origin, just like your headbands, Ryo pointed at Kurenai's forehead protector. Not necessarily. There are still quite a few independent clans out there not affiliated to any village. These clans are the last remnants of the Warring States period. Most people nowadays hire ninjas hailing from villages, leaving these clans with nothing but the poorest customers. I wouldn't be surprised if out desperation, one of these clans turned into pillagers just to survive. Still, they didn't look nor act like ninjas to me, nor use that fancy magic ninjas are famous for. Ninjutsu, Kurenai sharply corrected. Magic is what street performers do. Oh, right, sorry. May I ask something? It was Haku who spoke this time. Both Ryo and Kurenai nodded. I saw that most people in this town are either children or middle-aged. Where are the people of Kurenai-sensei's age? Ryo's mood became somber, his eyes reflected a deep sadness. You see, most of the time those bandits come here looking for food or money. But sometimes, when they feel we don't have enough to satisfy their greed, they usually take some of our peers with them. Usually those older than 18 but younger than 35. Do you know what they do with them? Kurenai asked. I don't know, nor want to think about it, Ryo shuddered in disgust. At first we thought they did it to increase their numbers, but we never see again the people they take with them. Haven't you tried to defend yourselves? Naruto asked. Ryo smiled sadly at the blonde. Kid, this is a farming town. None of us know to fight, nor have the disposition to. Our attackers are well armed and organized, and while we outnumber them, nobody wants to die fighting them. What about the lord of these lands? Hinata chimed in. Shouldn't he make sure that such attacks doesn't happen? Maybe he should, but for some reason he doesn't. These lands had always been peaceful. We always had our share of criminals like everybody else, but our lord's soldiers and guards usually dealt with them. But during the past years, the bandit attacks have multiplied drastically, not only in our town, but in other towns as well. Many people traveled to the capital to ask our lord for help, but they never returned. We think that they didn't even make it to the capital before falling prey to some ambush. This is unacceptable, Kurenai was trying her best to hold her anger. It's a ruler's duty to keep his people safe. Once we deal with this problem, we will travel to the capital and ask what's going on. Ryo's face lit up. You'll do that? Because that would be wonderful. Though that wasn't included in the mission. That's what differentiates ninjas from mere mercenaries. We may charge for our services, but we do work to make the world a little better. I'm glad my brother-in-law suggested the idea of hiring some ninjas from the Land of Fire, given that there is no ninja village in our country, the mayor said, smiling. By the way, and I don't mean to disrespect any of you, but while you seem like a strong fighter, your students can't be older than 13. Are you sure they will be able to fight? A reasonable doubt, but yes. Don't let their age fool you, these 3 may be children, but they have been trained and are ninjas in their own right. Once the bandits attack, you will see their abilities in action. Speaking of which, do you know when the bandits attack? Haku asked. Or do they attack at random? No, I realized that they attack sometime around the first week of each month, Ryo answered. There was a moment of silence while Ryo's words sunk in, and realized which day it was. Which means that they will attack sometime this week, Kurenai stated. Yes. That's why it's a good thing that you arrived here before the attack could happen, Ryo said. Fortunately, given the kind of threat we're dealing with, we won't need any time to make preparations such as traps. Now we better get some rest. Do you know any inn, or a place where we can stay while we're here? Yes, Baiko's inn. It's our best inn, by virtue of being our only one, the mayor chuckled. Baiko, the owner of the inn, was graceful enough to not charge anything to them for staying there, given that they were there to save the town, though he did charge them for the food, claiming that his generosity couldn't get in the way of feeding his family. The fact that they were his first customers in quite some time helped. The inn was rather small. It was a 2-story building, the lower floor being something of a mix between a tavern and a dining room, and the upper floor being the bedrooms. Naruto shared a bedroom with Haku, while Hinata shared a bedroom with Kurenai. The next morning, Team Kurenai was finishing their breakfast in the lower room, when the mayor, extremely agitated, burst in. "Kurenai-san. They're here," Ryo shouted while barging in. The 4 ninjas immediately tensed up. "All right. Keep calm, and try to get people out of the way, we'll be there in a couple minutes," Kurenai calmly instructed. She then turned at her students. "These guys may not be ninjas, but still be careful, this will be your first real fight. Check you have your equipment with you before going. I believe you can handle this, but I will intervene if things get ugly, understood?" "Yes, Kurenai-sensei." The 3 of them said in unison. "Yes, I think this one is perfect, we will take her." "No. Not my daughter, you monsters." "Shut up, you old hag. Or else tonight you'll be sleeping 2 meters underground." The 4 ninjas rushed towards the group of bandits. Their description matched Ryo's. Some of them were forcefully dragging people from their homes, ignoring the pleas of the distressed families. Others were looting stores, taking either goods or money. The fact that they weren't even bothering to hide their faces and the way they acted, they clearly believed that they owned that town. However, soon they would find out how wrong they were. "Hey, you assholes," Naruto yelled once he was near enough to be heard. "Stop what you're doing, or else." "Hey, look at that," one of the bandits, a large, broad-shouldered bald man, looked at Naruto. A small kid with a very big mouth. "Maybe we should teach you what happens to cheeky kids who don't respect their elders," a slim, brown-haired man said, as he rubbed the blade of his sword. "And who the hell do you think you are?" Another bandit, this time of the few women, asked. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha, and these are my teammates Hinata and Haku. And if you don't leave these people alone, we're going to kick your asses." There was a moment of silence as the band of thugs processed Naruto's words. The silence was broken by a giggle, which turned into laughter, which was followed by an uproar laughter from the entire group of pillagers. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. "Naruto," Kurenai called him. Naruto turned at her. She smirked. "Are you going to let them laugh at you?" Naruto smirked back. "You can bet I'm not." He turned to the bandits again and made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos appeared from clouds of smoke, and the bandits suddenly stopped laughing. "Charge!" The orange-clad army charged forward and engaged the whole band of bandits. Their shock was so big that some of them didn't even react to the attack. "Defend yourselves, you idiots. That brat is a ninja. Hinata-san, I think we shouldn't let Naruto have all the fun for himself, right?" Haku asked, smiling at the Hyuga. "All right. Let's go help him." Hinata answered as she activated her Byakugan. After the bandits recovered from the shock, they started fighting back and managed to destroy about half of Naruto's clones. However, they were so focused on fighting Naruto that they didn't notice Hinata landing near them. The Hyuga made several hand seals, and her hands were crackling with electricity. Lightning release, 8 trigrams 32 thunder strikes. 2 strikes. Hinata's lightning-infused palm strikes immediately disabled a thug. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. Other 3 thugs fell before her. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 5 more bandits were out of commission. Haku decided it was his turn to act as well. His hands flew through hand seals. Ice release, breath of winter. The ice ninja breathed deeply and released a huge cone of ice that covered in frost all who were touched by it. 2 of the bandits leapt into the air and tossed multiple kunai at the Konoha Jonin. However, Naruto had already saw them, and his hands were forming several hand seals. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Naruto trusted both his hands forward, forming a cone-shaped gale. This time he managed to make it bigger than the one he used against Kurenai. The wind vortex not only stopped the kunai mid-air, but also hit the thugs who had thrown them. Enough. The 3 Jonin turned around to see where the yell came from. At the top of one of the houses, there was one of the bandits, probably the only one still uninjured, with an arm around a little girl, and a kunai on her neck. "Surrender now, or this girl dies." The bandit yelled, as he pressed the kunai against the girl's neck. Naruto laughed at him. "I don't see any girl there, just a bag of flour." "What?" And much to the bandit's shock, where the girl should be, there was a bag of flour. He scanned the people in the ground, and saw the girl on Hinata's arms. Before he could even react, Haku appeared from behind, and knocked him out cold. The few bandits who were still on their feet wisely decided that those 3 kids were too much for them, and run for their lives, while Naruto, Hinata and Haku watched the scene proudly. Once they were out of sight, the villagers of Sawa town loudly cheered. "Boy, that felt good. Now I'm even angrier at Dad for not giving me a mission like this earlier," Naruto said, with a wide grin. "Maybe it wasn't an assassination, but this beats pulling out weeds or picking up litter any time," Haku added. "Plus we helped somebody in need. Now these villagers won't be afraid of being attacked and robbed anymore," Hinata said as well. An hour later, after helping clean the mess the bandits have made before being kicked out of the town, Kurenai gathered her team. "Now I'm going to go to the capital and request an audience with the lord of these lands. You've showed that mere bandits are no threat to you, so you 3 should be able to protect this town while I'm absent. I guess I should be back in less than 3 days, Kurenai explained. "Don't worry, sensei, this town will be safe as long as we're here. Right, guys?" Naruto asked. Haku and Hinata nodded. A couple hours later, at the bandits' secret hideout. The few bandits that managed to return were kneeling in front of some unseen figure. "You usually don't have much trouble gathering supplies and test subjects. What happened this time? Did the villagers get fed up and decided to fight you?" the man asked, chuckling. "Worse than that. They hired ninjas to protect the town. They were just children, but we weren't able to land a hit on either of them," one of the bandits fearfully explained. "I see. If that's the case, I'll have to send somebody else more qualified than you. And since you failed to gather fresh test subjects for Orochimaru-sama's experiments, I guess that you'll have to take their place." The bandits paled. They tried to run away, but before they could get on their feet, their world turned into darkness. Chapter 17. First C-Rank Mission, Part 2, The Sound of Terror. Or, The Return of an Old Friend. When Team Kurenai arrived at Sawa town, there was an atmosphere of grief, sorrow and fear impregnating the air. People barely talked to each other, minded their own busyness and focused on the matter at hand. Most of them were on the edge, as if they were expecting death itself to claim them or their loved ones at any moment. And given the situation they were in, such behavior was anything but unusual. But now, it felt like a whole new place. People would often happily and loudly greet each other. Children freely played in the streets. The townspeople behaved in a much carefree way, as if a huge burden had been relieved from their backs. Hell, even the sun appeared to shine even brighter than it did before. The 3 genins were now in a small grass field close to a river. Hinata and Haku were sparring against a bunch of Naruto clones, while the real Naruto was reading a book on Fuinjutsu. While he was progressing at a very slow pace, he was now capable of making his own explosive seals and storage seals of small capacity. Now he was trying for something a bit more advanced. Elemental seals. Description. As their names suggest, these kind of seals are closely tied to elemental ninjutsu, and thus a great mastery of said art is a prerequisite before attempting to create these seals. These seals can be as simple as storing a quantity of an element on a tag or a scroll, especially useful for water release or earth release users to create a seal that will unleash a jutsu once activated. Components. 1. In the center of the seal, a kanji of the element in question. Fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. 2. A standard containment matrix around it, see page 25 for reference. 3. A standard chakra filter, see page 31 for reference. The central kanji must be infused with chakra of the selected element. The containment matrix, chakra filter and other additions can be infused with non-elemental chakra. For instructions on how create more advanced elemental seals, please go to page 113. Other applications. Elemental seals can be also carved into weapons to make it easier to channel elemental chakra into them. Containment matrix won't be necessary, since unlike paper, the sturdier material weapons are made of will be enough to contain the seal. Though adding a chakra filter is recommended in order to stop enemies from using your weapon against you. It's also the experience from Naruto's clones upon being destroyed flowing through his mind snapped him from his book. He lifted his eyes from the book, and looked at both his teammates, who were looking at him expectantly. Already? Wow, you guys are good. They didn't last even 5 minutes. Naruto then got up, and made a hand seal. 6 clones popped besides him. Maybe this will be a challenge worth your time. Actually, I believe that the real Naruto joining the fight would be a better challenge, don't you think? Haku suggested. Are you sure you can handle the real me? Alright, don't say I didn't warn you. Naruto retorted as he walked towards Haku and Hinata, while a clone took his place studying Fuinjutsu. Besides, Kurenai-sensei has started to teach me some low-level genjutsus, and I want somebody to practice them, the ice ninja explained. Why can't you practice with Hinata? Naruto asked. The Byakugan can see through most genjutsus save for the strongest ones, Naruto-kun, Hinata explained. And since I always fight with my Byakugan active. Yeah, I get it, Naruto got into a fighting stance. Alright, let's go. The spar began, Haku and Hinata versus Naruto. While everything was allowed, all three fighters were holding back. Naruto didn't use more than 6 clones, Hinata only used normal gentle fist as opposed to her lightning-infused version, while Haku limited himself mostly to throwing scene bonds and casting genjutsus. The first genjutsu made Naruto lose perception of reality, making it as if the world started rocking, as if Naruto was on a ship during a sea storm, causing Naruto to lose balance and almost fall to the ground before he managed to dispel it. The second one caused vines to grow and wrap around Naruto. Despite knowing it was a genjutsu, he was unable to move until he dispelled it. The fight continued for a few more minutes, in which the group was unconsciously moving towards the river. And the spar finally came to an end when Naruto, in an attempt to fend Hinata, kicked her in the gut with more force than necessary, pushing her into the river. Eep! She squeaked upon falling into the cold water. Hinata, Naruto yelled, and quickly jumped into the river to save her. Fortunately, the river was very shallow, it only reached Naruto's knee, so there was no danger, but Hinata fell on her back, and got all her clothes soaked. Hinata. I'm so sorry. Naruto mentioned as he grabbed Hinata's hand, and helped her out of the river. Hinata's hands are so soft. Wait, why I'm thinking this? It's okay, Naruto-kun, this kind of things happen sometimes. The Hyuga then looked at her dripping clothes. But my clothes are all wet. I think I can be of help. Please give me your coat, Hinata-san, Haku asked. Hinata nodded, removed her coat and gave it to Haku. Haku placed a hand close to the coat, closed his eyes, and focused his chakra. The water started to slowly leave the coat in the form of tiny droplets, and gathered on Haku's hand while merging into a big watery sphere. After dropping the water ball on the ground, Haku repeated the process. This may take a few minutes. You better stay in the sun while I work, Haku advised. While Haku worked to dry Hinata's coat, they sat down against an old fallen tree. Again, sorry for getting you all soaked, Hinata, Naruto asserted. And I told you that it's nothing, Naruto-kun. It's not like you hurt me or anything. Thankfully. Still, I better hold back a bit more next time we spar. I don't want anybody getting hurt unnecessarily. Naruto didn't realize that Hinata's wet shirt was clinging to her body, revealing her figure. Upon realizing what he was doing, Naruto blushed a bit, and quickly turned his head back. Naruto-kun? Just must be cold with all those wet clothes. Do you want me to bring you a blanket? Naruto quickly offered. Okay, thank you. What the hell is happening to me? Naruto thought as he walked towards his backpack. After hours of running and leaping through endless grass fields, Kurenai saw a town in the distance, and decided that it would make a decent spot to rest a bit before continuing her journey. Her stomach was starting to complain through loud grumbles, and her legs were starting to get a little sore. Yes, it was time for a little break. However, as the town came close to her sight, the Genjutsu mistress couldn't help but feel that there was something wrong. For once, the ambient noise didn't change as she was getting closer, which would mean that there was nobody there. This assumption was supported by the lack of farmers working on the rice fields surrounding the town. And as she came closer, she saw that her fears were indeed a reality. The town was a complete ruin. Half the houses had been burned to the ground, while the other half sustained heavy damage. There were broken glasses and pieces of wood scattered everywhere, alongside farming tools. The pools of dried blood didn't go unnoticed either. Still, there was something missing. Because, despite the overwhelming evidence of the town being victim of an attack or incursion Kurenai guessed it happened between 3 and 6 days ago, there were no visible bodies. If the attackers were a group of bandits like those her students fended off the day before, the Konoha Jonin simply couldn't imagine that they would care about the bodies. Suddenly, a noise snapped Kurenai from her thoughts. A kunai appeared on her hand, as she immediately turned around and adopted a fighting stance. Who's there? The Jonin asked, not expecting anybody stupid enough to answer that question. And indeed, nobody answered. But whoever was stalking Kurenai made a sound while they tried to move. That's all what the Jonin needed to pinpoint their location. Silent as the night breeze, the red-eyed woman burst into one of the less damaged houses, almost tearing the door from its hinges. "Please don't hurt me." Kurenai immediately dropped her fighting stance when she saw a middle-aged woman, wearing ragged clothes, sitting on a corner cowering before her. While she lowered her kunai, she didn't drop her guard just in case it was a trap. "Calm down, I'm not going to hurt you." Kurenai walked towards the woman, who continued trembling. My name is Kurenai Yuhi, I'm a ninja from Konoha. Who are you?" The middle-aged woman finally dared to make eye contact with Kurenai, and her body stopped shaking. My name is Kei Kimi." The woman stuttered. "Aren't you going to hurt me?" "I believe I answered that question already." Kurenai helped the woman on her feet. "Can you tell me what happened?" Upon seeing how shaken the woman was, she added, "Take your time to catch your breath if you need it." Kurenai picked a chair, and motioned Kimi to sit down. The Jonin even shared some of her meal with her, thinking that at least a partially full stomach would be of help. After a few minutes, Kimi was relaxed enough to talk. "It started happening a few months ago. Bandit gangs multiplied like rats. At first, they usually ambushed our caravans or those who traveled to other villages or to the capital, but then they started coming to our town, demanding goods and money, and sometimes they even kidnapped some of us. The mayor decided it was enough and gathered everybody to stand up against them. It was a mistake. When I came out, everybody was gone and our beautiful town is in ruins." Kurenai listened intently to the woman's words. The situation was extremely similar to what was happening in Sawa town. For some reason, Kurenai thought that this was something more than a mere loose gangs. The more reason to reach the capital and contact the lord of the land. "How did you survive?" the red-eyed woman asked. My husband hid me in the basement with our 2 grandkids. We've spent there the past 2 days. I came out to see it was safe, then I saw you and thought that you came here to finish us off." The woman sobbed. "Calm down. Like I said before, I'm not going to hurt you. Now, this is what you're going to do. There's another town a few kilometers to the southwest named Sawa town. I know that it's dangerous, but I want you to pack whatever you can, pick your grandchildren and go to that town. That town is under the protection of my students, so you should be safe there," Kurenai reassured the older woman. But it's too dangerous to travel these lands alone," the woman protested. "Listen, this town has been ravaged, so no bandit would have any interest in this area. Besides, there are too many open fields to set an ambush. If you set off in an hour, you should arrive at Sawa town before nighttime." "Oh okay, guess that it's too dangerous to remain here," the woman cried. "Wait. Can you come with us? You're a ninja, right?" "Unfortunately, I can't. I'm going to go to the capital and ask the feudal lord why he lets so many bandit gangs to run unchecked through his lands," Kurenai replied, sounding apologetic. "I see, guess that I'll have to be brave, at least for my grandkids." The woman wiped the tears from her eyes, and looked at Kurenai with a heartfelt smile. "Still, thanks for your help, Kurenai-san." "You're welcome. Now, if you excuse me, I need to resume my trip." A few hours later, Kurenai felt a tinge of relief when the walls of the capital of the land of rice fields appeared in her sight. She hoped that it wouldn't take too long for her to have an audience with the Lord. But, just as it happened with the town she stopped a few hours ago, she felt that there was something very wrong going on. It was the same, silently eerie atmosphere that was present before arriving to the destroyed town. But it made no sense. Sure, those little towns were easy prey for bandits, with their lack of an organized and well-trained defense force. But the capital was a walled city protected by literally hundreds of soldiers. There's no way it could have befell to the same fate as the town she had been before. Hell, even if all the bandit gangs of the country joined forces under a single banner, they wouldn't be able to lay siege to the city. But the evidence took no time in presenting itself. As she came closer, she could see the gates of the walls teared from its hinges. Every one of Kurenai's instincts told her to turn back and flee, that only death awaited for her in that city. But there were too many questions that needed an answer. And she was a Jonin, for crying out loud. She didn't get the rank for quitting when things got ugly. Entering the city, she saw her fears confirmed once again. Most of the buildings were either reduced to rubble, or extremely damaged. An intense smell of copper and burned wood invaded her nostrils. Debris, rocks, and broken glass was scattered across the ground. Pools of dried blood everywhere. But, unlike the little town, there were copious amounts of corpses littering the destroyed streets. She couldn't help but having a brief flashback of Konoha right after the Kyuubi was sealed. Only this was even worse, since plenty of people survived the Demon Fox's rampage. There was nobody here but dead bodies. Still, remembering that she found a survivor on the destroyed town, Kurenai decided that maybe it would be a good idea to scout the city a little, and maybe with some luck she could find somebody who explained her what the hell was going on with this country. Why would somebody attack this country? The land of the rice fields is a nation of farms. It's not a rich country, and possesses little strategical value. This makes no sense, Kurenai thought as she inspected the ruined city. But what's most worrying is that somebody managed to launch an attack of this scale and keep it secret from the rest of the world. Hokage-sama needs to hear of this. Suddenly, a noise. While the Konoha Jonin hoped it was a survivor, her instincts kicked in, and a kunai appeared on her right hand. Well, look what we have here. Kurenai was a bit startled by the voice, definitely male. Some Konoha scum getting her pretty nose in our turf. Let's teach her what happens when you wander too far away from home. Another voice added. You know, I'm kinda glad that she showed up. This scavenging job was pretty boring, a third one said. Looking around, Kurenai managed to track the voices to the top of a half-destroyed building. There were 4 men, wearing a gray and black camouflage uniform. Their faces were covered by black balaclavas, which had a small metal plate on their forehead with a symbol the Genjutsu mistress was unable to see. It was obvious that these uniformed men were ninjas belonging to a village, but she was unable to identify which based on the clothes alone. The black and gray-clad ninjas jumped from the building, and landed on the ground, surrounding Kurenai. Now she could see that the symbol on their balaclavas was a musical note, a quaver to be more precise. Kurenai had no idea there was a ninja village with such a symbol. A quaver, Anko told me that Orochimaru was in the process of creating a ninja village somewhere, whose name was Otogakur. Do these ninja belong to this village? Who are you? Kurenai asked. I didn't know that there was a ninja village in the land of the rice fields. First of all, one of the ninja replied. We are the ones that make the questions here. But regarding what you said, well, things change. Yeah, there wasn't a ninja village, but now there is. It was your village who caused this destruction? Kurenai asked again. What did we tell you about asking questions, you Konoha whore? You're in our territory, so now you're coming with us. Our boss will have a field day with you. Another of the mysterious ninjas shouted as she grabbed her upper arm. Kurenai's reflexes immediately kicked in, and she quickly stabbed her kunai on the hand grabbing her arm. The man yelled in pain as he grabbed his injured limb and jumped back. His 3 companions lunged at Kurenai, who jumped back to put some distance between herself and her attackers. What do you plan to do with these lands? Kurenai asked as he parried several kunai swipes from 2 of her attackers. Dead people have no business in asking pointless questions. Another ninja said as he threw a salvo of shurikens. The ninja stars reached their mark, but in a poof of smoke, the Konoha Jonin was replaced by a log. Kurenai appeared behind the ninja who tossed the shurikens, and kicked him hard in the back. Your symbol, you're auto ninjas, right? Do you serve Orochimaru? 2 of the ninjas visibly flinched, making Kurenai realize that she was right. Still, that wasn't enough confirmation of her doubts. And she still had more questions. Come on, she's just 1, and we're 4. We should be able to beat her. One of the ninjas yelled in frustration. Let's attack her from different angles at the same time. Another suggested. You know, shouting your tactics at your enemy is not the mark of a good ninja, Kurenai said, shaking her head. Whoever trained you did a very poor job. If you got any training, that's it. Shut up. Kurenai thought about creating a couple shadow clones, but deemed it unnecessary. Despite being attacked from 4 different sides at the same time, she had no trouble fending off their amateurish swipes. This is getting annoying, you know. And I believe that my questions are rather simple. The Jonin jumped back a few meters while she makes several hand seals. But if you're not going to talk, then I have no reason to prolong this charade. Demonic illusion, underwater burial. They didn't know how, but all of a sudden the ruined city was transported to the bottom of the ocean. The attacking ninjas clutched their necks as they were unable to breathe and a torrent of water invaded their lungs. In a couple minutes, all 4 ninja lost consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. Meanwhile, Kurenai watched how her genjutsu made the balaclava-wearing ninja writhe in agony until they stopped moving altogether. The Konoha Jonin decided to inspect them and see if they had something that identified them, or at least identified the mysterious village they hailed from. However, her search turned out fruitless. All these men had were kunai, shuriken, some paper bombs, ration bars, and one of them was carrying a small first aid kit. Damn my luck, Kurenai cursed. Well, maybe I should carry one of these guys back to the village. Maybe Anko may be able to make him talk before this snowballs into a bigger problem. But then again, no visible ninjutsu, mediocre taijutsu and skill in armed combat, and absolutely zero aptitude to dispel or even recognize a genjutsu. If these guys are an example of the ninjas this new village can produce, then there's nothing we should worry about, Kurenai mused to herself. Oh, don't judge all of us based on the performance of our lowest members, a new voice startled the Jonin, who turned around and saw another auto ninja. This one was wearing the same clothes as the other four, except he was also wearing a dark gray light body armor, similar to Konoha's flak jackets. Kurenai deduced that he was either a Chunin or a Jonin. You made quite a number on my men. But then again, they should know better than messing with a Jonin, right Kurenai Yuhi? Kurenai frowned, and stared at the auto ninja's eyes. How do you know who I am? Anybody who bothered to read our bingo book could identify Konoha's top genjutsu specialist. Those bright red eyes are a dead giver, the auto officer pointed at Kurenai's face. And you think you're tough enough to take on me alone? The genjutsu mistress slipped into a fighting stance, ready for another short combat. The auto ninja smirked under his mask. Who said I was going to fight you alone? The earth started to shake, in an almost imperceptible way first, more noticeable with each second. With a loud crash, one of the half-destroyed buildings collapsed completely, and from the cloud of smoke, a massive greenish-gray snake appeared, its jaws wide open, ready to gobble the red-eyed Jonin. Kurenai managed to shake off her shock and jump away just a second before the gigantic slithering reptile could get her, its fangs sinking into the concrete floor. Still, the gigantic snake gave her no room to breathe, and lunged at her again. This time, Kurenai jumped above its head, landing just on its neck. The Jonin turned around and tossed a volley of kunai and shuriken at the back of the giant reptile's head. The snake hissed in pain, but the attack didn't appear to cause much damage. A painful flying kick to the side reminded Kurenai that the giant snake wasn't her only opponent. The auto official started to make hand seals. Several crescent-shaped blades made of chakra appeared above him. Flying decapitating blades. The chakra blades shot themselves at Kurenai, who dodged them while doing a few backflips. Two of them managed to narrowly hit her, producing a couple of superficial scratches. Taking advantage of Kurenai's predicament, the snake lunged forward once again, its jaws ready to devour the Jonin. She knew that if she was going to deal with two strong enemies, she should be in two places at the same time. She formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single clone appeared from a cloud of smoke, and both original and clone jumped in opposite directions to avoid the snake's onslaught. The snake decided to chase the clone, so Kurenai went after the auto ninja. She started to make more hand seals. Earth Release, Field of Stone Blades. Kurenai slammed her hands into the ground. Multiple huge spikes started to emerge from the ground. The auto ninja jumped backwards multiple times to avoid them. When the spikes also started to appear behind him, he decided to jump to the roof of a nearby ruined building. Meanwhile, Kurenai's hand flied through hand seals once again. Earth Release, Flying Piercing Stone Blades. The stone spikes that Kurenai created before left the ground and floated menacingly, pointing at the auto ninja's direction, who was getting ready to dodge or deflect them. Kurenai made a hand seal, and the flying spikes turned 90 degrees, and flied in the giant snake's direction. The snake, who was still chasing the clone, didn't realize what was going on until several spikes sank into its flesh. The snake hissed in pain, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. A summoned snake, now there's no doubt that this is Orochimaru's doing, now this land is under his control. That means that my Jonin and the people from Sawa town are in great danger. I have to go back as soon as possible. Now I have all the answers I wanted. This village you belong to was formed by Orochimaru, just like our intelligence report said, though we weren't aware of its location, or its existence for that matter, Kurenai deduced, while staring at the auto ninja. You're a smart girl, aren't you? The auto ninja chuckled. But I obviously can't let you escape with such a sensitive information about us. More camo-wearing, masked ninja appeared from the roofs of the semi-destroyed buildings. Kurenai couldn't deal with so many. Fortunately, she didn't need to. Were you going to let me go in the first place? The genjutsu mistress asked. No, the auto officer shrugged. But now I have extra motivation to do so. Well, in that case. Kurenai started to sink into the ground. Good luck telling Orochimaru or whoever happens to be your immediate boss how you lost a spy. No. The auto ninja panicked as he ran through hand seals. Underground shredding blades. The auto ninja slammed his hands on the ground, creating several semi-buried chakra blades, which moved towards Kurenai, cutting through the ground as if they were shark fins cutting through the water surface. However, Kurenai disappeared before the chakra blades could slash her. "Search the area, she can't be too far," the auto officer shouted. Find her and kill her." Leaving the ruined capital behind, Kurenai dashed back to Sawa town. She didn't care about being pursued. She was on an land controlled by the enemy. Hostile ninjas could appear anywhere, but she was too busy thinking about what would be of her Jonin if she didn't get back in time. "Naruto, Hinata, Haku, please, stay safe." A day later, at Sawa town. "Boy, I hope Kurenai-sensei comes back soon, because this is getting pretty boring." Naruto groaned, both his hands behind his neck. Naruto, Hinata and Haku had already finished their morning training, so they decided to take a walk. The first 2 days they had spent quite a few time exploring the town and getting to know their people, but Sawa was so small that such time was enough to see it completely. Not that a farming town was terribly interesting to begin with. "I know that things have been pretty quiet since we beat those bandits. But still, this beats D-rank missions any time of the day," Haku commented. "Besides, I'm sure Kurenai-sensei will be back soon. She said she wouldn't take more than 3 days to arrange whatever was necessary to stop this bandit attacks," Hinata added. "And all this spare time isn't that bad either." Haku then looked at Naruto. "You could use it to continue your Fuinjutsu training, you know." "I know. But I burned through my supplies faster than I thought, and I'm not somebody who can learn just through theory alone. Though I'm making some progress with my wind seal," Naruto said while walking. What is that, Naruto-kun?" the Hyuga asked. "It's a seal I make. It's kinda like the explosive tag, only that instead of exploding, the seal releases a gust. Well, it's not that strong, but I'm not that good at sealing yet." "Interesting. Would you be able to create seals based on other elements?" Haku asked. "Well, yeah, but first I would need to master said element, you know? Explosive tags are pretty easy, since it's just to create an explosion with chakra, but for elemental seals, you actually need to infuse the seal with elemental chakra. So for the time being I'm just stuck with wind seals," Naruto explained. "And maybe Haku-kun and I could help?" Hinata offered. "We do have different elemental chakras, so maybe we could help you make lightning and ice seals." Naruto pondered Hinata's words, as his mouth curved into a smile. "Hey, that's pretty smart. Yeah, I guess I could do most of the work, then show you how you can infuse the chakra into the seal. We have to try that when we get back at Konoha." Suddenly, the group saw a very distressed farmer running into them. "Ninja-sama." The farmer, a man in his 40s, shouted as he stumbled towards them. "Thanks goodness that I found you." Haku helped the man on his feet. "Calm down. Tell us what happened." "A trio of punks attacked us while we were working on the fields. I managed to escape, but I don't know what happened to the others. Please help us." "A trio of punks? Were they bandits?" Naruto asked. "No, they didn't look like bandits, I think they were ninjas. They were wearing headband with a symbol just like yours, and had some freaky powers." Hinata frowned. "Other ninja? If that's the case, then this shouldn't be just a C-rank mission. Were you attacked by ninjas before?" "No, just bandits, like those you beat up the other day, I swear." "Come on guys, why are we still here? These people needs our help now." Naruto was shaking his fist. "But we don't know how strong these ninja are. If we aren't careful, we may walk to our deaths." Haku countered. "I'm not going to let these people to die." Naruto then turned at the farmer. "Take us to the place in which you were attacked." Haku sighed. Even if he really didn't want to engage enemy ninja without any kind of intel on them, he knew that there was no way to convince his blonde teammate to stay. Better go all together, than let Naruto go alone. "Alright, Naruto-kun, I will go with you then." "Hinata?" The Hyuga merely nodded, and they headed to the rice fields. A few minutes later, they arrived at the rice field. It was apparently empty, save for a trio of farmers, to each other, sitting in the middle of the field. Thank Kami, they looked to be alive. The farmer who asked for the Jonin's help rushed to untie them, but he was stopped by Naruto. "What are you doing? Don't rush in. This smells like a trap." "Hinata?" Hinata nodded, and activated her Byakugan, and inspected the fields. There are several explosive tags hidden among the rice plants, forming a circle around the hostages. They're set so if one explodes, it will trigger a chain of explosions that more than likely will kill the hostages. Naruto rubbed his chin. "That sounds as if they were expecting us." "Over there." Hinata pointed to the right of the Tide farmers. There is a trio of ninjas hidden among the rice plants. Those are some impressive eyes, girl. If I knew that we were going to face an Hyuga, we would have prepared a more elaborated trap, a male voice said as the trio of ninjas revealed themselves. There were 2 boys and a girl. One of the boys had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye uncovered. He was wearing large poncho with long sleeves, a camouflage gray scarf, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf, and a metallic gauntlet on his right arm. His back was hunched, which made him look smaller than he actually was. The other boy had spiky, black hair and dark eyes. He was wearing a beige shirt with 2 black stripes and 3 prints of the kanji for death down the front, and a camouflage gray scarf. The only girl of the trio had very long black hair, almost reaching down to the ground, tied by a violet ribbon right near the end, and black eyes. She was wearing a pale green vest somewhat similar to a flak jacket, and camouflage gray vest and pants. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto asked, while pointing a finger at them. "Actually, we should be the ones asking the questions, you loudmouth, given that you're in our territory," the boy with the spiky black hair replied. "Your territory? But the land of the rice fields doesn't have a ninja village," Hinata said. "Let me enlighten you, then," the bandaged boy spoke. "First, yes, there is a ninja village here. And second, this is no longer the land of the rice fields, but the land of sound, since it belongs to Otogakure now." "Wait, but, why are you attacking these farmers then? If you're a ninja of these lands, you should protect them instead," Hinata cried. "Enough with your stupid questions already," the raven-haired girl interrupted Hinata. "Dosu, Zaku, I think we should kill this trio of meddlers right now." "Agree, Kin," the bandaged boy, Dosu, replied. "Come on, let's go." As the trio of mysterious ninja dashed towards them, the Konoha Jonin slipped into their usual fighting stances. "We need to drive the fight away from the hostages, or else may risk activating the explosive tags," Hinata noted. Her 2 male companions nodded. "I'll create a shadow clone to remove the paper bombs and release the hostages," Naruto hesitated at them. Once they were close enough, Zaku stopped, and aimed his hold palms towards the Konoha ninja. Decapitating air waves. Zaku shot from his palms an air blast at the Konoha Jonin. Naruto flied through hand seals. "So, another wind user, huh? Let's have a competition then. Wind release, great breakthrough." Naruto waved his arms in a cross, producing a powerful gust of wind, which clashed against Zaku's air blasts. "My turn," Haku said as he also formed hand seals. "By the way, thanks for choosing a battleground that gives me so much terrain advantage. Ice release, 1,000 needles of death." Using the water of the rice fields, Haku created multiple spikes of ice, which flied towards the trio of sound ninjas. Unfortunately for him, Dosu was already preparing a counterattack. Vibrating sound blast. Dosu made a punching motion towards the incoming ice needles. Dosu's sonic attack shattered Haku's ice spikes before they could land on their intended targets. After that, he held his right arm in front of his face, and dashed at Haku. However, Hinata intercepted Dosu before he could get to the ice ninja, and attempted to hit him with her gentle fist strikes. If the rice fields granted Haku a boon thanks to his water and ice jutsus, it was a liability to Hinata, since she couldn't use her lightning jutsus without a huge risk of hurting her teammates or the hostages or worse, set off the explosive tags, and was forced to rely on the normal gentle fist that she was far from proficient. Dosu dodged, or either parried with his gauntlet Hinata's palm strikes, until he saw an opening, and tried to punch the Hyuga in the face. Hinata, displaying her flexibility, bent backwards to dodge the hit. However, after doing so, she was hit by a wave of vertigo and nausea, making her fall on her knees and vomit. "Hinata," Naruto yelled, while still trading wind blasts with Haku. What?" the Hyuga weakly said. "But, You dodged my attack?" "Yeah, sure. But you didn't, nor couldn't, dodge the sound waves generated by my melody gauntlet," Dosu smirked under his bandages. "Haku, defend Hinata," Naruto shouted, in an almost commanding tone. Haku nodded, and made multiple hand seals. Water release, water wall. The water around Hinata started to rise until the Hyuga was completely hidden, quickly forming a swirling water barrier around her. That barrier will last about a minute or so. Let's hope she can use that time to heal herself. Unfortunately for Haku, while he was thinking about Hinata, he didn't see Kin's flying kick until it was too late, and the ice ninja was sent back flying a few meters, landing on his back, making a splash. Sorry, Sister, no time to stop to smell the roses, the raven-haired kunoichi mocked as she pulled out a few scene bonds from her pouch. Actually, I'm a boy, Haku repeated for the 1000th time, getting up and also grabbing some scene bonds as well. Kin raised an eyebrow. Really? Oh well, it doesn't matter, given that you will be a corpse soon enough. With Hinata weakened and hidden under a shield of water, and Kin engaging Haku, Dosu decided to lend Zaku a hand. Naruto, however, did notice the bandaged ninja dashing at him. Like he did with Hinata, he swinged his metallic arm at Naruto. However, the blonde already saw the effect it had on her female teammate, and knew that dodging it wouldn't be enough. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple clones appeared in front of the blonde Jinchuriki as he jumped backwards. Most of them were dispelled by Dosu's sonic waves. Damn it, 2 versus 1, with such destructive wide area attacks, my shadow clones won't be of much use. Guess that I'll have to call somebody sturdier than a shadow clone. Naruto bit his thumb, and formed 5 hand seals before slamming his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. From a cloud of smoke appeared a toad roughly the size of large adult. It had dark green skin with numerous warts, a dull yellow belly, and yellow eyes. The toad was wearing a red samurai armor that was one size too small. Gamikazu is the strongest toad I can summon yet, hope he will be enough to deal with these assholes. The armored toad looked around, inspecting the surroundings, before taking a look at the expectant Dosu and Zaku, and lastly to Naruto. Naruto? Gamikazu, I need your help dealing with these 2 punks. Can I count on you? Naruto asked, almost pleading. The toad smiled. Sure. That good-for-nothing Jiraiya hardly summons me anymore, so I'm more than eager to fight again. The toad clenched his fists, and adopted a fighting stance. Zaku laughed uproariously. Oh ho ho, this so good. You think that summoning a fat frog is going to be of any help against us? Gamikazu snarled. First of all, I'm not a frog but a toad, remember that. And second, let's see if you laugh so much when I tear your arms and force you to swallow them. Naruto, let's go. Naruto jumped on the back of Gamikazu, and leapt into the air above the 2 sound Jonin. Water release, water bullet. The toad's jowl puffed out, and released several watery blasts. Zaku smirked confidently, not impressed by the toad's boast or attack. He raised his hands upwards. Decapitating airwaves. Once again, Zaku's palms released a concentrated blast of air and sound that stopped the Gamikazu's water bullets. However, just like Naruto had planned, doing so left him completely wide open. Forming a hand seal, he created multiple shadow clones that descended upon him. Dosu, however, was ready to fend off the attack. He aimed his melody gauntlet at the clones. Vibrating sound blast. Dosu's sonic waves puffed most of Naruto's clones. But unfortunately for him, neither his nor Zaku's attacks managed to hit either Gamikazu or Naruto, and the blonde was about to capitalize on this. He threw a shuriken while making several hand seals as fast as he could. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. The single shuriken flying down suddenly turned into 3 dozens. Without time to counterattack, the 2 male sound Jonin were forced to jump backwards in order to avoid the rain of metallic death. While Dosu managed to use his melody gauntlet to parry the shuriken he couldn't dodge, Zaku wasn't so lucky, and ended up with a few shurikens hammered into his arms and shoulders. Zaku. Are you okay? The bandaged boy asked. Rare. You asshole. Zaku screamed as he removed a shuriken from his arm. You will pay for that. Meanwhile, Haku was still fighting Kin. Scene bonds flew in every direction, some hitting their target, others hitting each other, and others missing. Haku managed to get a lucky shot, and 3 scene bonds lodged into Kin's right shoulder. She'd have to remove them if she wanted to use that arm. That would give Haku a window of opportunity to form some hand seals and use his powerful ninjutsu. However, when he was about to form the first seal, his hands phased into each other. What? Haku slurred, as he tried to form more hand seals, unsuccessfully. Then, looking around, he realized that there was something very wrong. Everything looked extremely blurry and shaky. He tried to move, and he nearly fell on his face. What's happening? You just fell victim of my genjutsu, sucker. Have fun trying to fight like that, Kin smirked at him. Haku tried to make a hand seal to dispel the genjutsu, but once again his hands phased through each other. Though what in reality was happening was that he wasn't even brining his hands together, the genjutsu was messing up with his eyesight and depth perception, among other things. Any last words, pretty boy? 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Upon hearing that, Kin paled and turned around, only to see an enraged Hinata ready to hit her. She wanted to block the attack, but it was too late. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. The devastating attack left Kin nearly drained of all her chakra, and fell on her knees, pained and exhausted. Ignoring the fallen sound kunoichi, Hinata rushed towards Haku. She disrupted his chakra to dispel the genjutsu he was under, then she applied her mystical palm jutsu to heal his injuries and restore some of her energy. "Are you okay?" the ice ninja asked. Hinata smiled at him. "Shouldn't I be the one asking that?" "I guess so. But yeah, I'm feeling better now. Thanks. I should thank you too for providing me with the cover I needed to recover myself. Shall we help Naruto-kun? He's fighting against 2 enemies. Oh, and Naruto-kun's clone has released the hostages already. There's no more need to hold back." Haku's mouth formed an uncharacteristical smirk. If that's the case. Haku started to form hand seals while looking at Naruto duking out with Dosu and Zaku. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. The water around Haku and Dosu started to freeze into large, sharp spikes. The 2 sound Jonin managed to jump in opposite directions before being impaled by the freezing spears. Dosu released more sound waves that easily shattered the ice, but upon doing so, he realized that Haku and Hinata had rejoined Naruto, and that Kin was lying on her back, unconscious, all while he had been separated from Zaku. "Give up already, you're outnumbered, and your hostages have escaped long time ago," Naruto angrily shouted, pointing a finger at Dosu. The bandaged ninja frowned. On one side, he couldn't help but agree with the blonde. On the other, this was his group's first confrontation with other ninjas. He couldn't allow their first fight to end in defeat. Otogakur had no place for weaklings. However, there was somebody who was about to make that decision for him. "I've already seen enough," a new voice said, as somebody landed near the auto ninjas with a loud splash. It was a tall man with silver, shoulder-length hair, who was wearing a gray and black camouflage shirt and pants, and a bandana-style forehead protector with a quaver on it. A Fuma shuriken was strapped to his back. This man was somebody who Haku didn't recognize, but Naruto and Hinata did, despite not seeing him for more than 4 years. "Mizuki-sensei?" Hinata was taken aback by his appearance. "What? No, it's our sensei, you bitch," Zaku shouted at her. "Zaku, I think that this Konoha kids used to go to the academy in which Mizuki-sensei was a teacher before he joined our village," Dosu explained. He then smirked under his bandages. "What are the chances of such encounter to happen? It's a small world indeed. You traitorous scum. Not only you defected from Konoha, but stole the scroll of seals. Just wait until I tell Dad." Naruto's blood was boiling with anger. Mizuki smirked as well. "For such thing to happen, first you'll have to get out of here alive, which I'll make sure you don't, demon brat." Mizuki then turned at Dosu and Zaku. "You 3 have done enough already. Get Kin and return to the base." Zaku tried to protest. "But don't question my orders," Mizuki yelled, making Zaku flinch. "I don't need your help to deal with these trio of brats. In fact, I've been dying for something like this to happen. I never had the chance to test in a real combat the power Orochimaru-sama granted me." Dosu picked Kin's unconscious body, and alongside Zaku, fled the scene, leaving their sensei alone against the Konoha Jonin, who slipped into fighting stances. An unsealed Hyuga, an ice release user, and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Mizuki smiled evilly as a pattern of chains of crescent-shaped marks started to spread around his skin. "If I manage to bring you to Orochimaru-sama, my reward will be even greater." Chapter 18. First C-rank mission, Part 3, The Snake Pit. Or. Jonin and A-rank missions don't mix well. Mizuki stood in front of the 3 teens and a toad with a wide smile on his lips. An unsealed Hyuga, an ice release user, and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Mizuki smiled evilly as a pattern of crescent-shaped marks started to spread around his skin. "If I manage to bring you to Orochimaru-sama, my reward will be even greater." Hinata gasped upon seeing such thing happening. "H's chakra. What about it?" "It's like, he has a second type of chakra coursing through his body," Hinata mumbled. "An overwhelmingly dark chakra. What you're seeing, little Hyuga, is nothing but a fraction of Orochimaru-sama's power. Power that will wipe you out like leaves in the wind." "Shut up. It's us who are going to kick your sorry traitorous ass. And when we do, we will make you return the scroll you stole 4 years ago," Naruto shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the former Konoha teacher. The silver-haired ninja chuckled. "Ah, Naruto, loudmouth as ever. Guess that nobody gave you a much needed beating to curb that aggressive personality of yours. Fortunately for you, I'll be more than happy to oblige, Mizuki said as he cracked his fingers. I'd like to see you try. Naruto then jumped at Gamikazu's back again. Gamikazu, let's go. Alright. The toad then leapt into mid-air once again. Meanwhile, Naruto's hands ran through hand seals. Water release, water bullets. Wind release, cyclone vortex. Mizuki jumped back in time to avoid the cyclone and the water missiles aimed at him, which made a huge splash upon impacting the shallow water. The former Konoha ninja made a hand seal. Shadow clone jutsu. 2 Mizukis appeared besides the original. Now I can give all of you the proper attention you deserve. The Mizuki clones tossed their Fuma Shuriken while the original made some hand seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The 2 Fuma Shuriken turned into 2 dozen, much to the Konoha ninja's horror. Haku flew through hand seals as well. Ice release, ice barrier. A wall of ice rose from the water, protecting the Jonin from the giant metallic stars. Even if none of the Fuma Shuriken touched them, the wall was shattered by the giant steel stars. But Mizuki and his clones had no intention of giving them any time to breathe, and were preparing more jutsu. Earth release, earth dragon bullets. A dragon head made of dirt, mud and stone rose from the ground, opened its jaws, and fired multiple mud projectiles at the Konoha Jonin. Fire release, fire dragon blast. The Mizuki clones released a stream of fire from their mouths, igniting the mud projectiles. Haku was going through hand seals once again. Water release, water wall. A watery barrier was erected in front of the Konoha Jonin and the toad, blocking most of the projectiles but failing to stop some of them. Fortunately, Gamikazu would take care of that. Water release, water bullets. Gamikazu's jowl puffed out, releasing a barrage of water missiles that clashed against Mizuki's fire attack, nullifying it completely. Come on, we have to get to him before he pelts us with more jutsu. Come on Hinata. Naruto rushed forward, with the Hyuga behind. Haku-kun, provide us with some cover. Hinata asked. Haku nodded, and his hands went through more hand seals. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles of death. Though not as much as 1,000, Haku managed to create quite a few ice senbon, which flew at Mizuki. The sound ninja and his clones tried to deflect the ice senbon with their kunai, but some of the ice projectiles found their mark. The wounded clones were dispelled, and the real Mizuki was left with a few ice needles piercing multiple parts of his body. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata were already at a close combat distance. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos appeared from clouds of smoke, and leapt at the silver-haired missing nin. Even wounded, Mizuki was more than able to fend off the clones' onslaught, showing an impressive display of skills and strength. However, he was so focused on fighting the blonde army that he completely forgot about the Hyuga heiress. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hinata quickly dashed towards Mizuki, ready to strike. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. Unfortunately, before she could deliver 16 strikes, Mizuki grabbed her by her wrist the moment she was about to strike him, and with an impressive force, he tossed her against a couple of Naruto clones, which were poofed immediately upon being hit. Hinata. Are you okay? The original Naruto quickly went to check if Hinata wasn't hurt, and to help her on her feet. Why yes, Naruto-kun. He's way stronger than he looks. That second chakra also increases his speed and strength. Fortunately, I closed some of his tenketsu. The Hyuga explained. Naruto smiled brightly. Well done, Hinata. Let's see if you can land all 32 strikes next time. Like hell I'm going to let a next time happen, you dumb brats. Mizuki angrily yelled. The black marks on his skin started to glow with a fiery light, almost as if the markings were made of fire, and spread around the rest of his body. When the glow vanished, Mizuki had turned into a completely new being. I didn't think I'd have to resort to the advanced level of the curse seal, but if you insist on making me mad. In his advanced curse seal from, Mizuki had grown slightly larger and more muscular, to the point that the sleeves of his shirt were completely torn by his now thicker arms. His skin was now maroon, and his hair was much longer. His eyes were now yellow, with black sclera, giving him a demonic or otherworldly appearance. A pair of natural blades grew from the back of his hands. But the biggest change by far was an additional pair of arms sprouting from his back, though rather than having hands, these arms ended in huge sickle-like blades, almost like the arms of a praying mantis. What the hell? Naruto yelled upon seeing Mizuki's new form. Haku was so stunned he wasn't able to say anything. And while the transformation left both Naruto and Haku shocked, it left Hinata, who watched it through her Byakugan, completely horrified. The Hyuga had seen how the second type of chakra invaded the body completely, assimilating Mizuki's natural chakra. The transformation also modified Mizuki's chakra pathway system, creating new tenketsu and chakra paths. Now brats, get ready to feel Orochimaru's power. Mizuki dashed at Hinata, and thrust his hand blade at the Hyuga's gut. Fortunately, Hinata was able to jump backwards while kicking Mizuki's face. Naruto created more clones and sent them at the inhuman ninja, but Mizuki's mantis-like additional arms shredded them into pieces. Naruto-kun, Hinata-san, get out of there, now, Haku shouted. While Naruto was tempted to ask why, his instincts told him to simply do what the ice ninja said, and both he and Hinata jumped in opposite directions. The inhuman ninja saw that Gamikazu's jowl was puffed out again. Water release, water gun. Ice release, breath of winter. Gamikazu released a powerful stream of water from his mouth while Haku released a cone of ice from his mouth that froze Gamikazu's jutsu, creating a barrage of frozen water. Though rather than being surprised, Mizuki merely smirked, and made several hand seals. Fire release, cursed flame destruction. Mizuki exhaled a massive stream of blue fire from his mouth, pushing the water/ice combined attack back at Haku and Gamikazu, while evaporating the water of the rice field, and setting the rice plants on fire. Gamikazu disappeared in a poof when the heat was too much to take, while Haku used the body replacement jutsu, leaving a log behind, which was soon burned to ashes. What do you think about my power, brats? This isn't something you can achieve by staying in Konoha. That place does nothing but hold back those who are great. That's the reason Orochimaru-sama left in the first place, and more importantly, the reason why you will die here. Naruto, Hinata and Haku quickly regrouped, while Mizuki advanced menacingly towards them. Hinata and Haku were visibly exhausted, while Naruto had some minor wounds. Much to their displeasure, Mizuki seemed to be fine and dandy. Do you guys have a plan? You guys should know that I only have chakra left for 2, maybe 3 more jutsu. Haku mentioned. I believe I can keep the Byakugan active for a few more minutes, but my eyes are starting to sore. The Hyuga replied. Man, that cursed seal surely pumps Mizuki up. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the smiling inhuman ninja. Hinata, do you think you can close all his tenketsu? That should stop that cursed seal as well. My mastery of the 8 trigrams isn't further than 32 strikes so far. I don't think that will be enough for what you want. Sorry. Hinata lowered her head. No, but maybe it can weaken Mizuki enough for Naruto and I to finish him off. Haku added. Yeah, we need to try that. Come on, Haku and I will keep Mizuki busy, you go and close his tenketsu, Naruto said while patting Hinata on the back. I will do my best. The 3 Jonin facing Mizuki, still advancing towards them with a smug smirk plastered on his face. They slipped into their usual fighting stances. Still want to fight? Stubborn until the very end. You guys should know when to give up, Mizuki laughed mockingly. No man or woman who can make me give up has been born yet. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 clones appeared around Naruto. Get him. Mizuki adopted a fighting stance as the small army of clones charged at him. However, just when he was about to stab the first one with one of his blade arms, the clones jumped aside in opposite directions, leaving a small passageway, which Haku used to pepper the traitorous ex-Konoha ninja with senbon. You'll need more than those toothpicks to actually harm me, brat. Mizuki didn't even bother to remove the senbon from his body. How about this then? All the clones pulled out a curved Fuma shuriken and tossed them at Mizuki at the same time. Mizuki, however, used his increased agility to dodge most of them, and used his additional bladed arms to parry those he couldn't dodge. Unfortunately for him, this had the effect of being left completely wide open. Hinata, now. The Hyuga heiress quickly dashed towards the maroon-skinned ninja, ready to strike. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. That again? Like hell I'm going to let you do it again. Mizuki turned to grab Hinata's arm before she could deliver the first blow. Like hell we're going to let you stop her. Haku flew through hand seals. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles of death. Mizuki had to use all his 4 arms to protect himself from the rain of ice spikes, leaving him vulnerable to Hinata's attacks. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. The last strike was so potent that she pushed Mizuki a few meters backwards. Naruto then used 2 clones to push him and gain enough momentum, and delivered a devastating flying kick to Mizuki's face, which hurled him backwards even further, making him fall on his back with a loud thud. After a moment of silence, Hinata's Byakugan deactivated automatically and fell on her knees. Naruto immediately rushed to her. "Hinata. Are you okay?" the blonde asked, concerned. "Why yes, I'm just a bit tired, I never had to fight and use the Byakugan for so long." Hinata replied, panting a bit. "You were amazing, Hinata. I knew you could do it." Naruto congratulated as he patted her on the back. Hinata blushed a little. "Why you think so?" "Of course," Haku interceded. "If it wasn't for you." Haku was unable to finish his sentence as Mizuki's hand blade stabbed in his gut. Mizuki then pulled his natural spike from Haku's body, and hatefully kicked the ice ninja backwards. Naruto and Hinata couldn't help but stare at the scene, speechless. Mizuki looked at them and laughed. "What? Did you thought that such a pathetic attack was enough to finish me off?" The former academy instructor teased cruelly before moving to hit Naruto. Acting on reflexes, Hinata moved to intercept the attack, but she was unable to block it in time and Mizuki's punch hurled her backwards, while her body spun violently. Naruto didn't have time to react before Mizuki sunk his knee into his stomach, before delivering a painful kick to the face, knocking Naruto on his back. Then again, the combo from that Hyuga bitch would have left me completely wrecked and with hardly any chakra. Thanks goodness I'm more than human now, hee hee. Well, time to finish the job. Mizuki cracked his fingers before moving towards Hinata. Naruto struggled to get up, but between the emotional shock of his friends being beaten to death, and the physical strain of the prolonged battle, he was unable to move. "So, this is how it ends? Both my and I friends, killed on our very first mission outside the village, at the hands of a traitor?" The Jinchuriki never felt so angry before. Not only angry for being beaten by such despicable man, but the fact that he was unable to protect his friends. How was he supposed to become Hokage, the man who has to protect the whole village, when he couldn't even protect his teammates? His parents always warned him against the harsh realities of the ninja world, but he never truly understood them until now. As he heard the soft splashes of water made by Mizuki's steps, he knew that their death was closer by the second. If he only was stronger, if he only had the means to save his friends like a future Hokage should. "Naruto." The blonde heard guttural voice inside his head. "Huh? I can sense your anger. Your hatred, that man. Mizuki. You want to make him pay for what he did, right? What, who are you? That matters little now. What matters now is Mizuki. You want to kill him, right? For all what he did. Not just you and your friends, but your village as a whole." "Yes. Yes, of course I want to." "In that case." Naruto started to feel a heat building up from inside his body. "Take my power, and kill him. Kill him, and everybody who dares to stand in your way. Give in to your anger. Let the world know the power of your hatred. Let's dye the waters of these lands red." A red aura surrounded Naruto, and started to glow brighter each second. The water around the blonde started to boil. The Jinchuriki felt the pain of his wounds and the ache of his muscles slowly receding, as it was being replaced by pure energy. His body got on its feet on its own, as if he was being pulled up by invisible hands. "The only thing that's going to end today, is your life." The feral ninja snarled at Mizuki. Naruto's eyes were now blood red, with slitted, vertical pupils. His facial whisker marks were now bolder, and his teeth appeared to be bigger and sharper. The fiery red aura increased with each second. Despite the display of power, Mizuki wasn't intimidated. "So, you finally show your true face, demon. But don't think this changes anything. I'm well aware of the limits of your power. You're only delaying the inevitable." Naruto didn't reply, he merely shot forwards, ready to punch Mizuki's ugly grin. The Auto Ninja was fast enough to catch Nacho's fist, but he wasn't fast enough to block Naruto's kick to his gut, which forced him to bend forward, something that the blonde ninja capitalized by punching Mizuki in the jaw, hurling him backwards a few meters. "You're dead. You hear me? Dead," Naruto bellowed as he dashed forwards once more. Mizuki quickly got up. At the same moment, Naruto was once again at hand-to-hand range, ready to deliver another punch. This time, Mizuki tried to impale the Konoha Jonin with his mantis-like arms, but Naruto caught both sickle-shaped blades with his bare hands. His hands started to bleed, but Naruto didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest. Then, with an impressive show of strength, he tore the sickle-shaped blades off. "Rare! You son of a bitch," Mizuki yelled in pain. Naruto lunged once again, ready to impale Mizuki with his own blades. But in his state of unbridled anger, he was left wide open, vulnerable to Mizuki's hate-filled kick, which stopped Naruto's momentum and sent him hurling backwards. Naruto tried to get up once again, but Mizuki wasn't going to leave him any room to breathe, and kicked him once again. He then started to relentlessly kick Naruto until the red aura vanished. I have to admit, I underestimated the power of the Nine Tails, but that demon will soon be history once I kill you. Mizuki raised his hand blade, ready to impale Naruto. However, before he had the chance to claim the blonde's life, Mizuki saw a white and red blur flying at him, kicking him in the face and tossing him backwards. "Don't you dare to touch my student, you monster." Mizuki got up, and after cleaning the blood from his broken mouth, he saw his attacker, an attractive raven-haired kunoichi in her late 20s. He took a few seconds to realize who this woman was. Kurenai? Oh, of course. Naturally, Konoha wouldn't let children run away unsupervised. I presume you're their Jonin sensei, right? Kurenai frowned. That's correct, creature. And you're not going to lay another finger on them as long as I'm here. And how do you know who I am? Oh come now, you hurt me Kurenai. I knew that we weren't exactly close, but you should at least remember me given that we used to be classmates. Classmates? What are you tall? Wait a minute, Mizuki? Kurenai narrowed his eyes at him, a bit puzzled. Bingo. I knew you were among the smart ones. As a reward, I will spare you from seeing your precious students die by killing you first, Mizuki chuckled. I'd like to see you try, you traitor. Oh, I will do more than just try. Mizuki's hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, cursed flame jutsu. Once more, Mizuki exhaled a massive stream of blue fire. Kurenai didn't waste time and made several hand seals as well. Water release, wild water wave. Kurenai gushed an equally large stream of water from her mouth. Both elemental attacks collided, resulting in a cloud of steam. However, Mizuki's fire jutsu was starting to lose power, and thus losing ground to Kurenai's water jutsu. In the end, Mizuki was overwhelmed by the water attack. The traitorous ninja tried to get up, but a wave of pain surged through his body when he tried to move. My body. What's going on? Where did all my power go? Mizuki desperately thought, until he found the answer. The cursed seal. Kabuto told me not to overdo it. I have been using it for too long. As he deactivated the cursed seal, his body started to regress to his original human appearance. The pain started to recede as well. However, he was starting to feel incredibly exhausted. He had no chance to defeat a well-rested Jonin in such circumstances. You left poor Tsubaki heartbroken, you know that, scum? Kurenai angrily asked as he walked towards him, holding a kunai. But it's okay. Once I take you back to Konoha, she will be able to break up with you properly. Right before you're executed for treason. Despite his poor odds, Mizuki allowed himself to smirk, as his hand reached his tool pouch. While I might die one day, it won't be today. Nor will be by your hands, Kurenai. This land belongs to Orochimaru-sama, and those who dare to step foot on it will die, one way or another. Farewell. Mizuki then threw a smoke ball, and took advantage of the resulting cloud to escape. Kurenai entertained the thought of chasing him, since he couldn't be too far, but in the end decided that helping her students was more important. 2 hours later. Naruto opened his eyes. He blinked several times before his eyes could adapt to the light. Before briefly and hazily inspecting his surroundings, his mind drifted towards his last memory, the fight against Mizuki, and how the former Konoha ninja was about to kill both him and his teammates. Hinata. Haku. He instinctively yelled. Naruto felt somebody grabbing his hand. Calm down, Naruto. They're okay, as so are you. Kurenai softly reassured. Naruto realized that he was on a bed, in the same room he had been spending the last couple nights. In the other bed was Haku, who apparently was asleep. Kurenai and Hinata were at both sides of Naruto's bed. The latter looked relieved to see Naruto awake. Wah, what happened? Naruto managed to ask. Kurenai-sensei appeared and defeated Mizuki for us. Then she brought us back here. Hinata hurried to explain. Then Hinata treated both Haku and you. Haku had some serious wounds, but fortunately he's out of danger now, Kurenai continued. It's a good thing that Hinata is a medic nin in training. Guess that Tsunade-sama knew what she was talking about when suggested that all squads should have a medic nin. Yeah, Mom's awesome, isn't she? A foxy grin plastered on Naruto's face. Said smile, however, was short-lived, as his mood surely grew somber. Kurenai-sensei, what about your trip to the capital? Is the Rice Fields Lord going to help us? Naruto and Hinata noticed that Kurenai's mood darkened as well when asked such question. She let out a heavy sigh. I'm afraid that there won't be any help. This new village, Otogakure, has conquered the country. The capital is in ruins, completely deserted save for a few scavengers. Other towns have been ravaged as well. Hell, Sawa may be the only town left, and when word of our presence here gets out, it will suffer the same fate. Hinata looked distraught. Then, what are we going to do? We can't protect this town if more ninjas like Mizuki come again. There's no other option. The only viable course of action will be to escort the townspeople left here to the Land of Fire, Kurenai answered. We will have to protect them from any attacks while they cross the border. Naruto looked unsure, his resolve wavering for once. Mizuki did quite a number on us, and he was just one. What if they send more ninja with those freaky mutant powers? I wish we could ask for help, but I'm afraid that we don't have any means to contact Konoha other than sending a messenger bird, and that would take too long. Actually, there's a way to instantly send a message to Konoha, Naruto stated. Kurenai's eyes shot open. Come again? Write the message first, I'll go get the messenger, Naruto said as he started to get up from the bed, only for a concerned Hinata to try and stop him. Naruto-kun, no. Mizuki gave you quite the beating, you need to rest first. The Hyuga protested. Naruto merely grinned at her. Hey, it's okay. I recover from my injuries pretty quickly. Dad says it's because of the 9 tails. Guess that something good should come out from having the fox thrust into my stomach, hee hee. Oh okay then, but try not to exert yourself. Hinata warned him. A few minutes later, Kurenai finished writing a scroll detailing their situation and requesting reinforcements. Naruto then bit his thumb and made 5 hand seals before slamming his hand on the floor. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke a small toad appeared. It was mostly red, with blue markings around his eyes and his head. A pair of goggles were hanging from his neck. Hey, Naruto. The toad cheerfully greeted. What can I do for you? Kosuke, I need you to deliver a message to Dad. It's super important. As in, a matter of life and death important. Naruto remarked. He then turned to his sensei. Kurenai-sensei, give him the message. After staring for a couple seconds, Kurenai dumbly nodded and handed the furled scroll to the small red toad. Consider it done, Naruto, Kosuke said before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. After a couple minutes, Kurenai spoke. Naruto, I don't want to badmouth your or Hokage-sama's summons, but, do you trust that that toad will deliver the message in time? Actually, I'm pretty sure that Dad is already reading that scroll as we speak. Naruto confidently replied. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. That fast? Do the toads have a way to teleport to Konoha? As a matter of fact, they do. Naruto's statement took Kurenai aback. You see, there's this weird pool thing in Mount Myaboku that connects with Konoha, which the toads can use to travel to the village when they need to. After Kosuke cancelled the summon and returned to Myaboku, he uses the pool to travel to Konoha. Said pool can be used to appear at the side of a toad summoner that happens to be on Konoha, or to appear inside the Hokage's office if there isn't any. That's something really useful. Hinata commented. It's a good thing that Hokage-sama allowed you to sign that summoning contract before graduating. Dad said he wanted to have a way to keep contact with me when I was outside. I thought that he and Mom were being overprotective, but now I have to admit that it came rather handy. Of course, Naruto would never admit that in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Konoha, mission assignment desk. Jiraiya was handing the last missions of the day to the Jonin teams. In an hour, he'll return to the tower to continue his daily doses of pain and misery, most commonly known as paperwork. The door opened, and Jiraiya saw Asuma's team walking inside the room. Asuma looked rather content. Shikamaru was wearing his usual apathetic demeanor. Choji was busy devouring a bag of chips, and Ino looked a bit irritated. Well, Asuma's tactical squad. I'm so glad to see you here. Coming for a mission, I guess? Jiraiya asked, already knowing the answer. You guess right, Hokage-sama, Asuma replied. Your Jonin don't look too eager, though. Jiraiya pointed out. I know. But they just need to know that being a ninja sometimes means getting your hands dirty and do stuff you don't want to. Sooner or later, they'll understand that, Asuma said, taking a look at the trio of kids. Now, what do you have for us? Let me see. Jiraiya started to look through the scrolls on the desk. There's a house that requires a paint job. Some medicine that need to be delivered to a town near Konoha, and a couple that want somebody to pull the weeds from their garden. Ino frowned. Come on, those missions suck. Don't you have something better? like taking care of your kids? I promised Kaida-chan that I would try some new hairstyles on her. Yeah, and Hagane is a pretty good shogi player, for being so young. Shikamaru noted. Granted, he has never defeated me yet, but each game is becoming a bit harder to win. Sorry, but Hagane and Kaida already have another team babysitting them. Jiraiya informed. Ino cursed something under her breath. She was about to ask which team it was when suddenly Kosuke, the messenger toad, appeared in front of Jiraiya with a scroll between his arms. Jiraiya, urgent message from Naruto. The toad shouted, while pretty much thrusting the scroll into Jiraiya's chest. He says it's a matter of life and death. Asuma noticeably tensed upon hearing the small toad's words. Ino remembered that Kurenai was Naruto's sensei, who was more than just friends with Asuma, regardless of how much Asuma tried to deny it. Jiraiya unfurled the scroll, and started to read. His expression grew darker, which wasn't that surprising, considering the way the toad announced his entrance. Hokage-sama, what does the message say? Are Kurenai and her team okay? Asuma asked, flinching a little. Bad news. Remember Otogakur, Orochimaru's hidden village we've been trying to find during the past years? Well, let's say that Kurenai found it. What? Asuma shouted, startling his Jonin. They're going to evacuate the town before they're attacked by rogue ninja working for Orochimaru, but they can't do it alone, and are requesting reinforcements. Then you have those reinforcements right here, Asuma declared. His three Jonin looked at him incredulously. Jiraiya sighed, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Asuma, I know that you and Kurenai are close, but as you can understand, I can't send a team of Jonin fresh from the academy to a potential A-rank mission. Why not? I admit that these three are still a bit green, but they have potential. Plus I will be with them all the time. Besides, didn't you raise the academy standards so our Jonin would be better prepared for these kinds of situations? And if you think we're not enough, you can always send more people with us. Jiraiya spent a few minutes pondering what to do. After the whole Uchiha debacle, their numbers have been reduced, most Chunin and Jonin were constantly on missions, and there were very few high-ranked ninja in reserve. Before he could gather a better force, Asuma's team would have to do. Alright, you can go, but you won't go alone. Go to the north gate, you will meet your escort there in an hour. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Asuma said, bowing before the Hokage. You three, go to your houses and pack what you will need for a week-long trip. As they exited the building, Choji, who just finished his bag of chips, spoke up. An A-rank mission, isn't that a bit too much for us? Choji asked. Given that it involves fighting against ninja of Asuma-sensei's caliber, yeah, pretty much. Shikamaru replied. Troublesome. Insane is the word I'd actually use. Ino added. Come on, don't be so glum. Yeah, it's going to be a little dangerous, but everything will be fine as long as you stay close to me and do exactly as I say, Asuma said in a reassuring tone. Meanwhile at the mission assignment desk, Jiraiya had summoned a couple ANBU. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? A bird-masked ANBU asked. Go to torture and interrogation and fetch our resident Orochimaru expert. Tell her I have a mission for her. Oh, and whenever Itachi Uchiha returns from his current mission, tell him that I need to talk to him about something of utmost importance. The next day, Kurenai and the town mayor, Ryo Yuhara, were overseeing the evacuation of the villagers. The mood was somber and glum. As expected, many people opposed to leave the town in which their families lived for generations, but in the end they eventually saw reason. That didn't mean that they had to like it though. Well, this is going better than I expected. Kurenai commented, as she saw people getting all what they could from their soon-to-be former houses. If they keep this pace, we will be able to leave by tomorrow morning. Ryo sighed heavily. To think that when I hired you, I thought that this was merely a bunch of bandit gangs roaming out of control. I can't believe that we're forced to leave our beloved home like this. Your people is what matters, Ryo-san. But if it makes you feel better, think of this as a temporary solution. Once we deal with Orochimaru, you will be able to return to your previous lives, Kurenai tried to reassure. That didn't help with Ryo's depressed mood, but he made an effort to smile. Well, I hope you're right, to think that my son won't be born here. You can let this get you. Your people need you more than ever. Ryo sighed once again.
I guess you're right.
I need to be strong, for both my family and the people of this town. Good. We will make sure that all of you cross the border safe and sound. Kurenai then spotted a bunch of Naruto clones helping some villagers load some of their belongings on cart wagons. She then walked towards one of them. I guess you're a clone, right? Yeah. The clone replied. Do you know where the original is? Kurenai asked. The clone merely shook his head. In that case, Naruto, when you hear this, I want you to meet me on the rice field you battled Mizuki. There's something important I need to talk with you about. And with that, she delivered a quick hand chop to the clone's neck, dispelling it. 5 minutes later, Naruto and Kurenai were standing in what remained of the rice field that served as battlefield of the very first fight between Konoha and ANBU. What did you want to talk about, Kurenai-sensei? Naruto asked, a bit nervous, as he rubbed his right arm. Sensing her student's distress, Kurenai smiled. You can relax, it's nothing bad. Her smile then disappeared. Though it's an important issue, and if we don't discuss it now, it can snowball into a bigger problem. Naruto swallowed. And that would be? Shortly before I arrived, you were fighting against Mizuki. I couldn't see it properly since I was still too far away, but there was an aura. A fiery red-orange glow surrounded your body. It disappeared when Mizuki got the upper hand of the fight, but even being so far away, I could sense an incredibly powerful and evil chakra coming from you. I think I don't need to elaborate any further to know what I'm talking about, right? Naruto averted his gaze. The Nine Tails. Kurenai nodded. Now Naruto, I want to make it clear that I'm not mad at you or anything, but this is something that needs to be addressed. First, answer me this. Before this mission, was there any other time in which you tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra? The blonde shook his head. No, never. My dad wanted to teach me how to use it, but then the whole Uchiha insurrection happened, he became Hokage, and didn't have as much time to train me as before, so we kinda skimmed that part. I see. Now I want you to remember what happened, and how you felt when you were fighting Mizuki and manifested the Kyuubi's chakra. It's kinda blurry, I was rather boggled at the time. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head. Still, Kurenai wasn't planning on letting him go so easily. Please make an effort. Okay, let me see, I was rather angry. Angry at Mizuki because he was about to kill us, and angry at myself because I wasn't able to save my friends. Naruto began. Kurenai listened intently. And what happened then? I think I heard a voice. What did the voice say? I don't remember. Kurenai frowned at Naruto, which made the blonde raise his hands defensively. It's true, I swear. If I remember I'll tell you. We can go back to that later. What happened next? Kurenai pressed. All I remember is that I wanted Mizuki dead. I already told you it's kind of blurry, but that's all what I remember. I wanted Mizuki dead. I felt like my body was moving on its own but, it didn't bother me. I wasn't in control of my body, but my body was doing what I wanted. This must sound super weird, right? Absolutely not. Kurenai sharply replied. For the time being, I heard enough. If you ever feel like that again, even if it's just for a fraction of a second, tell me, okay? Naruto obediently nodded. Once all this madness is over, we'll talk about this with Jiraiya-sama. I see. Naruto looked at his feet. Then he lifted his head again, meeting Kurenai's crimson gaze. What do you want me to do now? For the time being, continue what you were doing. Help the villagers pack up their stuff, and stay alert if an enemy appears. Hopefully, we will be gone by the time they attack, and the reinforcements we asked for will be here to support us. Right. When they returned to the town, there was a surprise waiting for them, but mostly for Kurenai. Turns out that 5 ninja had arrived, 2 of which she knew very well. The apparent leader of the group was having a talk with the mayor. Asuma? Anko? Kurenai asked out loud. Hey! Look who finally decided to show up. Anko cheerfully shouted as she walked towards the Genjutsu mistress. First mission out of town, and you need to ask for reinforcements. You have some rotten luck, girl. Kurenai frowned a bit. This isn't my first mission out of Konoha, Anko. Well, it is as a Jonin sensei. But I wasn't blaming you, you know. Asuma finished his talk with the mayor, and went to greet Kurenai as well. Hey! Good to see that we arrived just in time, Kurenai, Asuma said, smiling at her. Kurenai smiled back and wiped a strand of her hair from her face. Indeed. I wasn't expecting you to show up. The red-eyed Jonin noticed Asuma's Jonin team behind him and Anko. Did you bring your students? Asuma simply shrugged. The more the merrier, right? This is a potential A-rank mission. I'm surprised Hokage-sama allowed you to bring them here, given the risks. Hey, relax. They came here to help with the evacuation. If a fight breaks out, they won't take part on it. We will do all the heavy lifting, Asuma explained, hoping to reassure Kurenai. Anko decided to intercede. So, you finally found out this Oto Gakure we've been looking for years. It was less a question and more a statement. We never thought looking in this country, since we didn't think there would be anything that would catch Orochimaru's interest. Guess we were wrong. We know it's somewhere on these lands, but I don't know its exact location. We'll need to send a team of spies to check it out once this is over. Kurenai replied. While the adults talked, Ino decided to start up a conversation with her two teammates. Have you seen the way Asuma-sensei and Kurenai-sensei looked at each other? They're so going out, but for some reason they don't want to admit it, Ino said while glancing at the two Jonin, who were still talking. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Do you think it's appropriate to talk about that in a situation like this? According to what Hokage-sama said, we could pretty much end up fighting a Jonin. Ino frowned at her Nara teammate. You're such a killjoy, you know that? I agree with Shikamaru. I heard that Naruto, Hinata and Haku nearly died fighting Auto Ninja. Choji commented. Thank goodness they're okay. Ugh, you guys are no fun. Ino scoffed, as she turned her head away. Speaking of which. Where are Naruto, Hinata and Haku? Haku is still resting at the inn, while Naruto and Hinata are helping the townspeople to pack their stuff. Kurenai told her. Why don't you go and help them? I'm sure that they will appreciate a few extra hands. Shikamaru groaned. Boy, no matter where we go, we never get rid of D-rank missions. This is all kinds of troublesome. Shut up and get moving, you lazy ass. Ino chided, while she went to find her former academy classmates, with Shikamaru and Choji following behind. Undisclosed location, land of the rice fields. After being granted permission by its only occupant, Kabuto entered Orochimaru's private study. As the medicnin expected, the Sannin was studying the scroll of seals. During those times, he warned all his minions to not disturb him unless it was important. The silver-haired ninja hoped that his report was important enough. What news do you bring me, Kabuto? The snake Sannin asked in an oddly neutral tone, one that couldn't mask his irritation completely. Orochimaru-sama, the spies have returned. Kabuto announced. And? Kabuto cleared his throat and adjusted his glasses. According to their report, people of Sawa town are preparing an evacuation. They plan to cross the border and settle in the land of fire. Konoha had sent another squad of ninja to help with their exodus. What kind of reinforcements did Konoha send? Orochimaru asked. A team of 5 people, 2 Jonin and 3 Jonin. According to their description, the Jonin matches the description of the Konoha ninjas known as Asuma Sarutobi and Anko Mitarashi. Orochimaru perked up upon hearing that last name. He turned at Kabuto and smiled wickedly. So Anko-chan is here? That makes things even better. Do you still plan to engage them yourself? Indeed. It will be a great chance to put these new eyes to the test, Orochimaru replied. In his unabashed anticipation, Orochimaru's eyes flared with a red glow, revealing a pair of fully developed Sharingan. Chapter 19. First C-rank mission, Part 4, The Escape. Or. Goodbye to the land of rice fields. After greeting their former classmates, Team Asuma was assigned to help the villagers with their luggage. With the 6 extra arms, and Naruto's shadow clones, they finished a couple hours before sunset. Since the evacuation wouldn't start until the next morning, the only question left was what to do in the meantime. Maybe we should get some training in, to get ready before the inevitable auto attack comes, Naruto suggested. From what your sensei told us, you barely came out alive from your latest fight, then you've been helping these people pack their stuff, and yet you still have energy for training? Shikamaru asked incredulously. Man, I get exhausted by just being near you. Maybe that's why he's so energetic, because he siphons the stamina and chakra of those around him? Choji suggested half-jokingly. If that was the case, then Shikamaru would be unaffected since he has none to begin with, Ino replied. But then again, I agree with Shika. Besides, tomorrow's mission is going to be insane. We should get all the rest we can. I agree with Ino, besides, I still haven't recovered completely from the battle with Mizuki. Hinata mentioned, making a conscious effort to suppress the sensei honorific. Speaking of which, I can't believe that guy ended up joining another village, and one created by Orochimaru, no less. To think that he used to be our instructor. Shikamaru mused as he rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe we will see him again, if he decides to finish the job. Choji mentioned. Hey, if that traitor's stupid enough to show his ugly face a second time, it will be me who's going to finish the job. Naruto punched his palm vigorously. By the way he spoke, everybody guessed that Naruto actually wanted for Mizuki to show up again. We still haven't decided what are we going to do until we go to bed. Shikamaru reminded everyone. How about some culinary tourism? This is the first time I've been out of Konoha, and I'd like to see what they eat in other countries. Choji suggested. There were only like 2 restaurants in the town, and both of them are now closed due to the evacuation thing, Naruto explained, and noticed how Choji's mood soured. But that doesn't mean that we aren't going to have dinner. Hinata interceded, hoping to at least reassure Choji a bit, aware of the Akimichi's love of food. In fact, why don't we have dinner now? Yeah, that can work too, Naruto agreed. Let's go back to the inn. That way, we can check on Haku as well. While they walked the relatively short distance towards the inn, the group of 5 separated into 2 subgroups, boys and girls. Though a more accurate statement would have been Ino grabbing Hinata and dragging her away from the 3 boys, who were casually chatting with each other. Hinata wasn't sure what Ino wanted, but her unnerving smile made her a bit nervous. Okay Hinata, we didn't have a chance to talk after we graduated, so now you're going to spill everything, Ino demanded in an oddly commanding tone. Spill? What are you talking about? The Hyuga heiress asked. Ino grimaced. About the state of your relationship with Naruto, duh, the blonde replied as if stating the most obvious thing. Come on, everybody knows that you have the hots for him, and you got lucky enough to be in the same team as him. I mean, I can see that you're not formally a couple yet, but I'm sure that you progressed in some way beyond the just friends stage, right? Hinata turned extremely red, averted her gaze, started to fidget with her fingers while she tried to elaborate a response, but all that came from her mouth was inelegant blubbering. That was enough for the gossip-hungry blonde. Nothing yet? Ino grimaced. Come on girl, if you don't take the initiative, some other girl will take him away from you. While Naruto may not be my type, he's kind of cute, plus he's the son of 2 Sannin, which will increase the popularity factor, and thus, the number of girls after him. Well, it's that, and Naruto-kun is my friend and I don't know if he likes me that way. The shy Hyuga replied. Ino wrapped an arm around Hinata's shoulders and her face came uncomfortably close to Hinata's. Nonsense. You're a cute girl, and Naruto would be a dumbass if he doesn't realize what he has in front of his eyes. Unfortunately, we have more pressing matters at hand now, but once all of this is over and we're back home, we'll work to make sure that blonde knucklehead notices you. Hey, Naruto shouted, indignantly. Who's this blonde knucklehead you are talking about? Ino didn't realize that she had raised her voice that much, and that Naruto wasn't that far away from them. While he didn't catch the whole conversation, his ears perked up at those 2 words. And nobody. Hinata quickly replied. We're talking about a cousin of Ino T that's been annoying her lately. Shikamaru, and even Choji, realized that Hinata was telling a huge lie. However, the blonde merely smiled. Oh, if you say so. I believe you. I know that you would never badmouth me behind my back, Hinata, Naruto happily concluded, before returning to his conversation with Shikamaru and Choji. Hinata sighed wearily. While it would have been heartwarming in any other circumstance, Naruto's blind confidence in her made her feel even worse. I can't believe I lied to Naruto-kun like that. Well, it was me who called him a knucklehead, not you, Ino reassured, her voice now being lower. She then grinned. But did you see that? He trusts you a lot. That's a good sign. Ino, is there something I can do or say to make you drop this topic? Hinata asked exasperatedly. Ino's smile grew even wider. Nope, nothing. Senju residence, Konoha. Upon arriving home, Jiraiya saw that Tsunade was already there. After greeting her, he decided to get to the point, and told her about Naruto's message. As he predicted, Tsunade pretty much exploded. Though given that the house was still standing, her reaction wasn't as catastrophic as the Toad Sage had initially feared. So Naruto goes on his first mission out of the village, and he accidentally stumbles on Orochimaru's secret lair, Tsunade shouted as she threw her hands in the air. I knew that something would go wrong, damn it. I should have never given him that accursed necklace. Listen, there's no way we could have known what was going to happen. Jiraiya tried to reassure her. Besides, I already sent reinforcements. Naruto will be fine. You sent another rookie squad, and Orochimaru's former pupil. Kami knows how many ninja that Snake has under his command. Tsunade countered. Hey, the Uchiha insurrection did a number on our forces. That was the best I could come up with at the moment. Not the best. You could have sent me. Tsunade replied, as her frown deepened. Jiraiya frowned in return. Tsuande, no. We can't forsake our responsibilities whenever Naruto faces some danger. The life of a ninja is a dangerous one. We know it and he knows it. We are needed here.
I know.
But I can't help but feel worried, he's still a kid. Tsunade rubbed her arms, as she averted her gaze. I'm worried too. But I have something that will alleviate some of those worries, Jiraiya said, and much to her confusion, he spread a map of the elemental nations in front of her. Then, the white-haired Sannin made a hand seal, and multiple tiny symbols and kanji appeared on the map, most of them concentrated on Konoha. Jiraiya, what is this? I have marked many people with a tracker seal that allows me to pinpoint their location on this map at any moment. Jiraiya pointed to a tiny symbol on the land of the rice fields. This is Naruto. The seals are linked to their life forces, meaning that if they died, they would not appear in the map, and I would feel the seal disappear. So, Naruto is still okay, Tsunade said, somewhat relieved. Then she frowned again when a realization dawned upon her. Wait a minute, how many people did you mark with that seal? I hope I'm not among them. Jiraiya just chuckled. I know better than that, Haim. The marked people are Naruto, Hagane, Kaida, and a bunch of people that haven't earned my full trust yet. Tsunade's mood somewhat lightened. So Naruto's safe for the moment. But that could change anytime soon. From what I know, Naruto and the others should return to Konoha. I also know that tomorrow one of my strongest Jonin will return from his mission, and I will send him as additional backup. You speak of Itachi? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya shook his head. He was my first option, but sadly he won't come back in time. Fortunately, I got news that another group finished their mission, and send them a message to go to the land of the rice field to assist Naruto's group. They're ANBU, so they should be enough. If you say so. Jiraiya then came close to Tsunade and kissed her on the cheek. Come on Haim, have some faith in Naruto. I'm sure that tomorrow night he will be back here in one piece, and we will laugh at how worried we were. Suan sighed, but solemnly nodded. Okay, I'll try not to get too worried. Sawa Town, next morning. The two Jonin and one special Jonin were awake half an hour before the sun would rise. Asuma was up even longer than that since he had taken the last watch of the night. They woke up the 6 Jonin and told them to wake up the villagers in return, so they could start the evacuation as fast as possible. The Jonin did as instructed, but still it took almost an hour before everybody was ready to go. After taking one last look at their hometown, the residents of Sawa Town began their march. Shikamaru, Ino and Choji were placed at the head of the caravan, which would serve as a reconnaissance force. Naruto, Hinata and Haku were placed in the middle, and between Naruto's clones and Hinata's Byakugan, they would make sure that the caravan wouldn't fall prey to potential ambushes. And lastly, Kurenai, Anko and Asuma were in the back, where it was more likely for an attack to come from. The atmosphere was tense. Very tense. And it wasn't just the civilians. The ninja, both children and adults alike, knew that they were in hostile territory, and they wouldn't be safe until they reached the land of fire. Anko decided to start a conversation, not just to keep her mind busy, but to get as many details of Orochimaru as possible. So tell us Kurenai, what exactly did you see in the capital? Anko inquired. The city had been completely ravaged. There were some signs of a fight, but it appeared as if it was the work of a colossal beast rather than an army of ninja, Kurenai recalled. That sounds awfully a lot like the job of a snake summon, Anko concluded. More than likely Manda, the snake boss. Orochimaru never earned his respect, and had to offer sacrifices in order to appease him. I guess that he probably summoned Manda to destroy the capital and thus get on his good graces, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That bastard. Asuma growled. Those poor people never had a chance to begin with, right? Sadly, that appeared to be the case. These may as well be the last free citizens of the land of the rice fields. Too bad we couldn't save more. Kurenai mentioned while she looked at the caravan in front of her. Anko smiled a bit. Hey, focus on the people you saved than on those you couldn't save. You did a great job. Kurenai smiled in return. So, how long until we reach the border with the land of fire? Asuma asked. I guess that a couple more hours should do, give or take a minute. Anko replied. But I wouldn't put it past Orochimaru and his minions to ignore the borders and chase us into the land of fire. That would be a suicide. Orochimaru may be a madman, but even he knows that doing such a thing would be like declaring open war upon us. Kurenai interceded. Well, you guys kinda entered his domain first. Because we got a mission request from one of its towns. Kurenai loudly protested. If that bastard wants to use that to claim to other villages that Konoha invaded his. Kurenai-sensei. A loud yell made the 3 Jonin to turn their head to the source of the voice, and saw Naruto, or rather, one of his clones, rushing at them. Naruto. What's going on? The blonde stopped in from of the three adults, panting. Hinata saw something with her Byakugan. A massive snake coming from behind. The three adults looked at each other, exchanging worried looks. How far? Asuma asked. The range of her Byakugan is 1 kilometer, so I guess it would be that. But now it will be even closer. It will take a couple minutes for the snake to arrive. Kurenai walked to the clone and grabbed him by his shoulders. Naruto, Asuma, Anko and I will take on the snake. Your team and Asuma's Jonin will protect the caravan while we fight. There might be a chance that this is just a trap to get us out of the way, so if you pick up more enemies or are under attack, send us a signal. Shikamaru knows a couple of fire jutsu, so that should work. Asuma added. Is that clear? Protect caravan, call for help if we're under attack. The clone repeated. Kurenai nodded. Stay safe, and watch each other's backs, Kurenai said before she stabbed 2 fingers on the clone's neck, dispelling it. The earth started to shake. The 3 adult ninjas slipped into their usual fighting stances. Here it comes. The ground shattered as a massive, gray snake emerged from below. The 3 Konoha ninja leapt backwards, all of them making hand seals while in air. Fire release, great flame jutsu. Asuma expelled an expanding stream of flames at the snake. Fire release, dragon fire jutsu. Anko released flames shaped like a dragon that flew at the snake. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kurenai motioned her arms forward, creating a huge gust of wind that increased the potency of Asuma and Anko's attacks. The snake loudly hissed in pain upon being hit by the attacks, its skin catching fire. The reptile, however, quickly shed its skin and put some distance between them. At that moment, 2 figures landed on the giant snake's head. Kukaku, impressive display, I think you 3 will be more than enough to test my new abilities. One of the figures said. Anko's blood froze upon hearing the new voice. From atop the giant reptile was the unmistakable pale visage of Orochimaru, wearing the black and red Akatsuki cloak, smiling teasingly at her. Besides him was a glasses-wearing, silver-haired man that Anko paid no attention to. Orochimaru? Asuma asked, mildly shocked. I knew that he had conquered these lands, but I never thought that he would come out to fight us personally. Kurenai replied, trying not to shake. She knew this was a foe in a league way above hers. Anko noticed her friend's reaction and decided to intervene. Don't be afraid of him. That's what he wants. Deep down, he isn't that strong. Orochimaru merely chuckled. Not that strong? You hurt my feelings, Anko-chan. Orochimaru's lips formed a cruel smile. But if you're so sure, you're welcome to fight me. The last time we saw each other I was on a schedule, but now I have plenty of time to spare. And I want to check how much have you grown since the last time we fought. Orochimaru-sama, what about the Jonin and the civilians? His lackey asked. Take care of them, Kabuto. Killing mere Jonin and civilians won't be a good way to test my new strength. Right, Kabuto then jumped from the snake and dashed towards the bulk of the caravan. Kurenai attempted to stop the silver-haired auto ninja, but in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru was in front of her, his expression unchanged. Now the 3 Konoha ninja were surrounded by the Sannin and his pet snake. I'm afraid I can't let you interfere with Kabuto's mission. But if you care so much about your students' well-being, it should serve as a motivation to defeat me, right? The snake Sannin chuckled. But even all the motivation in the world is useless without an equal amount of strength and the skill accompanying it. Listen, we don't need to defeat him. Just create an opening for one of us to leave and help our Jonin. Asuma suggested. As much as I enjoy a good conversation, I believe this chattering has gone long enough. Orochimaru adopted a fighting stance, while the giant snake behind prepared to pounce them. I agree. But first, let's even playing field. Anko bit her finger and ran through hand seals. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, a giant snake appeared, though it wasn't as big as Orochimaru's, it looked visibly surprised upon seeing one of its own, a reaction which was mirrored by the second snake. However, the shock was short-lived, as both snakes looked at each other, and nodded as if reaching some sort of unsaid understanding, before finally disappearing in a puff of smoke, much to Kurenai and Asuma's confusion. Smart. Really smart, Anko-chan. Orochimaru praised his former student, his smile remaining unchanged. Anko? What did you do? Kurenai asked, a bit puzzled. Easy. 2 summons of the same tribe can't fight each other. If 2 summoners are at odds, as is the case of Orochimaru and myself, then our summons will refuse to fight for us until the dispute is over. So neither Orochimaru nor I will be able to summon snakes as long as the other is present. And given that Orochimaru can summon stronger snakes, I deprived him of an advantage. The special Jonin explained. Your constant underestimating of my abilities had some naive charm at first, but now it's starting to become irritating. It's about time I show you three the huge gap between our power. Orochimaru quickly motioned his arms forwards. Many hidden shadow snake hands. A myriad of angry hissing snakes emerged from the Sannin sleeves and flew towards the Konoha ninja, who jumped back in an attempt to avoid their poisonous fangs. Damn it, that bastard still has access to some snake-based jutsu, but if he can, then so can I. Anko thought as she fended off the snakes. Asuma's hands flew through hand seals. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma then exhaled a huge cloud of gunpowder that covered Orochimaru completely. Asuma made a hand seal, making the gunpowder to explode, engulfing everything within the cloud in fire. However, much to his shock, Orochimaru jumped from the explosion almost unscathed. Sword of Kusanagi. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a snake came out of it, which in turn vomited the sword in question, which flew at Orochimaru's hands. Killing you will be a nice way to get revenge on my former sensei. Asuma quickly pulled out his chakra blades and parried an incoming swing from Orochimaru's sword. The two of them continued trading blows, Orochimaru acting more aggressive, forcing Asuma on the defensive. Fortunately for the latter, he had two kunoichi that could provide him some backup. With a kunai in each hand, Kurenai dashed at Orochimaru, who quickly raised his sword to protect himself from the red-eyed woman's swings, and deliver one of his own. However, much to Kurenai's surprise, the sword of Kusanagi cut through her knives like they were butter, and the kunoichi barely avoided being slashed by the legendary sword. Thinking that such action left Orochimaru wide open, Anko pulled out a single shuriken and infused it with fire chakra before tossing it at Orochimaru. But before the flaming star reached the Sannin, Anko cast another jutsu in the span of a second. Shadow Clone Fire Shuriken Jutsu. Orochimaru, however, saw the attack, and in the blink of an eye, stabbed his sword on the ground, and formed more hand seals at an imperceptible speed. Wind Release, Wind Wall. A tornado formed out of nowhere, encasing Orochimaru and protecting him from all harm. The shuriken were unable to fly any further, their fire snuffled out by the powerful winds before being pushed outwards. The wind was so intense that it hurled the three Konoha Jonin backwards as well. Fortunately for them, the wind barrier didn't last long. Kukaku, I was afraid that I would kill you without having the chance to test my new power, Orochimaru said in an almost orgasmic tone. I'm glad to see that that's not the case. Anko was the first one to get back on her feet. How did you see my attack? I knew you were fast, but that was impossible, even by your standards. Anko complained, frustrated. Because these eyes can see through everything, my dear student. At first Anko didn't realize what he was talking about, but it took no time for her to see it. Orochimaru's eyes were no longer yellow, but red. They also had three tomoe around the still-slitted pupils. Anko paled in shock. Orochimaru somehow had acquired the Sharingan. Their already low chances of survival had become even smaller. Wind Release, Cyclone Vortex. Kabuto jumped over the cone of wind generated by Naruto, and landed gracefully in front of his 6 rivals, while sporting a smug smile. If that's the best you have, then you may spare me the trouble and give up already. Kabuto taunted, not bothering to slip into a fighting stance. After Hinata detected Kabuto coming after them, the 6 Shinin decided to face him all together, and sent the refugees going, escorted by several Naruto clones. Hinata's Byakugan didn't see any more enemies coming after them, so she thought they would be fine. Hopefully, the clones would be enough until they reached the Land of Fire's border. How were she and her friends going to escape this 4-eyed menace? That was another problem she wasn't sure how to solve. Give up? Nobody has been born yet that can make me to give up on anything. Naruto replied as he formed another hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 10 Narutos appeared around him and charged at Kabuto, whose smile grew even bigger. You seem to be an entertaining bunch. I'm sure Orochimaru-sama won't mind if I drag this fight a bit for my own amusement, Kabuto said as he engaged the clones. While Kabuto was busy with the clones, Haku pulled out a small scroll from his kimono and unfurled it on the ground. It was a sealing scroll with the kanji of water in the middle. After making a hand seal, Haku stepped on the kanji, and water started to pour from the scroll, creating a large puddle. Shikamaru, meanwhile, was trying to piece a plan together as fast as he could. The Naruto clones weren't going to buy him much time. Alright, this enemy is easily as strong as our Jonin senseis, so we need to tread extremely carefully. Naruto, Hinata and Choji are the best hand-to-hand fighters, so they should be at the front, while the rest of us support them from behind. Shikamaru started to explain. We have the numbers advantage, so we should exploit that to its fullest. That means that we will attack him from every possible angle. With some luck, we might land some hits on him. After Shikamaru finished explaining his admittedly not so good strategy, Kabuto finished off the last Naruto clone. Okay, let's see, I should make sure that the Jinchuriki, the Hyuga and the Ice Release user are incapacitated without receiving much damage. His sight then moved towards the other three Jonin. You three look like the newest incarnation of the infamous Ino Shikacho trio. Given that your bodies are nothing outside the ordinary, I guess Orochimaru-sama won't mind if I'm not as considerate on you. Kabuto mused as he menacingly advanced towards the six Jonin. Naruto-kun, I think that it would be wise to bring some reinforcements. Hinata interceded. While Team Asuma didn't know what she was talking about, Naruto merely nodded. The blonde bit his finger and made 5 hand seals before slamming his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Naruto hoped that Gamikazu would be enough to tip the scales in their favor. However, much to his horror, from the cloud of smoke didn't appear his usual summon, but a much smaller toad. Hi, I'm Gamitatsu. It's so great that somebody summoned me at last. Do you have some snacks? Gamtatsu was a chubby, happy-looking yellow toad, with orange markings around his eyes and lips. Like Gamikachi, he was also wearing a blue jacket. Arg! Naruto brought his hands to his head in horror. This was the last thing he needed. Who the hell are you? Where is Gamikazu? Naruto-kun didn't summon the intended toad? Hinata inwardly asked. Upon glancing at Naruto, she realized there was something slightly off about Naruto. His chakra network seems irregular. Maybe it was something Mizuki did to him? So you didn't want to summon me? Oh, what a pity, Gamitatsu said, a bit downtrodden as he lowered his head. I'm sure Naruto-kun didn't want to hurt your feelings, but right now we're fighting a powerful enemy, and we need a combat-capable toad who can assist us. Hinata softly explained. Well, I never fought before, but I have some training, I can help if you want. Better you than nothing. Naruto conceded. Gamitatsu regained his carefree smile, and hopped on Naruto's shoulder. Resigning to having Gamitatsu as his partner for the time being, Naruto faced Kabuto once again, who was ready to attack. Let's see how well Konoha train its Jonin. Kabuto set his sights on Shikamaru, and dashed at him. Let's start with you, Nara. Of course he had to go after me first. So troublesome, Shikamaru formed a hand seal. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow extended towards Kabuto, forming a somewhat thick line. Kabuto merely sidestepped aside and continued his rush. The shadow split into multiple tendrils that tried to grab Orochimaru's second-in-command's shadow, but he dodged all of them expertly. In no time, he was in hand-to-hand range with the lazy genius. Disappointing. Now die. Blades of chakra formed from Kabuto's hands, and he thrust one of them at the shocked Nara. Though rather than kill Shikamaru, Kabuto's attack hit an ice barrier that wasn't there a second before. Choji appeared behind Shikamaru, grabbed him, and jumped backwards, putting some distance between them and the silver-haired man. Wait, that looks like Mom and Shizune Nichin's chakra scalpels. Does that mean this guy is a medic nin? Naruto pondered. Guys! Do not let him touch you with that. They can cause internal damage. This is my chance. Hinata thought as she ran towards Kabuto while she made some hand seals. Lightning release, thunder palm. Hinata's hands crackled with electricity, and upon reaching Kabuto, tried to hit him with a lightning-infused palm strike. Kabuto parried her attacks, and tried to cut her with his chakra scalpels, but Hinata was able to block them as well. Meanwhile, Haku was preparing an attack. Ice release, multiple piercing icicle shot. Suddenly, sharp icicles started to rain upon the Auto Jonin. He dodged some of them while shattering others. And the Konoha Jonin weren't going to give him any time to breathe. Human bullet tank. Wind release, great breakthrough. Once again, Kabuto was barely able to dodge the massive rolling meat boulder that had become Choji, as well as Naruto's wind jutsu. He was so focused in doing so that he momentarily lost sight of what Shikamaru was doing. And that moment was all what the lazy genius needed, as Kabuto suddenly found it nearly impossible to move. Looking down, he realized that Shikamaru had trapped him with a shadow imitation jutsu. Shadow imitation jutsu, success. Shikamaru announced, complacently grinning. However, His grin was short-lived as Kabuto started to overpower his jutsu. Congratulations for catching me, Nara, but that pitiful jutsu of yours is nowhere near enough to contain me, Kabuto said, not losing his cool one bit. Then maybe this will calm you down. Ino made a hand seal pointing at Kabuto. Mind scream jutsu. Just like the name of the attack implied, Kabuto felt as if somebody screamed into his eardrums, though it appeared as if the scream came from inside his head rather than outside. He tried to instinctively bring his hands to his head, but Shikamaru's jutsu didn't allow him to. Naruto, Hinata, Haku, attack him with everything you have, Shikamaru shouted. The 3 assault squad Jonin nodded, and prepared for the attack. Wind release, Toad gun. Gamatotsu exhaled a huge stream of water, which was combined with a gust of wind created by Naruto. Ice release, piercing icicle shot. Haku formed an ice spear that flew at Kabuto. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm. Hinata thrust her palm forward, releasing a vacuum shell. And now, my turn, Shikamaru said as he ran through hand seals. Fire release, shadow fire thread. Shikamaru exhaled a small fire stream that ran along a shadow in a straight line. The 4 attacks collided, creating a huge explosion. Woohoo! Nice one, guys! Ino cheered, jumping and pumping a fist in joy. Ino's mood wasn't shared by Hinata, who saw what really happened through her Byakugan. He somehow used a body replacement in the last second. Hinata warned as she continued to scan the area for the silver-haired man. Haku-kun, he's right below you, underground. Haku jumped a fraction of a second before Kabuto's hands could catch his ankles. I'm going to admit that you brats are a bit stronger than I had expected, Kabuto said as he started to unearth himself. But the game ends now. I agree, said a female voice. Suddenly, a tree grew right behind Kabuto, its branches wrapping around the silver-haired man, immobilizing him completely. What the hell, would release? Kabuto asked in shock, but further inspection revealed otherwise. No, it's a genjutsu. Very clever, Kurenai's voice said, as the red-eyed Jonin appeared before him from thin air. But knowing that won't be of any help. What are you doing here? There's no way you and your 2 cohorts could have defeated Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto asked as he tried to break free from the branches that kept him in place. No, sadly, we didn't. I managed to get past Orochimaru's eyes to come help the Jonin. But then again, I saw that they weren't doing so bad after all. Thanks, Kurenai-sensei. Naruto replied, blushing a bit. What are we going to do with him, Kurenai-sensei? Hinata asked. He seems to be some sort of lieutenant of Orochimaru's, which means that he has plenty of intel about him. We'll bring him to Konoha with us for interrogation. Kurenai made a hand seal. Don't worry, this won't hurt. When you wake up, you will be in a cell in Konoha. Like hell I will. And much to Kurenai's shock, Kabuto kicked her in the guts, no longer restrained by her genjutsu. Using that window of opportunity, he made a hand seal, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kurenai-sensei, he's 100 meters to the northwest, and running away in that direction. If you're quick you will catch him. Hinata was quick to inform. No, that's what he wants. Kurenai replied as she stood on her feet. I need to go back to help Asuma and Anko with Orochimaru. Should we go with you? Ino asked, a bit afraid. No. Orochimaru is way too powerful for you, especially now. Return with the refugees, they should be pretty close to the border with the Land of Fire. But, what about you, Asuma-sensei, and that other woman? Choji asked. If this Orochimaru is that strong as you say. Kurenai smiled at the Akimichi kid. Your concern is touching, Choji, but don't be afraid for us. We can take care of ourselves. Now go. Kurenai and the 6 Jonin rushed in opposite directions. As the 3rd member of the Sannin, Orochimaru was considered one of the most powerful ninja that Konoha ever produced. Jiraiya was a genius of hard work who never gave up, and Tsunade was part of a lineage of powerful ninja, but Orochimaru was a prodigy. He was intelligent, strong, cunning, and most of the time, merciless. Very few ninja would dare to fight him. The Sharingan was one of the most feared bloodline limits to ever exist, even to the majority unaware of its terrifying evolution, the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a mere glance, a Sharingan wielder could instantly copy a jutsu that would take a normal ninja weeks or even months to master, besides being able to predict the opponent's movements with fearsome accuracy. So naturally, most people would think that fighting a Sharingan wielding Orochimaru was a fool's errand. A suicidal fool's errand. Asuma Sarutobi never felt like a biggest fool in his life than now. His clothes had multiple cuts that reached his skin, some which leaked blood. His pair of chakra blades had been destroyed by a particularly vicious swing of the sword of Kusanagi. Fortunately, he always carried a spare pair. He had pumped even more chakra into the blades to endure the hits better, but doing so made his chakra reserves to pummel. He couldn't stay on the defensive all the time. If he wanted to survive, he had come to terms with the fact that there was no way they could win against him. Pretty quickly he needed to attack as well. Hopefully Anko would be able to provide him an opening. He saw that the special Jonin was making head seals. However, this slight distraction allowed Orochimaru to sink his legendary sword on Asuma's shoulder. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Anko exhaled once again a dragon-shaped stream of fire at Orochimaru, which nimbly dodged, while acting as if the attack was just a nuisance. Grabbing his injured shoulder, Asuma took advantage of this and jumped backwards, and ignoring the burning pain, started doing hand seals. Wind release, dust cloud jutsu. Anko would swear that he heard two voices shouting the name of the attack. Which proved to be true as both Orochimaru and Asuma exhaled a gust of wind with grey dust on it against each other, clashing in the middle. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's attack had more power, and pushed Asuma's backwards. Fortunately for Asuma, he wasn't alone. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Anko combined her fiery attack with Asuma's, creating a huge stream of fire with burning dust that quickly overpowered Orochimaru's attack. Unfortunately, the Sannin used the body replacement, leaving a log in its place, which was promptly obliterated. He copied my jutsu, Asuma exclaimed in disbelief. Now he knew how Kakashi's enemies must feel. The Sharingan is sure something, isn't it? Orochimaru gushed as he appeared in front of the two Konoha ninja. You don't realize how blind all of us are until you see the world through these magnificent eyes. Not that you will see much in the near future. Asuma. Anko. Kurenai's voice called, as the red-eyed Jonin landed behind them. The refugees and the Jonin already crossed the border. We need to go. Right. Asuma, do you need any help? Anko asked to her male partner. My shoulder hurts like hell, but I still can go on. Let's go, Asuma said, as he and the female Jonin prepared for their escape. How cute, the prey think they can outrun their predator. Orochimaru was genuinely amused. His smile, however, turned into a scary snarl. Do you think you can escape from these eyes? The Sharingan is far from invincible, you traitorous bastard. Anko reached for her pouch, and pulled two smoke bombs, which she used to create a thick and wide smokescreen. While nothing escaped the Sharingan, Orochimaru still needed to see his opponents. If they escaped his vision, the Sharingan was pretty much useless. And as much as it pained the Sannin to admit it, a mere smoke bomb was more than enough to neutralize it and create an opening to escape. You're merely delaying the inevitable, Orochimaru said, still amused, as he began the chase. The snake Sannin took no time to reach one of his so-called prey, Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma had suffered some serious injuries in his duel against the Oto Gakure leader, and thus was the slowest. He probably told Kurenai and Anko to go on without him, born out of some ridiculous sense of chivalry. His pale hands flew through hand seals as he prepared a jutsu. However, said jutsu never came to be, as he was interrupted by a barrage of kunai coming from his left flank. In no time, Orochimaru's Sharingan locked onto another pair of red eyes. So they actually were preparing a trap, and Asuma was the bait. That meant that Anko wouldn't be too far either. Big deal, the result would be the same. From what he could see, Asuma seemed to care especially for that woman. He decided to target her instead, and maybe lure Anko as well. And, as expected, Anko reacted with another barrage of kunai aimed at the Sannin the moment he appeared to prepare a jutsu. Orochimaru cursed on the inside. This was dragging on way too long. If he could summon snakes, then this hunt would have ended a long time ago. But as long as Anko was there, that wasn't an option. That meant that Anko had to go, even if her two partners wouldn't let him touch her. Once again, Orochimaru shifted her target, expecting a preventive attack from Kurenai and Asuma. But said attack never came, and when Orochimaru cast his wind jutsu, Anko used the few seconds the Sannin had to slow down to increase the distance between them. Keep going. I can already see the border. Asuma encouraged his female partners. Do you think that a border between countries means anything to me? Orochimaru replied back as he increased his pace. Such trivialities won't stop me. You won't live to see the dawn of another day. No, but maybe we can stop you. A new voice said. Wood release, wood locking wall. Orochimaru's chase was stopped by several wooden pillars emerging from the ground, forming a thick and tall wall that stopped the Sannin in his tracks. Several Konoha ANBU landed on the top of the wall and on tree branches, surrounding the Sannin. So, for the first time in years, you finally decided to show your face, Orochimaru, the leader of the ANBU squad, a man with brown hair who was wearing a cat-like mask, stated, while crossing his arms. That will be your last mistake. Kukaku. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. Despite the mask, he knew perfectly who was that man. Ah, my old guinea pig. It's good to see you again. I see that you're making a great use of my gift. Your gift resulted in the death of more than 50 children, monster. And that's just scratching the surface of your disgusting career. You have a lot to answer for, the ANBU captain retorted. The rest of the ANBU started to unsheathe their swords. The captain made more hand seals would release, wood binding jutsu. More wooden branches emerged from the ground and wrapped around the Sannin as, ironically, snakes around their prey. At the same time, about half the ANBU jumped from their positions and landed near the Sannin with their weapons drawn. Still, Orochimaru looked undeterred. I guess that there's no way I can win against these odds, right? Orochimaru asked. The captain smirked behind his mask. You got it right. If that's the case, the best course of action will be a tactical retreat and try again under better odds. Farewell, and suddenly, Orochimaru melted into a puddle of mud, much to all the ANBU's frustration. The ANBU were about to chase him but the captain stopped them. Let him go. If we chase him now, he'll pick us off one by one. Let's go back and escort the refugees to a safe place. All the ANBU nodded, and followed their captain's orders. Hours later, the 9 Konoha ninja arrived at Konoha. The sight of the gates was truly a gift for their sore eyes. Kurenai couldn't help but let out an almost exaggerated sigh of relief. I never thought I'd be so happy to see the village, the red-eyed Jonin exhaustedly commented. First mission out of the village, and we run into freaking Orochimaru. I'm sure other ninja also had similar misfortunes during their first mission. Such is our life. Anko shrugged. And you three? Kurenai turned to cast murderous glares at her team. If I ever hear you complain again about doing D ranks, I'm going to use you as practice dummies for my A rank genjutsu, understood? While Hinata and Haku nodded and whimpered, Naruto wasn't deterred. Hey, we only wanted a little more excitement, none of us asked to fight against an S-rank ninja. Speaking of which, Shikamaru spoke up, while looking at his sensei. Asuma-sensei, did you know that we would face ninja of such caliber? Because this was the first time we also left the village as well. Asuma sighed, trying to suppress his guilt. Yes. But my intention was to keep you from the fights. Your job would have been to help the other Jonin escort the refugees, while Kurenai, Anko and myself did the heavy lifting. Of course, none of us were expecting that Orochimaru himself would show up. But all of us came out of that alive, and that's what it counts. Live today to continue kicking ass another day. Anko cheerfully added. Given who we actually had to fight, I wasn't expecting you to be so cheerful, Anko. Kurenai commented. Anko just shrugged. I already told you that I'm good at seeing the positive side of things. If I wasn't able to, well, I don't think I could ever get out of the bed every morning. That, and the thought that that bastard will pay someday, preferably at my hands. After crossing the gates, the Jonin were dismissed, while the adults headed to the Hokage Tower in order to report Jiraiya the outcome of the mission. Senju residence. Hey, I'm home. Naruto announced as he walked in. Mom? Shizune Nichan? Kaida? Hagane? Naruto. The orange-clad boy heard Tsunade's voice as she entered the living room. Oh, I'm so glad to see you back. Hee, it was nothing, Mom. I know that the mission kinda went south, but in the end everything came out fine. Naruto replied with a foxy grin. Tsunade sat in the couch and patted a spot near her, hinting Naruto to sit as well. Come on, this was your first mission out of the village, tell me everything. Okay. You see, after a day or so traveling, we arrived at this town that. Naruto's tale started harmless enough, but it quickly took a dark turn with the mention of Mizuki, the academy teacher who fled from Konoha the night of the Uchiha insurrection with the scroll of seals in tow. If that traitor was working for Orochimaru, then that meant that the fallen Sannin had the scroll in his possession as well. But that was nothing in comparison to what happened next. Wait, you said that Orochimaru personally went to fight you? The horror in Tsunade's voice could be heard. Yeah, but Kurenai-sensei, Asuma-sensei and Anko kept him at bay. By the way, he somehow had a Sharingan despite not being an Uchiha. But then again, Kakashi-sensei also has one. Orochimaru has what? Tsunade was close to hyperventilating. The fact that Naruto had survived this mission was a miracle. Calm down, Mom. I already told you that everything went fine in the end. The Anbu arrived in time to drive Orochimaru away and escort the refugees to a safe place. Yeah, sorry, it's that, well, I was worried about you. This was the first time you left the village, and had to face one of the worst missing nin of the entire elemental nations. Tsunade forced herself to smile. But let's be thankful that both you and your teammates returned in one piece. I'm sure this won't happen the next time. Still, what you told me about the land of rice fields and Orochimaru was worrying, to say the least. Your father needs to take some action against this, or else this could blow up in our faces. Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Kurenai, Asuma and Anko just gave an oral report of the mission to Jiraiya, which was more or less nearly identical in essence to what Naruto told Tsunade, only with far more details. So, not only Orochimaru managed to acquire the Sharingan, but has his own country now, the white-haired Sannin sighed heavily. Things can never go right for us just once. What are we going to do, Hokage-sama? Anko asked. In my opinion, we should deal with this problem before it gets worse. I doubt Orochimaru will be able to withstand an attack from our forces, especially if we ask Suna for some help. While I share your idea, it's not that easy, Jiraiya replied. Orochimaru might ask for other villages' help, arguing that we're abusing our superior military to stop an emerging village from developing, and it could devolve into a massive war. No, first we must show the world that Orochimaru is a global threat before we take any action against him. Anko cursed under her breath, but nodded in resignation. What do you suggest to do, then? For the time being, we will send a team of spies to gather information about this new village. Once we have enough information on our foe, we will discuss our next course of action, Jiraiya stated. Now, given the kind of mission you just came from, I believe you earned a few days off to rest. Come back for another mission once you feel your teams are at 100%. Yes, Hokage-sama. The three Jonin replied in unison, and left the office. Jiraiya got up from his chair, and looked through the window, pensive. So, the rumors were true. You created your own village. All right, Orochimaru, if you want a war between our villages, I'll be happy to oblige. Nothing will be more satisfying than beating you at your own game. Chapter 20. The troubles with Jinchuriki. Or, who would have guessed that the demon fox is a jerk? Dad, can I ask you something? Naruto asked. Jiraiya turned at him absent-mindedly. The blonde Jinchuriki and the white-haired Hokage were resting under the shadow of a tree, after an hour or so of intense training. This time, Jiraiya had decided to come in person instead of sending a clone, and left Sarutobi to fill for him for the day, since there was something that he needed to do, something that a clone couldn't. What is your last name? The blonde asked. Why, Senju, of course. I thought you knew that, Jiraiya replied as if answering to something obvious. Naruto frowned in return. That's not what I mean, that's Mom's last name. He protested. I mean your last name before you married. Which, by the way, how is it that you got Mom's last name? In other couples, it's always the woman who gets the husband's last name. Is it because she's a Senju or something? Jiraiya chuckled. Yeah, you could say that, but it's actually way more simple. The reason I got her last name when we married is because I never had a last name to begin with. Naruto looked at him, eyes wide open in shock. What? And why not? You never knew about your family? Exactly. By the way, why this sudden interest in me, Naruto? I realize that I know a lot about Mom's family, mostly thanks to history books, but I know very little about yours, he explained, then he frowned again. Besides, you almost never tell me anything about you. Jiraiya shrugged. You never asked. Besides, a man has to keep a little mystery, right? He chuckled. But then again, I didn't think my life before your birth was all that interesting. How can you say that? You are one of the Sannin, and trained my biological father. Besides, I will judge if it's interesting or not, Naruto sharply stated. Now why don't you have a last name? Jiraiya cleared his throat to tell, in his opinion, the uninteresting tale of how he became a Konoha ninja. 50 years ago, the elemental nations were engaged in the first ninja war. Sarutobi, my sensei, as Tobirama's student, was part of the 7-man unit with the second leading it. There was this town whose name was lost to history, that Konoha ninja used to shelter and treat their wounded, before they were sent back to Konoha. So far, the Konoha ninja made a good job hiding their presence, but somehow, our enemies realized what Konoha was doing, and razed the village to the ground. When Sarutobi sensei's unit went to the village as usual, they found nothing but scorched ruins, dead people, and a single survivor, a baby, not even a year old, with snow-white hair. Sensei took that baby, and brought him to Konoha, and he grew up in an orphanage. When that baby turned 5, he learned about what happened to the place he was born in, the parents he would never know, and how he was saved by ninja. And thus, he decided to become a ninja himself. And that ninja was you, right? Naruto excitedly asked. Jiraiya laughed in return. I believe that was obvious from the very beginning, don't you think so? So yeah, now you know why I don't have a last name, at least until I married Tsunade Hime. Though, like you said, even if I did have a last name, I don't think I would have the guts to make Tsunade discard her last name and adopt mine, given her family's importance, not only in Konoha, but in the ninja world as a whole. What about me? Maybe I should have been a Senju too, Naruto mentioned. Hey, the Uzumaki used to be a very strong clan before Uzushiogakura's fall. Besides, we thought that you should have something that linked you to Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya replied. Besides, I'm sure that in the future, you will make the name Uzumaki famous again. And what about? Enough talking. Jiraiya interrupted Naruto, as he stood up from his resting spot. We already chatted and rested enough. Now it's time to work on a very important matter. Naruto stood up as well. The Kyuubi. Jiraiya nodded. Flashback. A few minutes after Asuma, Kurenai and Anko left, somebody knocked the door of his office. After telling them to come in, the person in question was Kurenai. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, but there's something that I need to discuss with you in private. While I do trust Asuma and Anko, I think this is something I should talk with you and you alone. At least for the time being, the red-eyed Jonin said. Jiraiya nodded, motioned her to take a seat, and made a hand seal. The privacy seals are activated. Everything you say will never leave this room. Kurenai took a few moments to mentally prepare before explaining her problem. You see, there was an unexpected incident during our mission. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You mean another one? Yes, poor choice of words. Anyway, I'll get to the point. Shortly before we arrived at Sawa town, we stopped at the Valley of the End, since I thought it would be good for the kids to see a place with so much historical importance. And while we were there, Naruto noticed that the Kyuubi was growing restless. Jiraiya was taken aback a little. Come again? It was as if the Kyuubi disliked the place. I decided not to take any risks and leave as soon as possible and tell you about this once we were back in Konoha. You did good, Kurenai. Don't worry, I'll check Naruto's seal to make sure that the Kyuubi isn't up to something and... Actually, I didn't finish. Of course. There is always more, isn't it? Jiraiya threw his hands in the air. Okay, tell me. During the fight with Mizuki, Naruto tapped into the Nine Tails power. It wasn't enough to beat Mizuki, but it clearly changed him, and not for the better. Besides being more powerful, Naruto acted way more violent and reckless. Even feral, I should say. Jiraiya sighed, and leaned back on his chair. Yes, there was a chance that this could happen. The fourth used the Four Symbols seal since he wanted Naruto to use the power of the Kyuubi at some point in his life, otherwise he would have used another seal that would have completely isolated the beast from Naruto. This, however, had the downside that the Kyuubi has the ability to influence Naruto to some extent. According to what I could gather from other Jinchuriki, strong emotions are a good way to manifest the power of a tailed beast. If Naruto was angry with Mizuki for harming his friends. Yes, it looked to be the case when I arrived at the fight, Kurenai confirmed. I did plan to train Naruto on how to use the power of the Kyuubi, Jiraiya mentioned. But I always kept leaving it for another time due to my fear of what could happen. Then the Uchiha revolt happened, and then I became Hokage, but I guess that I just can't keep putting this off any longer. By the way, I believe that I should have asked this the moment I became Naruto's sensei, but do you have any advice on what should I do if something like this happens again? Unless you're proficient with sealed jutsu, or mind jutsu, I believe there's nothing you can do. But I will create a sealing tag that can suppress the Kyuubi's chakra, should Naruto ever lose control again. Good to hear that, Hokage-sama. Is there anything more you want to discuss with me? Kurenai shook her head. If that's the case, then you're dismissed. End flashback. Alright Naruto, let's get down to business. I've been putting this on hold for far too long, but we can't afford doing that anymore. Today, we will attempt to control the Nine Tails chakra, the Sannin announced. Naruto taken aback. Really? Are you sure? Given what your sensei told me, yes, we have no other option, sensing his godson's worry, he added. Don't worry, I already have taken countermeasures in case anything goes wrong. Okay, What do we do? Naruto asked. First of all, let's sit down in front of each other, the Toad Sage instructed while both he and Naruto sat down. Now what? Now, close your eyes. Breathe and exhale slowly. Relax every muscle in your body. Gather all the chakra you can, but don't force it, let it flow instead. Empty your head of thoughts. Once it's done, think on only one thing, the 9 tails. Try to picture it inside your mind, and let your chakra drag you towards it. Jiraiya's voice started to sound more and more distant. Naruto felt like he was falling asleep, but while somehow still being awake. It was an almost surreal situation. And to add to the weirdness, Naruto noticed that he was standing up, even if he didn't remember getting up. Confused, he decided to open his eyes. Much to his shock, the Jinchuriki wasn't in Training Ground 3 anymore with Jiraiya, but in what appeared to be a massive sewer. The floor was completely damp, yet Naruto didn't feel any wetness on his feet. There was nothing remarkable about that place, other than an equally massive gate that looked like the door of a prison. Cautiously, Naruto approached the jail gate. The distance between the bars was big enough for Naruto to slip between them, but he didn't want to get inside the cell. As he got closer, he could hear something rumbling in the back of the cell, where there wasn't enough light for the blonde to see. "Hello?" the blonde timidly called. "Is somebody there?" Naruto's answer came in the form of a loud grumble, as well as a pair of red eyes glowing in the darkness, looking into his very soul. "Oh? Look who finally came to pay me a visit." Naruto found the guttural voice vaguely familiar. Naruto gulped, and cleared his throat before speaking. "Are you, the 9 tails?" The occupant of the cell moved closer to the gate, and now Naruto could see a massive orange fox with multiple tails. Naruto didn't count them, but he guessed there would be 9 and red eyes that glowed faintly. "Your observational skills are worth praising, brat. I'm sure that you are considered a prodigy among your peers." Naruto could swear that the fox was mocking him. Still, he decided to ignore that jab, and get to the business at hand. I'll take that as a yes. What is this place?" Naruto asked. "Your tiny human mind would be unable to grasp the nature of this place that is my prison, but a very simplified description would be a pocket dimension created with your chakra that exists within you," the Kyuubi answered. "A pocket dimension, within me?" Naruto dumbly echoed. True to the Kyuubi's words, his young mind didn't really understand those words. It didn't matter, he could ask Jiraiya about it later. "While I'm flattered that you decided to come to see me after being together for so many years." The fox's voice was oozing with sarcasm. "Why are you here?" Naruto gulped once again. He wanted to ask the Kyuubi to let him lend its power, but he didn't know how to approach the topic. The sight of the strongest tailed beast was just too much for him, even if he was protected by the giant gates.
I wanted to thank you for helping me back in the land of the rice fields,"
Naruto began. "Maybe a little flattery would help." The Kyuubi snorted. "Keep your gratitude for someone who appreciates it, brat. My intentions were far from altruistic." Naruto titled his head, a bit puzzled. "And why did you lend me your power back then, if you didn't want to help me?" "It was of my interest for you to remain safe." While there was a certain truth to that statement, it wasn't the whole truth. "I helped you because my chakra will slowly erode the seal that keeps me imprisoned, and your strong emotions allow me to pump more chakra into your body," the Kyuubi thought, but he obviously wasn't going to tell that to his jailer. "I presume that you didn't come here just to thank me, am I right?" Naruto cursed inwardly. Were his intentions so predictable? "And no. Since you helped me that time, and you're interested in my safety, could you lend me your power in the future? It could save my life again." The Kyuubi did an admirable job containing its rage and maintaining his composure. Those words had hit all the wrong buttons. Even if fulfilling that request would accelerate the tailed beast's escape, his hatred and pride, which it had plenty to spare, got the best of it. Still, it would give Naruto a piece of its mind. "So, this is it, right? In the end, it always amounts to the same." "My power," the Kyuubi grumbled. "That's all what your bastard race wants. Power. Well, you know what? Forget about it. I won't be your slave anymore." "What do you mean by anymore?" Naruto asked. "That's none of your business, brat. Now get lost." "Me get lost? You said that this place is made of my chakra, hence I own it, meaning that I decide who stays and who leaves." The Kyuubi snorted, and chuckled. "So you prefer if it's me who leaves? That, I can do. Open these gates, and you'll never see me again." "Har har, you must think yourself so clever, right?" Naruto placed his hands on his hips. "Even if I'd love to get rid of you forever, I'm not going to let you out and kill more innocent people. None of your loathsome race is innocent. And I'm doing the world a favor by getting rid of you and your race. You're nothing but a plague upon this world. Naruto sighed in defeat. We're not getting anywhere. And you realized of that just now? Like I said before, you truly possess a privileged mind, the Kyuubi snarked. Will you stop with the sarcasm? It's annoying, Naruto protested. So are you. And riling you up is the only entertainment I had in decades, so humor me here. You know, I try to be nice, but if you're going to be an ass and not cooperate with me then I'll take your chakra by force. You what? Bwah ha 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 ha. That's a good one. The Kyuubi laughed uproariously. You're welcome to try any time, brat. Dad told me other Jinchuriki can do that, so I don't know why I couldn't do it myself. And then we will see who's the one laughing. But for the time being, that one will be me, the Kyuubi retorted. Now leave. Naruto was about to retort, but he felt the floor below his feet disappear, leaving nothing but an empty void. Ah! Naruto screamed at the top of his lungs while he fell to his apparent death. Naruto, calm down. I'm here. The blonde opened his eyes, and realized that he was back in Konoha. Jiraiya was in front of him, grabbing him by his shoulders, with a panicked expression plastered over the Sannin's face. Naruto asked, confused, as he slowly inspected his surroundings. Naruto, are you okay? A concerned Jiraiya asked. Panting a bit, Naruto managed to articulate a sentence. What happened? I was going to ask you the same. I mean, you were sitting there doing what I was asking you to, then all of a sudden you starting yelling as if you were face to face with the fox itself. Because I was face to face with the fox. Naruto replied back. Jiraiya was taken aback. What? Did you see it for a second? No, I had a whole conversation with it, Naruto said, trying to sound unironic. Wait a minute, how much time passed since I was gone? None at all was Jiraiya's answer. How did you manage to talk with the Nine Tails in less than a second? That's the weird thing, from my point of view, I was gone for quite some time. That's strange, but not impossible. We still know very little about the chakra-created artificial dimensions. Maybe time passes in a different way there, Jiraiya guessed. Like, why everything sealed inside a scroll remains the same until it's unsealed. For example. So, tell me, did you find something during your talk with the Kyuubi? Jiraiya asked as he leaned forward. It's not that every day you could interact with a centuries-old demon. Yeah. That the Nine Tails is an asshole. Konoha Hospital. While Naruto had his less than friendly chat with his furry tenant, Hinata and Ino left the hospital after one of their lessons in medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. Thanks to the additional training they received from Shizune, Sakura and Karen progressed at a much faster pace than the rest of their classmates, and thus were moved to another class at another hour in which Tsunade taught them more advanced subjects in jutsu. And since Shino had left with the rest of his team on their first C-rank mission to Takigakura not long ago, that left only Hinata and Ino. Then again, none of them were complaining. That meant that Tsunade could focus entirely on the two of them, allowing them to progress at a faster rate, and in no point they'd be at the same level as Sakura and Karen. Or that's what Ino thought, until Hinata reminded her that Sakura and Karen also had Tsunade for themselves, plus Shizune as well. Man, this sucks. Then the gap between forehead girl and I will only get bigger and bigger. Just like her forehead. Ino protested. Well, that's because Sakura-san is focusing all her time and efforts into becoming a medic nin. We also have to master our clan's jutsu as well, Hinata observed. You have a point there, Ino conceded. But that doesn't make it suck any less. Just because Sakura-san surpasses us in a single field doesn't mean that she's a better kunoichi than us, not that Hinata minded much if Sakura became a better kunoichi than her. She wasn't a competitive person. I mean, we're still better than her at both taijutsu and ninjutsu, right? Once again, you make another good point, Ino replied. Hinata cleared her throat, and mentally prepared herself for her next question. She wasn't a busybody, but there was something about Ino and Sakura that got her curious, and this was a good chance to bring up the topic. Ino-san, can I ask you something? It's a bit personal. Much to Hinata's confusion, Ino's mouth formed a huge grin. So you finally decided to tell Naruto about your feelings. And of course, you want some advice from me. Okay, listen carefully. The first thing you need to do. It's not that. Hinata interrupted, blushing furiously. Even she was surprised on how much she raised her voice. I meant, personal about you. Ino's grin disappeared, and was replaced by an expression of mild confusion. Oh, yeah, sure, what do you want to know about me? It's about you and Sakura-san. Hinata noticed Ino's mood darkening. Still, she decided to keep going. I remember back in the academy that the two of you used to be inseparable, but then you drifted apart. What happened? Despite the question, Hinata already imagined the answer, but she thought that there was more to it than her mere conjectures. The Yamanaka heiress sighed, and smiled sadly at Hinata. Boy, people should be wary of you silent types. You make it look like you're not even there, but you see and listen to everything, don't you? Hinata smiled back at her. Those are the markings of a ninja, aren't they? A fair point. The third one in a row. You're on fire today, girl, Ino mentioned, chuckling, before her expression turned serious again. Yeah, forehead girl and I used to be besties, as it's usually said. She used to be bullied because of that billboard of hers she calls a forehead, and let's say that I couldn't stand it, and defended her. That's how we met each other, and became friends. And, what happened then? Both of us had a liking to one boy, you know who I'm talking about. Naturally, we couldn't be friends and love rivals at the same time, so it was inevitable that our friendship ended. But you don't like Sasuke-san anymore, right? Exactly. Ino already guessed where Hinata was going. But Sakura still does, and that's why we can't be friends again. This isn't a matter of a love fight anymore. She can't be my friend while pursuing somebody of the same clan who murdered my father. Ino-san, don't you think you're being unfair to him? Sasuke-san might be an Uchiha, but he didn't take part in the coup. Ino looked at Hinata with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Hinata, how can you say that? I would never imagine that you, of all people, who also lost your father to the Uchiha, as well as many other clansmen, would defend Sasuke. It's that, I don't think it's fair to judge him for what others did. His situation is too similar of that of Naruto-kun. What do you mean? Naruto-kun holds the Kyuubi inside him, but a lot of people used to blame him for the destruction and death caused by the Kyuubi. Others think he'll turn evil due to the Kyuubi's influence, or that the Kyuubi will escape at any time, but none of what the Kyuubi did is Naruto-kun's fault. Ino averted her gaze. I know what you're trying to say, but whenever I see Sasuke, when I see his clan crest, when I see a Sharingan, I can't help but remember that horrible night, and the news about Dad's death. It was the same for me too, Ino-san. Hinata placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder. And I'm not saying that you should befriend Sasuke-san, just that, you shouldn't judge him unfairly. I'll try, but don't expect me to be chummy with him or anything. And now that that's out of the way, do you think that there's a chance that Sakura and you might bury the hatchet? Ino sighed. It's not that easy, Hinata. There's still a lot of bad blood between us that will take some time to overcome. If we overcome it, by the way, why are you so interested in my past friendship with Forehead Girl? This time, it was Hinata who averted her gaze, as she started to twiddle her fingers. Well, it's that, before meeting Naruto-kun, I didn't have any friends, not even in my clan. And if for whatever reason Naruto-kun and I stopped being friends, I don't know what I would do. That's why I think that what happened between you two is really sad. You and Sakura-san had a great friendship, and it would be a pity to see it go like that. I see, boy, it's really sad when you put it like that. Still, I don't think I would be able to walk to Sakura and ask her to forget about the past 5 or so years of non-stop mutual hostility, Ino replied. Maybe Sakura-san feels the same as you do. That's a possibility, but for the time being, I'm not ready to take that step. Hinata looked at Ino, and smiled. It's okay. I don't want to force you to do something that you don't want to do. Still, this little talk made me think. Ino looked at the sky, as if thinking of the future. Well, I gotta go. Asuma-sensei will be mad if I'm not on time for our daily training. It's okay, I also have some training to do as well. And next time, we will talk about something personal of your life. Despite sounding so menacing, Ino winked at Hinata. The Hyuga heiress knew all too well what the blonde girl was referring to. Takigakure. Kakashi's animal squad had taken their first C-rank mission, to escort the young leader of Takigakure, Shibuki, back to his home village. So far, the journey happened without any incident. Not even bandits attacked them, and the group of 5 arrived to the minor ninja village with their client untouched. After a job well done, Kakashi was ready to go back to Konoha, but his 3 Jonin begged him to let them stay in the village at least a day, so they could get to know it better, and maybe have the chance to meet ninja from another village besides Shibuki, that is. It was a way to make up for the boringness of the mission. Not in the mood for arguing, Kakashi decided to indulge them this time around, seeing no harm in letting them spend one more day outside Konoha. The village of Takigakure was built around a river, surrounding a small delta on it. A massive tree grew in the middle of said delta, whose branches and leaves were so lush that they almost completely blocked the sky. Not even the giant trees of Konoha's training ground 44, the infamous Forest of Death, were so big. The surrounding trees acted like a natural barrier around the village. The only way to access it was through an underwater cave system whose entrance was behind a waterfall, hence the village's name. This made Takigakure the only one of the hidden ninja villages who was actually hidden. Then again, it took no time for the Jonin to regret their plea, since they found that there was almost nothing to do there. And then they regretted voicing their complaints, as Shibuki, with Kakashi's approval, assigned them a D-rank mission: pick up trash from the water. Can somebody explain to me how we ended up doing a D-rank mission? We asked Kakashi-sensei to do this mission so we could stop doing those menial tasks, Tamaki complained as she picked an empty can from the river's shore. I believe that this is a hidden punishment for our behavior, first for asking him to stay here longer, and then for complaining once we got our request, Shino guessed. Another one. I wish Kakashi-sensei wasn't such a walking enigma. With all his hidden tests and underlying messages and whatnot, Kiba sourly commented. I wish that man went straight to the point just once. Kiba would never forget their true Jonin test, taking a couple bells from Kakashi. The whole point of the test was to use teamwork, but since there were only 2 bells, that meant that one of the Jonin would go back to the academy, which in his opinion discouraged teamwork. In the end, they passed when Kakashi gave them a second chance, which of course was another hidden test to see if Tamaki and Shino would share their food with Kiba, who ended up tied to a post when he tried to steal some of Kakashi's food, even when Kakashi forbade them to do so. Well, there's a reason he wears a mask, doesn't he? I think that guy likes to keep some mystery, Tamaki added. Besides, we are ninja. As Kakashi-sensei said, we need to see underneath the underneath. We can't expect him to give us all the answers. And Shino suddenly grew silent. Shino? Is there anything wrong? Tamaki asked. Don't you hear that? Nobody said anything so they could hear whatever Shino was hearing. Soon, Kiba and Tamaki heard a buzz. It sounded like a flying insect, except much louder, which meant that it was a huge insect. While Shino knew of quite a few giant insects already, all of them made a different noise when they flew. This was something Shino had never seen. The buzz is getting louder, which means it's coming in our direction. Nobody could be able to tell, given his usual stoicism, but Shino was really excited. A shadow quickly passed above them. They both looked upwards, and were surprised by what they saw. It wasn't an insect, but a girl. A girl with insect-like wings protruding from her back. The flying girl paid them no mind, and flew towards the giant tree in the middle of the lake. Again, nobody would be able to tell the difference, but Shino was speechless. What was that? Kiba asked. Shino? Tamaki asked, upon seeing his silent teammate staring into the direction the winged girl flew. Soon, it was obvious what was going through his head, and she knew what to do. Shino, if you want, you can go and find that girl. Kiba and I will do your part. Hey! Kiba wasn't kind to people speaking in his name, especially when it came to do additional work. Shino was snapped from his stupor. No was his response. I would be a bad teammate and ninja if I left without doing my part of the job. While it is true that I wish to know more about that girl, I don't want to do it at your expense. What? Shino interested in a girl? That's new. Kiba smirked at the Aburame. If that's the case, I'm with Tamaki. Besides, we've been working for a couple hours and picked up most of the garbage. We can finish this without you. I see. Thank you then. I won't forget this, Shino said before leaving. Konoha, Training Ground 10. Team Asuma was resting under the shade of a tree after an intense training session with Asuma, which soon would resume. Choji was eating chips as usual, while Shikamaru looked at the clouds, and Ino filed her nails. Then, she suddenly perked up. Ino? Choji asked. My gossip senses are tingling, Ino stated. It feels almost like a boy we know developed a crush on a girl he just met. You can sense people's relationships? Shikamaru asked in disbelief. Troublesome. Scary is the word I'd use, Choji added, sharing his lazy teammate's disbelief. Back into Kigakure. It took very little time for the Aburame's Kikai bugs to track the mysterious flying girl, who was now happily sitting on one of the tree's extremely large branches, doing nothing in particular. Shino studied the girl before approaching her. She was his age, more or less. She had mint green hair, tan skin, and orange eyes. She was wearing a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it. She was wearing a Takigakure headband tied to her right arm, in a similar fashion to Shikamaru, which meant that she was one of the village's ninja. She was also carrying a red, cylindrical backpack. After some internal debate, Shino decided to make his presence known to the girl. "Hello," the Aburame laconically said as he walked towards her. The green-haired girl was a bit startled, then she looked at the approaching Konoha ninja and smiled. "Oh, hi. You aren't from here, are you? I don't remember seeing you before." "Your assumption is correct. My name is Shino Aburame, and I'm from Konoha. My team came here while escorting the leader of this village." In less than a second, the girl was now standing up in front of him with her hands stretched. "My name is Fu, and I'm from Taki, but you probably guessed that already, hee hee hee." Shino shook her hand, and noticed that for having such a petite frame, the girl was rather strong. "Nice to meet you, Fu. By the way, not to be rude or anything, but this is my secret spot. How did you find it?" the green-haired girl asked. "I saw you flying towards this place, and followed suit," Shino explained. "So, you saw a pretty girl, and decided to follow her like that? My, what a stalker you are," Fu joked, as she punched him in the shoulder. "I don't do that with every girl I see," Shino replied, a bit defensively. "Oh, so there was something special about me that caught your attention?" Fu asked, smiling at him. "Care to tell me what it is?" "It's your wings. And excuse me if I'm being too blunt, but could you show them to me?" "Oh, don't worry, it's okay, look." Fu turned around, and two long, insect-like green and orange wings sprouted from her hips, surprising Shino a bit. "So, what do you think?" Fu playfully asked while fluttering her wings a bit. "You can touch them if you want." I prefer not," Shino awkwardly answered as he tried his hardest not to blush. "How did you get those wings?" Fu's wings disappeared. The girl suddenly lost all her cheerful attitude, grew a bit somber, and started rubbing her arm. I'd love to tell you, but Shibuki told me not to tell anybody out of the village about my wings, sorry." I see. Shino adjusted his shades. "Can you tell me at least if it's something anybody can learn? Maybe I can learn to do that on my own." Fu chuckled. "I don't think so, Shino. Let's say it's an unique ability of mine." "So it's a bloodline limit. I understand then your leader's reservation about sharing those secrets with me. My apologies for asking." Fu started to smile again all of a sudden. "It's okay. You know, you're the first one who showed any interest in my wings, which is kind of nice." Fu's cheerfulness was back in full force as well. "I have an idea. I can give you a ride if you want. You don't appreciate how pretty Takigakure is unless you see it from a bird's eye view." "No, it's okay, I prefer if hey." Before Shino could react, he found himself high in the air, with Fu's surprisingly strong arms grabbing him by his armpits. "I know a lot of people are a bit afraid the first time they fly, but trust me, you're going to enjoy this," Fu assured. Shino was too terrified to protest or even scream. Training Ground 8. Wind Release, Cyclone Shockwave. A tornado formed around Naruto, in a similar way to the Wind Release, Wind Wall, except that it also violently expanded outwards. "Good job, Naruto," Kurenai praised. "Keep working, and you'll increase the radius of effect with each try." The Jonin then turned at Hinata, who nodded and made several hand seals. Lightning Release, Thunderbolt. Hinata released a myriad of lightning bolt branches from her fingertips, hitting the ground, setting the grass on fire while scorching some land. "Nice one, Hinata. See? Now you have another ranged attack in case you're unable to reach an enemy in close combat," Kurenai stated. Hinata merely nodded. Kurenai looked at the last of her Jonin, Haku. The ice release user nodded, and made several hand seals. Demonic Illusion, Ice Prison. Kurenai allowed the genjutsu to affect her, and she found herself suddenly trapped inside a block of ice that simply left her head exposed. The genjutsu only lasted a few seconds before Haku himself dispelled it. "So, how was it?" "The execution was almost flawless, but I can't help but wonder why you modified the original jutsu." Kurenai had taught Haku the tree binding death, one of her most used genjutsu. "Besides ice fitting me better, I believe it was a good way to confuse my enemies. Since I use ice jutsu, my enemies wouldn't be able to differentiate which ones are real and which ones are illusions." Kurenai nodded and smiled. "Interesting reasoning, Haku. I applaud your inventiveness." Haku smiled back at her. "I'm very glad to see how fast the three of you are progressing. I had my reservations at first, but now I believe that you're ready." "Are ready for what, Kurenai-sensei?" Hinata asked. "A dangerous mission? Please let it be a dangerous mission," Naruto excitedly shouted. Kurenai just shook her head, and chuckled. Despite that close call with Orochimaru, Naruto still wanted more missions like that. Then again, Naruto didn't have to fight Orochimaru, that honor fell upon her and her friend's shoulders. Actually, better than that, Naruto. The Chunin exams are in less than 2 weeks, and if you pass them, you will be promoted to Chunin, the raven-haired sensei explained. Whoa, that's even better. That's what I said. Though in the end, the ultimate decision is yours. Kurenai looked at them. But you don't look like you want to miss this, am I right? Does that mean that our other classmates will be taking the exam as well? Hinata asked. Kurenai shrugged. That depends on their senseis, as well as themselves. If a Jonin sensei doesn't feel like their Jonin are ready, then he or she can ban them from taking the exam. And just like I told you, the Jonin themselves must feel that they're ready, or at least willing, to take the exam. As for myself, I'll recommend you when Hokage-sama calls for the meeting. Nighttime, Senju residence. It was a rare sight to see all 6 members of Naruto's adoptive family to have dinner at the same time, given that Jiraiya and Tsunade were often missing due to their duties as Hokage and chief medic of the Konoha hospital, respectively. But today wasn't one of those days. Which was perfect for Naruto, who wanted to announce his participation in the exams. Hey, Dad, Kurenai-sensei said that the Chunin exams are going to be soon, right? Naruto asked. Jiraiya nodded. Yeah. This time they will be held here, meaning that it's my responsibility to ensure that they go on without a hitch. Tsunade cleared her throat. Did Kurenai mention if she was going to recommend you? You can bet she did. Man, I can't wait for the exams to arrive, and I get to show people how strong I got since the academy. Naruto boasted. You graduated the academy 3 months ago. Don't be in over your head. Those exams are nothing compared to the ones you take in the academy. People actually die there, Tsunade sternly replied. Well, I have an S-rank mission under my belt, so I think I can handle it. Upon seeing Tsunade's scowl, Naruto added, but yeah, I'll be careful, Mom. I won't give you a reason to worry. Tsunade's scowl disappeared, and was replaced by a content smile. Then she realized of something, and turned to her apprentice. Shizune, what about your team? Are you going to recommend them? The black-haired woman nodded. The 3 of them are rather strong, and their teamwork has improved a lot since the time I became their sensei. Sakura and Karen don't bicker as much as they used to. Would you say that Sasuke is stronger than me? Naruto asked. Shizune looked at him and smiled. Well, it's hard to tell. Both of you are really strong, so I couldn't say unless I saw you fight against each other. That has an easy solution then. Tomorrow I'll challenge Sasuke to a fight. Jiraiya just shook his head. Naruto, you should stop obsessing about beating Sasuke. A rivalry can be a good motivator to improve oneself, but it shouldn't be the only one. Tsunade dryly laughed. Look who's talking. You were obsessed with beating both Orochimaru and I as long as we were teammates. Jiraiya shot Tsunade an unamused look. That was completely different, it was a matter of principle. Besides, in the end, I surpassed both of you. Tsunade dropped her fork, and looked at Jiraiya incredulously. Excuse me? When did that happen? I've always been, and still am, way stronger than you. Shizune was sweating bullets, as her eyes drifted back and forth between Tsunade and Jiraiya. She didn't like where this was going. If the 2 of them decided to fight, the house wouldn't survive. Do you want to put your money where your mouth is? Jiraiya challenged. Tsunade merely chuckled, and continued eating. I'd love to, but I don't want to humiliate you in front of the kids, so let's leave this for another moment, okay? We were having a nice dinner. Jiraiya decided not to press the issue further, but this in turn raised another question. He looked at his godson. Naruto, why are you so determined to beat Sasuke? Is it because he was the strongest of your classmates? Yeah, but it's not just that. Naruto began. It's the way he acted. All cool and hip, with that you're all beneath me attitude. Well, Sasuke is a complicated kid. I don't think he means any harm. It's just his way to cope. Shizune interceded. It's obvious that losing most of his clan during the Uchiha insurrection affected him deeply, and the way some people treat him for being an Uchiha doesn't help matters. But we're working on that. He simply needs a positive influence in his life. Well, Hinata lost her dad that night too, and she doesn't act like Sasuke. Naruto protested, crossing his arms. Naruto-kun, everyone has a different way to cope with loss and tragedy, and it's unfair to expect everybody to react the same way to such events. Shizune countered. At least it wouldn't be so bad if all the girls didn't act like he's the most interesting guy in the world. Tsunade leaned forward, and smiled mischievously. Oh, so that's what this is about? Is there a girl you like who has a crush on Sasuke? Naruto almost choked on his food. What? Of course not. Naruto then turned a bit red and averted his gaze. But you know, it would be nice to be as popular with the girls as Sasuke is. I mean, almost every girl worships the ground he walks on, and he hardly cares. Naruto ni-san, what about Hinata-chan? She's really cute, Kaida piped in. Yeah, and she doesn't drool over Sasuke, Hagane added. What? Naruto barked in shock, blushing furiously. But, Hinata's my friend. Oh, look at him, getting all red. Tsunade teasingly said. The twins started to sing. Naruto and Hinata, sitting on a tree. KIS. As much as Jiraiya wanted to join in the fun, he decided to cut Naruto some slack. Let's change the topic, okay? We're making the kid feel uncomfortable. I know that girls are a delicate issue, especially given the age you're in. What's wrong with my age? Nothing. But you and I will have an important talk soon. Don't worry, it's nothing bad, Jiraiya smiled impishly. Naruto just raised an eyebrow. Taki, next morning. Kakashi's animal squad was ready to return to Konoha. The copy ninja had to admit that, in hindsight, it was a good thing that they decided to stay. Turns out that a Taki renegade Jonin named Sween, helped by several missing nin, were about to steal the village's famous hero water, an elixir that dramatically increases the power of those who drank it, albeit with a potentially fatal cost. Kiba, Shino, and Tamaki managed to stop Sween's minions from kidnapping several civilians to use as hostages in exchange of the hero water, while Kakashi and Shibuki dealt with Sween himself. The Taki missing nin fell under the power of Kakashi's lightning blade. Thank you, all of you. You helped my village far more than what I had asked of from you, Shibuki said as he shook Kakashi's hand. No need to thank us. We were in the right place at the right time, Kakashi replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Besides, there's no way a single, unimposing man, as Sween with a bunch of followers would be able to threaten a whole ninja village. While Kakashi and Shibuki talked, Fu was saying goodbye to the Konoha Jonin. It's a pity you guys have to leave so soon. I'd love to get to know you better, Fu said, pouting a bit. Shibuki doesn't let me out of the village since it's dangerous, and there are almost no kids my age here. This village is small, you know. It's okay, you can always write, Tamaki suggested. Or we can just come to pay you a visit. Taki isn't that far away from Konoha, Kiba added. Like my friends and teammates said, we will do our best to keep contact, Shino finished. Fu then pulled the three of them into a bone-crushing hug. Aw, you guys are awesome. The green-haired girl cooed. Then, she whispered into Shino's ear. Though. We might see each other sooner than you think, hee hee. Konoha, Hokage's office. Jiraiya was at his office this time. It was really him, not a clone, doing the usual paperwork, when somebody entered the room. Turned out it was Sarutobi. He looked mildly worried, as he was holding a small scroll in his hand. He stopped what he was doing and nodded his former sensei to speak. Jiraiya, we got a message, Sarutobi began. From Kumo. The Sannin's curiosity spiked. He hasn't heard from that village ever since the Hyuga affair 9 years ago. He wondered what they wanted this time. What is it, sensei? It's about the Chunin exams. Kumo is going to send several teams to undertake the exam here. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.